Chapter 30-33. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda? Long Chen didn't expect that they would target the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. After so many years, Di Jun rarely showed the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Therefore, the savage ancient god was the first to confirm that he had the primordial incipient divine weapon. An original incipient divine weapon was a peerless treasure even to a hierarch. No wonder they coveted it. However, Long Chen still smiled. I won't lie to you too. The thing you mentioned does exist, but it's just a drop of blood. Even if you get it, it's useless. Di Jun and I come from the same place. It belongs to us. You can't control it even if you get it. Nine Heaven Saintess shook her head. I knew you would say that, but we don't believe you. Take it out and give it to me. Whether I can control it or not is our business. In this world, no creation divine weapon has such a restriction. Even if he couldn't control it now, it was still an original incipient divine weapon. It was a treasure. If he continued, he would be able to control it one day. It was an original incipient divine weapon. Long Chen thought to himself, in their eyes, I already value the inherited blood essence enough. The more they want it, the harder it is to get it. To be honest, the primordial dragon pagoda was not as valuable as the ancestral dragon's blood inheritance to Long Chen. It was a far cry from it. But to them, the primordial dragon pagoda was much more valuable than the blood inheritance. If it really came to the most difficult stage, Long Chen might be able to use the primordial dragon pagoda to exchange for the heritage blood essence. However, it was absolutely impossible now, unless they were ruthless enough to throw the heritage blood essence to a place where Long Chen would never be able to find it. Obviously, they wouldn't do that. Long Chen said decisively, I understand what the two of you mean. However, you both know that there's no such thing in this world. That drop of blood is important to me, but it's not on the same level as what you want. If the two of you win and want that thing, then I can only leave. Another day, I will snatch it from your hands. His words were really ruthless, and they were stuck in a dead end. The primordial dragon pagoda was out of the question. Besides, they might come to snatch it in the future. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Divine Supremacy Taihao looked at each other. Don't be so determined. We believe that this thing is very valuable to you. And that thing is useless to you right now. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. We have plenty of time. We're waiting for you to make the exchange, said the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. She had the attitude of not giving up even if she got it. To Long Chen, perhaps he was stalling for time. Their goal from the beginning was to set up a trap and directly snatch it. It was just that Long Chen had forced him to negotiate. Long Chen did not forget their original goal, which was to rob them. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to obtain the inheritance blood essence today. Moreover, they were too passive in their opponent's territory. It would be even more troublesome if more ultimate gods appeared. Long Chen could vaguely feel the approach of the third ultimate god. It was very likely that he and the Ninth Heaven Divine Mother had a way to trap Long Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him join them. One more person meant one more share of the loot. Looks like there's nothing left to discuss. Goodbye, you two. Long Chen disappeared and retreated. He opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate behind him. Divine Supremacy Taihao and the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens could not stop him from disappearing. Whoosh! The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed. Long Chen completely disappeared before their eyes. Humph! The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens clenched her fists. Her nine-colored nails shone with light that could pierce the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. This guy. He's pretty fast. We've set it up for so long, but he still saw through us. In fact, their plan was very simple. It was not easy to see through them. They only needed to bring him to a location between the sacred star of the Nine Heavens and the heavenly Tao star. So, we give up, asked Divine Supremacy Taihao. No, that's impossible. He'll definitely come back and find a way to get it. Our trap today didn't work, but as long as we plan it carefully, I don't believe that 3 ultimate gods can't catch him. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3rd ultimate god arrived. It was the Heavenly Tao Venerate. The Heavenly Tao Venerate looked like an ordinary old man. Compared to the other 2, he was too ordinary. The only eye-catching thing about him was that his hair was too long, too white, and his body was too hunched. He escaped? Yes. Then it seems that he's not willing to exchange it. In other words, in his heart, this drop of blood is not as valuable as the original incipient grade fortune divine weapon, said the old man. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was slightly angry. That's not necessarily true. He just doesn't want to give up the fortune divine weapon. I know him. With his personality, he'll definitely come back. He won't give up until he gets this drop of blood. The old man nodded. Then it's even simpler. We can force him to exchange, but this method will not be effective. The best way is to create a perfect trap so that he can't guard against it no matter how hard he tries. He might even fall into our trap the moment he appears. As long as he doesn't use the life and death realms and the gate of the universe, it'll be very easy for the 3 of us to attack him together. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens nodded. Taihao, what do you think? Hierarch Taihao said faintly, it's nothing. We can set it up directly. But can we escape the heavenly law Holy Emperor's eyes? He might even interfere with the original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens said, don't worry too much. Even if he's the Lord, he can't interfere with our freedom. After all, there are 3 of us. It can be considered a very powerful force. If the 3 of them work together, they wouldn't be much weaker than the heavenly law Holy Emperor. Hierarch Taihao didn't say much. He knew that it would be convenient to have 3 people. But if they succeeded, it would be the real trouble. There was only one original incipient grade fortune divine weapon, but they had 3, Hongjun Supergiant. A majestic mountain, a boundless world of mortals. Located at the core of the Hongjun Supergiant was a place called the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. Only the divine emperors on the divine emperor list were qualified to enter this place. This was because this was the place where the Heavenly Law Holy Emperor cultivated in seclusion. The Heavenly Law Holy Emperor was here to find the final mystery of cultivation. This was also the biggest legendary place in the entire Hongjun Star Ocean. A place that billions of creatures yearned for. A god that existed for more than an era was the master of 1/4 of the myriad worlds. The Heavenly Law Holy Palace wasn't big, but it floated in the liquid Hongjun spirit energy. Outside, a middle-aged man descended from the sky and landed in front of the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He said respectfully, Master, 9 Heaven Saint Mother, Hierarch Taihao, and Shang Tian Dao Venerate have been acting strangely recently. No one in the Heavenly Law Holy Palace answered. But the middle-aged god knew that this was a sign for him to continue. They know that the god called Longchen has an original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. 9 Heaven Saint Mother has something that Longchen wants. They are going to steal Longchen's original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. That creation divine weapon is said to have come from Di Jun of the Taihao territory. Di Jun and Longchen are said to have come from a world called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. But according to our investigation, this is an unranked world and has been destroyed by Di Jun. After saying that, the middle-aged god waited patiently for an answer. However, there was still no movement for a long time. He prostrated on the ground and said, Master, please instruct me. Then, countless pale leaves drifted out of the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. Those leaves danced in front of the middle-aged god and finally fell in front of him, forming some words. The middle-aged god looked at them nervously. It said, they can't use that treasure. Don't worry about it. Disciple understands. The middle-aged god knelt again, then stood up and left respectfully, disappearing into the vast sea of primordial spirit energy. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew, and the pale white leaves flew into the air. It wasn't until the gust of wind dissipated that the leaves fell back to the ground and neatly stacked on top of each other. If the middle-aged god was still here, he would probably see that after the pale white leaves fell, they formed 4 words. Dragon Sacrificial Continent. At this moment, Long Chen was standing outside the Hongjun Star Sea. In front of him was the incomparably vast Hongjun Star Sea. They must be setting up a new trap, waiting for me to fall into it. I didn't expect that they would want something like the primordial dragon pagoda, which they can't use. In fact, no one thought that Divine Venerable Taihao only wanted the gate of the universe. They didn't expect his appetite to grow. However, my biggest gain today is seeing the inheritance blood essence. Next is the game. They want the primordial dragon pagoda, and I want the inheritance blood essence. I must take the initiative and not let them lead me by the nose. Otherwise, I will definitely fall into their trap. Not only will I not get the inheritance blood essence, but I will also lose everything. 3 divine venerables working together to deal with him. Long Chen was not in a hurry, but the more anxious he was, the easier it was to fall into their trap. He had a large number of people in his divine nation, and they could gather together to think of a solution. Every day, he came up with a big idea, but none of them was very appropriate. In fact, the key was to face the goddess of the 9 heavens alone. That way, he only needed to defeat her. After all, the inheritance blood essence was with her. She would not give it to them carelessly. They must be suspicious of each other again. The goddess of the 9 heavens wants the primordial dragon pagoda the most, so she will definitely hold on to the inheritance blood essence tightly. If she gives it to someone else, it will be the same as giving away her greatest support. He was sure of that. Next, he had to think about how to separate the goddess of the 9 heavens from them. I suddenly thought of a place, an original incipient realm in the southern star area. Divine Emperor Yu Hua knew the world's best, and many of his ideas came from her. Isn't there only the Hongjun Star Sea in the southern star area? Oh, no, it's an original incipient realm world like Mount Buzhou or Sun Refinement. Even ordinary god spirits can't get close to such a world. In fact, its level is very high, but the spiritual qi is not as thick. So that was the place. Is it far? What's it called? It's near the Hongjun Star Sea. It's called the Heavenly Secret Area. Chapter 30-34. High Heaven's Secret Realm. Hearing about this place, Yu Hua Divine Emperor must have a plan. Long Chen didn't know much about this original incipient grade barren world, but since it was a place similar to the god and devil's Buzhou mountain, it should be huge, mysterious, and terrifying. Everyone quieted down, waiting for Yu Hua Divine Emperor to tell them more about the High Heaven's Secret Realm. Yu Hua Divine Emperor said, "The High Heaven's Secret Realm is not far from here. The gate of the universe must have been there before. With your speed, it will take you a month to get there. But with the gate of the universe, it will take you a while. Let's go and take a look. I will tell you more about it on the way." All right. Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe, making it the divine tool for rapid transportation. When the gate of the universe was activated, Long Chen was in Lingxi's divine country, listening to Yu Hua Divine Emperor talk about the High Heaven's Secret Realm. The High Heaven's Secret Realm is next to the Hongjun Starry Sea. The 2 primeval incipient grade worlds are actually side by side. However, the Hongjun Starry Sea is too bright while the High Heaven's Secret Realm is dark and void. Hence, it is hard to see them. In terms of size, the High Heaven's Secret Realm and the Hongjun Starry Sea are not that different. Listening to her, Long Chen imagined 2 eyes that were similar to Di Jun's eyes. One was as bright as fire while the other was dark and void like a whirlpool. Actually, the Azure Secret Realm has another name. It's called the Universe Beehive. It looks like a beehive. Of course, it's an incomparably huge beehive with countless entrances. But in fact, inside it is the largest and most terrifying maze in the myriad of worlds. The deeper you go, the more bewildering it is, and the harder it is to come out. Thus, for so many years, many gods and devils have been trapped inside and have yet to come out. Long Chen could roughly imagine the appearance of the high heaven's secret realm. Perhaps the Universe Hive was a more appropriate name for him. Rumor has it that the deepest part of the heavenly secret realm is a place that no one has ever reached. Even the heavenly divine emperor doesn't dare to enter. Generally speaking, according to the power of the maze, it is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is where divine kings usually train, it's considered the primary area. The second part is where even divine emperors can't walk out of the maze. The third part is the core area, where even divine emperors don't dare to enter. It's said that the heavenly divine emperor has entered it before, but he came out very quickly. He didn't dare to go deeper. In that case, the real threat to Long Chen and the others should be the third group. Say, in the high heaven's secret realm, can I enter the life and death realms? Can Lingxi use the gate of the universe? This was the question that Long Chen was most concerned about. Yuhua Divine Emperor said, I can't be sure. We need to test it out. I reckon that the first 2 parts should be fine, but the third part doesn't need to be entered at all. If our goal is to separate the Holy Mother of 9 heavens from the 3 of them, this would be the most suitable place. So, let's wait until we arrive and test it out. In that case, Long Chen was still very interested in the high heaven's secret realm. He was curious about what was in the deepest part of the universe beehive. Even the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not dare to enter. As Long Chen grew stronger, there were no more secrets in the myriad realms to him. The origin of the mystical dragons was a huge secret, and the deepest part of the universe beehive seemed to hold such a secret as well. If there's nothing important in the future, we can explore this universe hive. Just as Long Chen thought of this, Lingxi told him that they had arrived at the high heaven's secret realm. He came out of the divine country, which was still some distance away from the high heaven's secret realm. It was because of this that he could see the appearance of the high heaven's secret realm clearly. It was indeed a place as huge as the Hongjun Starry Ocean. However, the Hongjun Starry Ocean was mostly a starry sky, and a small part of it was solid land. The high heaven's secret realm was about the same size as the Hongjun Starry Ocean. It looked huge, but it was actually empty inside. In fact, it was similar to the Hongjun Starry Ocean starry sky, except that it was surrounded by the walls of the hive. As far as the eye could see, in the middle of the black clouds of nothingness was an incomparably huge beehive under their feet. It was a beehive that was as huge as the entire sea of stars. On the beehive, there was an endless number of beehives, each of which was a very regular hexagonal shape. With such a large number of beehives arranged as a whole, it gave off a head-numbing feeling, as if they were countless neat mouths. The Universe Hive. Inside each hive was actually an endless starry sky. Actually, this is a battlefield. It's an excellent place for adventuring, so many gods of Hongjun Starry Sea come here. Of course, one needs to be at least at the Divine King realm to survive here. There are many natural treasures in the Universe Beehive, as well as infinite divine techniques and other treasures dropped by predecessors. Because it's possible to meet randomly here, it's an excellent battlefield. Just like Fiend Celestial Buzhou Mountain, it's a rare place to improve oneself. However, most of the battles on Fiend Celestial Buzhou Mountain are formal and there are people watching. Most of the battles here are life and death battles and treasure battles. Long Chen understood that this was the place he had chosen to fight against the 3 ultimate gods. Looking down, he could roughly see through 2/5 of the Universe Hive. He could see at a glance how many gods there were and how many illusory mazes there were. The remaining 3/5 were all in the illusory maze and were difficult to distinguish. Especially the deepest 1/5, it was probably a place that even the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor would not enter. In addition to those that he could see at a glance, the deepest 2/5 of the universe hive was the battlefield he had chosen. Let's go down and take a look. At Long Chen's realm, there was no need to worry about not being able to enter or leave. He sped down and chose a hive entrance at the center of the entire universe hive. When he landed at the hive entrance, he could no longer see the hexagonal opening around him with the naked eye. The surroundings were already endless grayish-black fog. The whistling sound of the wind rushed up from below like the cry of a monster. It sounded really terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. Long Chen didn't say anything else. After entering the boundless starry sky, he flew deeper and deeper. Once he was inside, he realized that there were even more passageways. In fact, it didn't take long for him to come up with hundreds of millions of options. He was now going deep based on his intuition. In this huge universe hive, to be honest, the ones who felt it the most were Dugu and terrifying. This was because after walking for so long, Long Chen did not see a single person. Of course, he roughly knew that there were hundreds of thousands of godly kings training here. However, compared to this huge universe hive, these godly kings were too small. It would take at least a few years for two of them to meet, or even longer. However, the godly spirits were not in a hurry. They had all the time in the world. A few days later, Long Chen reached the 2/5 of the universe hive he wanted. This was also a place that only godly emperors could reach. After arriving here, the illusionary laws were indeed strengthened. There was a feeling of being everywhere. It was difficult to identify one's position and direction. There were still endless passages around. It was simply driving one crazy. This is the place. Long Chen and Lingxi gave it a try. First, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. As expected, he succeeded. There were no restrictions here. Then, he opened the Death Realm from the inside and returned to the outside of the universe hive. This way, as long as the imprint he left in the depths was still there, he could enter the depths of the Death Realm in a single step. Lingxi also used the Gate of the Universe to come out. At least this proves that 2/5 of the universe hive is an illusionary maze for divine venerables. It's not easy to find people. Except for the two of us, it's also not easy to get out. So, before they arrive, I can set up as many laws as possible in the entire maze so that I can shuttle through the entire heavenly secret realm at any time. This way, both of us will have the ability to move at any time. When the three of them arrive, there will always be a way to separate them, lure them away, and so on. This place was so illusionary. There were no life and death realms nor the gate of the universe. After entering, it would be troublesome to get out. This was indeed the most ideal place for Long Chen. As long as he could move around freely, it was actually a huge advantage. Lingxi asked, but, they must also know about the heavenly secret realm and your plan. This way, they won't come here. Even if they come, they won't want to be separated from each other. Long Chen said, although that's the case, it still depends on how much they desire the primordial dragon pagoda. As long as they desire it enough, they can do anything. At this time, Long Chen could actually issue a challenge to them. He could give it a try and see if they would come. Moreover, Long Chen was sure that they had prepared a new trap. The next step would be to see whose plan had the upper hand. The core point of Long Chen's plan was to separate the Saintess of Nine Heavens from the others. Then, his trump card was the primordial dragon pagoda. During the last battle with Hierarch Taihao, Long Chen consciously didn't use the primordial dragon pagoda. It was very likely that they would underestimate him and think that Long Chen couldn't use the power of the primordial dragon pagoda yet. After all, it was a divine tool of creation at the primordial incipient grade. As for them, as long as they could control Long Chen and prevent him from leaving, they would be able to seize the primordial dragon pagoda with their combined strength. Chapter 30-35. Looking at your 9 heavens Holy Mother's 9 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts, one of them is so special and strange. I don't think you need to set up any traps. As long as your fortune divine artifact attacks Long Chen, he won't dare to escape even if he has the life and death realms and the gate of the universe. The 3 divine venerables were currently gathered in the 9-colored Holy Palace, waiting for news of Long Chen's reappearance. Holy Mother 9 Heavens instantly understood what divine venerables were talking about. Divine Venerables Tai Hao said, "You're talking about the heavenly scroll that asks what love is in the world, right? Indeed, this is the most special of all the creations I know. It doesn't have any offensive effect, but it's like a curse. As long as you fall for it, the effect is really strange. You all know Long Chen. You know that he values friendship the most. Obviously, this is his nemesis." Holy Mother 9 Heavens suddenly giggled. She looked at the 2 of them with a rebuking look and said, "I didn't expect you 2 old guys to be so evil. You even thought of this." "That's right, this is my only semi-original incipient level creations. It's also the one I thought was the most useless creations. I didn't expect it to be useful now. Let me think. That's right. With his personality, as long as he falls for it, he'll definitely be at my mercy. The most terrifying thing about this thing is, if I fall for it, I won't be able to undo it." The heavenly scroll that asks what love is in the world was indeed a strange name, just like the effects of the creations. Divine Venerables Tai Hao said, "I remember that there's only one way to undo this heavenly scroll, and that is to use the life of someone who loves the victim. That person must love the victim deeply. That Long Chen seems to have a wife that he loves dearly. If he loses this person, wouldn't that be worse than killing him? If so, I'm afraid he'll go crazy and take revenge in the future." Holy Mother 9 Heavens and Divine Venerables Tai Hao looked at each other. They had the same opinion. "Tai Hao, you're too cowardly. I know that you only wanted to take back the gate of the universe from the beginning, but now, the 3 of us are on the same side. If you don't make up your mind, how can you succeed? This drop of blood can't be wasted." The Saintess of the 9 Heavens said coldly. "That's enough. Let's not have any internal conflicts. What I mean is, after we get the treasure, we should just kill him to avoid trouble in the future. After all, it's said that the speed at which this person rose to power is unprecedented." Heavenly Tao's sovereign said. "That's right. Kill him," the Holy Mother of 9 Heavens said decisively. "He could not be merciful. Once he was merciful, he might be the one to die in the end." "All right." Honored Divinity Tai Hao nodded, but he knew Di Jun's fate better than the other 2. He was still in awe of him. Things had developed to this point and were no longer under his control. He knew Jyotian Goddess's character the best. The things she desired would make her crazy to a perverted degree. We need to ask Long Chen what love is in this world. Let's see how he answers. The next time he appears, he will definitely come for that drop of blood. Try your best to control him. As long as he falls for it, everything will be settled," the Holy Mother of 9 Heavens said confidently. At this moment, Heavenly Tao's sovereign said, "Holy Mother, he knows that the drop of blood is in your hands. He will definitely target you. I think that in order to prevent the drop of blood from being obtained, it's better to hand it over to me or Tai Hao for safekeeping. That way, even if he succeeds, we won't lose our only hope." Hearing this, Honored Divinity Tai Hao also raised his head. The current situation was that whoever had the essence blood would have the upper hand. After a moment of silence, the Holy Mother of 9 Heavens shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. It's absolutely safe with me. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Heavenly Tao Sovereign smiled coldly. The three of them knew that after obtaining the primordial dragon pagoda, how to divide the spoils would be a big problem. If Long Chen died, the drop of blood would actually be useless. Therefore, Heavenly Tao's sovereign and honored divinity Taihao did not force it. The three of you, come out. At this moment, Long Chen's voice came from above the nine-colored holy palace. This shocked the three ultimate gods. They did not expect Long Chen to return so quickly. Fortunately, they had just finished the design. Get out. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens and the others looked at each other and directly rushed out of the nine-colored holy palace and out of the sacred star. However, on the way, Long Chen's voice came again. I have no intention of fighting with the three of you today. If the three of you have the guts, come to the high heaven's secret land. I will wait for you here. If the three of you take this as a letter of challenge, then this is my letter of challenge. I will be waiting for the three of you. After saying this, Long Chen directly returned to the high heaven's secret land through the gate of the universe. This made the three ultimate gods very excited, but they came out empty-handed. Long Chen's words were transmitted to the entire Nine Heavens sacred planet. Obviously, there were too many people who heard it. Now, the entire Nine Heavens sacred clan was discussing what was going on. This is bad. If this matter spreads, there will be more people who know and want a piece of the pie. Even if we get it in the end, it will be troublesome. Heavenly Tao Sovereign frowned, his face grim. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens watched Long Chen disappear and was slightly angry. She didn't even think about it and said, then it's very simple. Since he has issued a letter of challenge, it means that he wants to fight to the death. There is no benefit in dragging this matter out. Let's go directly to the high heaven's secret land. Hierarch Taihao said, the principle is the same. You two know very well what kind of place the high heaven's secret land is. Obviously, this Long Chen wants to use the high heaven's secret land to separate the three of us, mainly to deal with the Holy Mother. We have our plans and strategies, and he also has his. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens sneered and said, don't you understand? In fact, this is good. We lack the opportunity to fight him head-on. Since we know that he wants to split us up, will you still be separated? We have entered the high heaven's secret land thousands of times, but we are not as familiar as an outsider like him. It can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is indeed more anxious than we are. What we are least afraid of is not that he has set a trap for us, but that he is not interested in that drop of blood and then runs away, never to appear again. I agree. The more anxious he is, the more flaws he will make, especially since he doesn't know what the Holy Mother's heavenly book is. If he wants to split us up, we will have to see if he has the ability to do so. What we lack is an opportunity to fight him head-on. The more he tries to deal with us, the more opportunities we have. Then let's do it. Supremacy Taihao was more familiar with Long Chen. He knew that Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master were looking down on him. He knew that there was no point in saying anything more, but he had a level of caution that even Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master did not have. While everyone was discussing, the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens and the other two had already stealthily moved in the direction of the high heaven's secret land. Of course, that place was also the hive of the universe. These days, Long Chen had been making arrangements inside the hive of the universe, waiting for the arrival of the three. Obtaining the essence blood of inheritance depended on this decisive battle. He left the mark of the death rain everywhere he went. Although the hive of the universe was huge, he was fast and could move quickly. Even the billions of passageways could not trap him. He was constantly building the death rain in the hive of the universe. It would be great if I could trick the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens into the death rain. It's a pity that she knows the use of my death rain, so she will definitely not come in. Time passed quietly, and he could already feel the three gradually approaching. Big brother, how should we separate them? Mo Xiaolang was also prepared. This time, he and Lingxi's strength was needed. The other party must know that our goal is to separate them, so there's actually no way that will definitely work. It all depends on the situation at that time. In any case, we can continue to deal with them here. If we can't succeed in a day, then we'll just have to wait for a few days, a few months, or even a few years. There will definitely be a day when we can deal with them. Long Chen was not anxious at all. However, he was sure that the other party was actually more anxious than him. After all, there were many people who wanted the primordial dragon pagoda, but only Long Chen wanted that drop of essence blood of inheritance. Long Chen could continuously move between half of the hive of the universe, continuously merging his entire body into it. He could appear and disappear from most places at any time. Although some of the marks would disappear after a dozen days, new marks would also be formed. About a month after the declaration of war was issued, 3 peak supreme deities descended above the hive of the universe. They came with great momentum. Many gods and demons outside the hive of the universe saw them, but they dared not come close. They only dared to worship from afar. Each of them was a peak figure in the myriad worlds, controlling billions of living beings. Long Chen. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens' voice reached the billions of hives in the hive of the universe, reverberating throughout the entire hive. It was simply deafening. "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time," Long Chen said lazily. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens and the other 2 gods were naturally not afraid of him. They immediately rushed into the hive of the universe. As expected, the 3 ultimate gods followed them at all times, not daring to leave each other's side. They were very cautious as they moved towards the depths of the hive of the universe. About half a day later, they arrived at the area with more deity emperors, and also the place where Long Chen had set up. Of course, it was too big and chaotic inside. Finding Long Chen's location was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Long Chen entered the death world and searched for their location among the countless marks of the death world. He could roughly sense which mark the ultimate gods were near. Found them. Long Chen immediately locked on to their location. This was his advantage. He knew where they were at all times, but the other party did not. "Let's go find them." "No, let them wander around. Let's wear down their patience first." Long Chen smiled. Chapter 30-36. The Cosmic Hive. Now, Long Chen and the 3 supreme deities were all in the Cosmic Hive, and they were in a similar area. They would not go deeper, but they could easily see through the shallower areas. Naturally, they knew that Long Chen would not be in that area. There were hundreds of millions of densely packed passageways in the dark cosmic hive. The 3 supreme deities were flying through these countless passageways. Finding Long Chen here was much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack for them. After entering the depths of this place and circling around, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens revealed an impatient expression. "Long Chen, you're the one who issued a challenge to the 3 of us here. Why are you hiding here like a tortoise?" Her voice passed through hundreds of millions of passages and echoed in the entire cosmic hive. After hearing her voice, many deity emperors began to look for a way out of the cosmic hive. They could tell that it was one of the supreme deities in Hongjun Star Sea, Saint Mother Jiutian. Isn't Long Chen the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list? There's a declaration of war between them. They want to fight here. A battle between supreme deities. Don't supreme deities rarely fight each other? In fact, it was not because supreme deities rarely fought each other, but because they were too few in number. They were the pinnacle of the myriad worlds and would not fight easily. It's said that there are 3 ultimate gods, Ultimate God Taihao, Saint Mother Jiutian, and Heavenly Tao Master. They've joined forces to besiege Long Chen. We'd better leave quickly, lest we get hurt. It can't be. Isn't Long Chen still a deity emperor? He seems to have defeated Emperor Jun, but he hasn't reached the level of an ultimate god yet. He doesn't seem to have any conflict with them. I heard that he took away Ultimate God Taihao's cosmic gate and refused to return it. That angered Ultimate God Taihao. There's nothing to sympathize with. I can only say that he deserves to die. How dare he occupy the things of a supreme deity, the Tai divine realm. In the cosmic hive, deity emperors and deity kings were leaving in large numbers. About a few days later, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' patience ran out. Long Chen did not appear from beginning to end. She said many times, but there was no response. This was simply a kind of mockery and humiliation. If you don't come out now, it'll be boring. We can only leave. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and the other two ultimate gods were surrounded by an illusory grayish-black fog. It looked simple, but in fact, it had a very strong hallucinogenic effect. The passages in the honeycomb were also constantly changing. This was the best place to hide. What's the rush? At that moment, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang appeared from one of the passageways far behind them. The three ultimate gods suddenly turned around and saw Long Chen's team. The two teams were facing each other in the chaotic cosmic hive. Their gazes collided, and the rules collided. When the two sides met, the space was distorted. The nearby cosmic hive was also distorted. Of course, this was initiated by Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. She had long lost her patience. Now that she finally saw Long Chen, the feeling of being played made her very unhappy. Don't lose your mind. Maybe this is the effect he wants. Heavenly Tao Master reminded her. Okay. As soon as Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens nodded, Long Chen's team immediately took action. There were many passageways around them. Long Chen turned around and went into one of them, while Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi went into another. The two teams quickly disappeared from the three ultimate gods' sight. Where do you think you're going? Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens chased after them. Long Chen was certain that the other party was actually more anxious than he was. Based on that, he would be able to separate them one day as long as he dragged it on. It was not easy to deal with three ultimate gods together. The three ultimate gods chased after Long Chen. However, just as they were about to enter Long Chen's passageway, Divine Taihao suddenly stopped and saw the direction where Lingxi disappeared. Taihao. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and the others were very fast. It seemed that they would soon catch up with Long Chen. However, at this moment, Divine Taihao directly flashed and chased after Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. Taihao, he deliberately separated us, Heavenly Tao Master shouted. Divine Supremacy Taihao didn't listen to him at all. Very quickly, he disappeared before their eyes. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens snorted and said, "It seems that he doesn't want to go with us. He just wants his cosmic gateway. He wants to beat us at our own game. Let's just ignore him. In the end, we will get the original incipient grade creator divine weapon and have one less person to share it with." From the beginning, his role was just to bring Long Chen here. They were always sticking to Long Chen. Long Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Divine Taihao would follow Lingxi and the others after the first time he caused trouble. It seemed that Divine Taihao had some changes in his mind. However, it also saved Long Chen a lot of trouble. It was enough for him to understand Divine Taihao and Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. Next, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang would hold Divine Taihao back. At least, they wouldn't let him get close to Long Chen's battlefield. After all, although the cosmic hive was huge, once a battle between ultimate gods happened, it would cause a huge commotion and be extremely destructive. Even if they attracted Divine Taihao away, he might return during the battle. Therefore, they had to attract him far enough. Divine Taihao must also know what Long Chen's goal was. However, he wanted such an opportunity. Since Long Chen had made such a plan, he had to separate from Lingxi and the others to face Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. Therefore, Lingxi and the others were also taking a risk. They had to compete with Divine Taihao. Divine Taihao seemed to have guessed that Long Chen would do that, so he chased after them with great difficulty. Whether he would catch up and take back the gate of the universe or Lingxi and the others were enough to hold him back, it all depended on the abilities of the two sides. Lingxi had the gate of the universe. With the cooperation of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, Long Chen was quite relieved. Once he couldn't hold Divine Taihao back, Long Chen would let them leave the cosmic hive and stay as far away from Divine Taihao as possible. Then, he was the only one left. Long Chen, is this fun? It seems like there's no end. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens followed behind him at all times. She was getting more and more angry. Interesting. I have plenty of time to play with you. Then you'll never get that drop of blood. You'll never get what I have. It's the same. Long Chen said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of making a mistake? Perhaps Divine Taihao will catch your two helpers. Moreover, if I make a big noise, he'll come back. That's not for you to worry about. Long Chen smiled coldly. Don't provoke me. I'm still polite to you now. I only want that original incipient grade creator divine weapon. But if you provoke me, it won't be as simple as that creator divine weapon. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens gritted her snow-white teeth. What? Do you still want my people? Long Chen turned his head and smiled casually. It's your life. It had been a long time since Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens heard someone talk to her in such a tone. She was holy, noble, and eternal. She was the supreme God. Usually, all she heard was worship, and compliment. Then I don't have to worry. Otherwise, it won't be good if word gets out that you're robbing the cradle. Long Chen laughed. In fact, in terms of speed, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was already very fast. She had surpassed Long Chen and seemed to be about to catch up. Humph! Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' eyes spun rapidly. A fierce chase ensued. After asking Lingxi's side, they still kept a certain distance from Hierarch Taihao. Long Chen was relieved. Seeing that Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was still so crazy, he suddenly had an idea. He avoided Heavenly Venerate and talked to Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens in private. Let's discuss it. To be honest, you know that there's no end to this. We can't do anything to each other. I can only accept a one-on-one fight with you. If I win, that drop of blood will be mine. If you win, the primordial dragon pagoda will be yours. You don't have to share it with the other two. This is a matter between you and me. There's no need to involve others. What do you think? Long Chen knew Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens from her reputation. She was definitely a person who valued money as much as her life. Such a person would be willing to share the primordial dragon pagoda with others if she was so eager to get it. Because of this, Long Chen was certain that he could succeed in this cosmic hive. After all, the other three were not of one mind. They each had their own ideas. For example, Heavenly Venerate beside her was actually the first trap for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. After that failure, he was now a fighting force for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. However, the problem was that Long Chen had the life and death realms. He would not allow them to surround him. It's called the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, right? Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was not in a hurry to agree to Long Chen. Instead, she muttered the name of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda without batting an eyelid. However, she knew very well that Hierarch Taihao was getting farther and farther away. Just like that, the chase continued for half a day. The farther Hierarch Taihao was, the more difficult it was for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and the other two to surround Long Chen. Long Chen knew that she must have been struggling internally during this time. For you to reach this point, you must know the principle of seeking wealth from danger. Only by following my bottom line will you have this opportunity. Are you afraid of me? The greatest temptation that Long Chen gave her was the opportunity to occupy the primordial dragon pagoda alone. She could directly obtain it and even refine it, surpassing heavenly venerate and hierarch Tai Hao. This was a huge opportunity. Looking back, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' colorful eyes were already filled with an incomparably intense divine light. I'll fight. The problem is, how will you shake off heavenly venerate? Long Chen smiled. He had finally achieved his goal. Chapter 30-37. It'll be easy as long as you agree to it. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly changed directions. Although there were hundreds of millions of passageways around them, they could roughly identify which passageways led to the depths of the cosmic hive with their realm. Long Chen's current direction was towards the depths of the cosmic hive. What do you think he's trying to do? Heavenly Tao Master looked puzzled. I don't know. I don't dare to enter the depths of the cosmic hive. He's trying to go all out. Let's give it a try. What we can withstand is definitely stronger than a divine emperor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The three experts chased each other through the cosmic hive at a terrifying speed. They passed through millions of passageways, broke through countless mystic realms, and directly entered the depths of the cosmic hive toward the chaos. Good boy, you've got guts, Heavenly Tao Master shouted angrily. It was simply a matter of life and death. After a long time, Lingxi had lured divine Tai Hao far enough away. At that moment, Long Chen had entered the most dangerous area of the cosmic hive. In front of him was a gray void that condensed into illusory images in the endless void. They were like pupae hidden in the deepest part of the cosmic hive. When Long Chen crashed into the image, there was a chaotic law hidden within. It was an illusory and dormant law that was strong enough to affect Long Chen. Defy the heavens and change my fate. Long Chen instantly woke up and came out of the illusion. Just as he came out, Saint Mother of Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master also entered at the same time. Saint Mother, this area is a great opportunity for us. There will definitely be an illusion that will keep him. When that time comes, we'll see what is love in the world. No problem. The two of them looked very confident. At least, that was how Saint Mother of Nine Heavens acted. Long Chen won't be so stupid if he's confident to come here. Then, they went deeper and deeper. The illusions, laws, and even the attack power hidden in the cosmic hive became more and more terrifying. It was enough to make an ultimate god depressed. Has Long Chen gone mad? Holy Mother Jiutian exclaimed. You still dare to charge down? Heavenly Tao's sovereign was also anxious. He can't be messing with us. I remember that his life and death realms can be opened here, so he can leave at any time. It looks like he wants to lure us into the depths of this place. What good is that for him? If you get lost here, he will never be able to obtain what he wants. The Heavenly Lord had many questions in his heart, but Long Chen was right in front of him. Just like them, he was struggling in the illusion, and he would catch up soon. At that time, with such a distance, the Heavenly Lord was confident that he could help the Holy Mother of the Ninth Heaven succeed before Long Chen entered the death reign. Heavenly Tao Lord had the same idea as Divine Lord Tai Hao. He wanted to play along. Seize the opportunity. In any case, don't let him enter the death world. We have to chase after him fiercely and catch him before he goes too deep. The Nine Heaven Saintess' eyes flickered. She sped up again without any hesitation. This is already quite deep. Perhaps even the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor has not reached this level. The Heavenly Lord was still a little excited. This was too crazy. In his heart, Long Chen and the Nine Heaven Saintess were both crazy people. At this point, the illusion was like a quagmire. The three of them struggled in the illusion. Once, when Long Chen rushed out of the illusion, he found the Nine Heaven Saintess beside him. Don't think about leaving. Under the Nine Heaven Saintess bewitchment, the Heavenly Lord did not stop even at this point. What made him depressed was that Long Chen was still charging down, as if he did not want to live anymore. Chase. The Nine Heaven Saintess followed. The further down they went, the terrifying level reached. Even the Heavenly Lord could not help but tremble. He was not sure if he could leave this place, but Long Chen continued to provoke and chase him. Saintess, are we still going down? The Heavenly Lord felt that it was a pity that he had wasted several good opportunities. One time, he had almost trapped Long Chen. The Nine Heaven Saintess had been talking to him, but this time, she was charging ahead expressionlessly. This made the Heavenly Lord feel strange. Suddenly, his face paled. He opened his eyes, and the Nine Heaven Saintess turned into a jet of light and disappeared in front of him. It's fake. Where was the real Nine Heaven Saintess? The Heavenly Lord did not know that the Nine Heaven Saintess had disappeared, and that a deceiving thing had appeared next to him. While he was dumbfounded, Long Chen turned around and smiled. You still don't understand? You've been tricked. The Nine Heaven Saintess didn't want to share the original incipient grade creator divine weapon with you. It's a shame that you chased her this deep. She's long gone. Now, I'm not going to accompany you. I have to go fight with the Nine Heaven Saintess. If I lose, the item will belong to her alone. As for you, be obedient and slowly walk around here. I hope you can get out. The inside was different from the outside. While Long Chen and the Nine Heaven Saintess were fighting, the god race needed to be far enough to not be able to return. The Heavenly Lord, on the other hand, would need half a day to get out. After all, they had been here for several days. The Nine Heaven Saintess had left long ago. She had even found a good place to wait for Long Chen. You. The Heavenly Lord was furious. The Nine Heaven Saintess was crazy for a treasure. She had even deceived him. But the current situation was the truth. Don't think you can deal with me like this. Be it you or the Saintess, just wait and see. When the Heavenly Lord pounced on him, Long Chen quickly entered the death world. You should think about how to get out of this place. Long Chen's voice kept echoing in the Heavenly Lord's ears. He was so angry that he was about to explode. When he thought about the Nine Heaven Saintess making a deal with him alone, this Long Chen is really good. He actually understands the Saintess character. Although the situation has changed, in the end, she was still separated. This Long Chen is really good. The Heavenly Lord gradually calmed down. He knew that the most important thing now was to get out of this place. It should be this direction. He was about to leave. At that moment, a terrifying feeling descended. Ever since the Heavenly Lord became an ultimate god, he had never experienced such a feeling. His face suddenly turned paler and his body trembled. He looked down and saw a shadow crawling towards his direction. The pale eyes in the abyss made the Heavenly Lord afraid and unable to move. At that moment, one could clearly see a look called extreme fear in his eyes. Finally, Long Chen came out of the death world. Before this, he confirmed that Lingxi was still fighting with Hierarch Tai Hao to buy time for him. Although she and Mo Xiaolang were constantly being suppressed by Hierarch Tai Hao, they had the gate of the universe to teleport, so they would be fine. In fact, Divine Tai Hao obviously knew that they were buying time. Most importantly, Hierarch Tai Hao did not care about Long Chen and the Nine Heavens Holy Mother at all. Ling Shi and the others were stalling for time, giving Hierarch Tai Hao an opportunity. He knew that his time was limited. He had to reclaim his gate of the universe before the Nine Heavens Holy Mother could determine the outcome of the battle. The more he delayed, the more he liked it. He was most afraid that Lingxi and the others would use the gate of the universe to leave the heaven's secret land. As for the Heavenly Lord, he seemed to be struggling in the depths of the cosmic hive. Finally, the opportunity came. Long Chen found the location of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens in the mark of the Death Rain. She was also very cooperative, deliberately finding a place that even Heavenly Tao Sovereign and Divine Taihao Sovereign would find difficult to reach. She stood in the void, and the jewel on her body shone brightly, making her the brightest goddess in this black space. At that moment, Long Chen came from afar and stood in front of her. "I thought you weren't coming." The Nine Heaven Saintess smiled. The opportunity was too perfect. She found that she was only one step away from the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. "Of course. You can ask around and you will know that I have always been the most honest and trustworthy," said Long Chen casually. Of course, it was his first time fighting an ultimate god alone. Last time, Divine Taihao and the other two worked together, so it was different. "I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Could it be that you have the original incipient grade creator divine weapon?" asked the Nine Heaven Saintess tentatively. In fact, that was the last thing she wanted to see. That was because Long Chen would be hard to deal with. However, when she thought about how Di Jun was defeated by Long Chen even though he had the original incipient grade creator divine weapon, she understood that it was hard for divine emperors like them to control the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Moreover, the Nine Heaven Saintess was different from ordinary ultimate gods. Her tricks were endless and extremely mysterious. Perhaps Long Chen could fight against other ultimate gods, but he would be in danger if he encountered the Nine Heaven Saintess' endless tricks. Maybe he hasn't realized it yet. It was Long Chen's ability to turn a complicated situation into a simple battle. Now that he finally had this chance, Long Chen forgot everything else. In his eyes, there was only the Nine Heaven Saintess. "I heard that the Saintess has 9 eternal grade creator divine weapons. It seems that today is going to be an eye-opener." The fighting blood in Long Chen's body was boiling. The ghost blood curse was already in front of him. "I want this weapon of yours too. Anyone who touches it will die. It's scary and has endless potential. Also, when you see all my creator divine weapons, you will regret it," the Nine Heaven Saintess laughed. Chapter 30-38. The Cosmic Hive Battlefield. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, two ultimate gods were fighting there. The aura of an ultimate god swept across and shook the entire cosmic hive, causing the walls to tremble violently, forming waves and howling winds. The path to the cosmic hive was even changing. Fortunately, most of the nearby divine emperors knew that they would fight there, so they had long tried to leave the place so that they would not be inadvertently affected by the battle between the ultimate gods. The entire cosmic hive seemed to have expanded due to the confrontation between Long Chen and Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. It was as if it would explode at any time. "Save me." Just when Ninth Heaven Saint Mother was about to make a move, a shrill voice suddenly came from the depths of the cosmic hive. It was the voice of Heavenly Tao Lord. It was unimaginable that such an ultimate god would actually utter such a word, and with such a degree of despair. Even a Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor would not be able to make him look like that. "Don't worry about him. It's just a little trick to find our location." Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's entire body was shrouded in a 9-colored halo. Behind her dignified and noble face was a 9-colored halo. She was a very well-known deity in the myriad worlds and was very high profile. Apart from her gorgeous long dress, there were also 9 long ribbons wrapped around her, spreading out and adding endless colors and beauty to her. Sure enough, the Heavenly Tao Paragon only let out a cry, and then no other sound came out. Long Chen also felt that Bu might have made him cry for help, and there was an 80% chance that he was trying to think of a way to come out from the depths. Boom! At that moment, 9 peach blossoms bloomed beside Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. Those peach blossoms were colorful and had the same shining light as Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. Under the guidance of Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's smile, the 9 glowing peach blossoms gradually evolved. Those were all creation divine weapons. Long Chen could already feel it. The pressure brought by the 9 creation divine weapons was terrifying even to him at that moment. Those divine emperors who were still in the cosmic hive must have been affected by this pressure and dared not move. Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst the 9 heavens divine mother's smile, 9 kinds of creation artifacts appeared and revolved around her. From the looks of it, when Long Chen was still in the dragon sacrificial continent, the 9 heavens divine mother was definitely the closest to the image of a god in his imagination. 9 heavens 8 trigrams, Time Horsetail Whisk, Peachwood Sword, Good Fortune Gourd, Demonic Mirror, Star River Pearl, Ask the World What is Love? Heavenly Book, Great Demonic Heart Bell, 9-colored stone. As the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens introduced softly and proudly, 9 eternal creation divine artifacts appeared. Generally speaking, each of them was not inferior to the Ghost Blood Curse and the Heaven Sacrificing Spear. There was a spinning 8 trigrams, a floating silver thread in her hand that looked like the Milky Way, an ordinary-looking wooden sword decorated with peach blossoms, a gray gourd, a mirror hidden in the black fog, a gem that looked like a starry sky embedded in the crown on her head, a book that slowly opened behind her, a bronze bell that she used as an earring, and a 9-colored stone embedded in a ring. Even the people in the kingdom of God could not help but exclaim when they saw the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful. Of course, that kind of beauty was a terrible killer to Long Chen. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens was such a beautiful weapon. Throughout the ages, countless experts and geniuses had died in her hands because of her beauty. I've never been unable to get what I want. After saying that, the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens who was controlling the 9 eternal level creation divine artifacts officially ignited the ultimate god battle. It was Long Chen's first official battle against an ultimate god. 9 heavens reincarnation. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens had a cold expression on her face as she waved her hand. The huge 9 heavens 8 trigrams pressed down on Long Chen. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens rule power was displayed in it, causing the 8 trigrams to spin and form 9 kinds of vortexes. Each vortex had a picture of the 8 trigrams and was a reincarnation cycle. Within the reincarnation cycle was the origin of purification. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens was not weaker than Hierarch Taihao even with a casual move. Wherever the 9 heavens reincarnation went, even the void that did not exist was distorted and shattered. However, the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens was obviously not satisfied. Her fighting style was a system of its own. If one really had to use a word to describe it, it would be crazy bombardment. Just as the reincarnation of the 9 heavens was released, the second fortune divine artifact was already used in the next instant. The 9 heaven Saint Mother's rules were basically built on the foundation of fortune divine artifacts. The art of changing the sea into mulberry fields. In her left hand, the horsetail whisk that was as long as the Milky Way was swung out and closely followed the 9 heavens reincarnation technique. The horsetail whisk suddenly turned into an overwhelming torrent. What shocked Long Chen was that it was the power to accelerate time. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens did not have the rule of time, but Long Chen understood that she might be the same as Lingxi. Her Chimen Duanjia technique was similar to Lingxi's heavenly rule spiritual art. They were both nomological rules that could simulate other nomological rules. Moreover, the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens attainments in this aspect clearly surpassed Divine Empress Ling Su. Perhaps the source of Divine Empress Ling Su was the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens reincarnation technique and the torrent of vicissitudes were enough for Long Chen to resist. In the face of this surging attack, he gritted his teeth and was ready to try to deal with the other party's crazy bombardment. The sacrificial spear appeared in his left hand and faced the Ghost Blood Curse. The Ghost Blood Curse was filled with monstrous blood qi, while the sacrificial spear was filled with the light of punishment that shone like the light of Hierarch Taihao. The light of punishment was like a sharp sword that pierced through the night, turning the void of the cosmic hive into day. Death tribulation. Blood-red eyes and a crazy sea of blood. The ghost blood curse swung its sword and the endless sea of blood condensed into the power of a sword aura, condensing into a dragon-shaped sword aura. It was as though a divine dragon was running and fiercely collided with the Nine Heavens reincarnation technique. It was the first time the two clashed head-on in the cosmic hive. Rumble. The cosmic hive trembled violently. After all, the power of an ultimate god was too fierce. The most terrifying thing was that the aftermath of the battle directly entered the hundreds of millions of passageways in the cosmic hive, forming a destructive force. Those divine emperors who were still nearby were probably in a miserable state and might even lose their lives. The death tribulation barely tore the Nine Heavens reincarnation technique apart, but it still had the upper hand. On the other hand, the law of vicissitudes dissipated when Long Chen touched it with the sacrificial spear before the terrifying torrent arrived. Currently, Long Chen's attainments in time had reached an extremely high level. In terms of time law, the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was merely displaying her slight skill in front of an expert. Oh, humph. The first move was fine, but the second move was so easily broken. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was embarrassed, but she did not panic. Not bad. You can take 2 moves from me. You're barely qualified to be my opponent. You have to be careful next. Don't let me kill you. Come on. Long Chen's face was calm. The previous battle had yet to pass. He had to admit that the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was indeed a very good training target, as she had too many tricks up her sleeves. Long Chen had to use Lingxi's heavenly rule to imagine how powerful the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was. Flying peach blossoms. The third move was the peachwood sword. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens danced in the void as the surrounding peach blossoms danced. Her dance was beautiful and mesmerizing. However, the lethality was hidden deep within. Right after that beautiful dance, the sword struck out. In an instant, everywhere Long Chen could see was shrouded in peach blossoms. Upon a closer look, each peach blossoms contained killing intent of the law. Long Chen was surrounded by layers of killing intent. However, the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens did not stop there. Fog of creation. As soon as the flying peach blossoms appeared, she took control of the gray gourd. Under her control, the gourd suddenly spewed out endless gray mist. The mist seemed to have tiny lifeforms, instantly filling up all the places that Long Chen could reach. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens seemed to have complete control over this place. Long Chen did not know what terrifying effects the fog of creation would have. But in the next instant, the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens laughed coldly and attacked again. Nine Heavens Mirror Art. This time, he used his demonic mirror. It was a strange eternal-grade divine weapon shrouded in black mist. Under the control of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens, it appeared between Long Chen and the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. The surface of the mirror was like a piece of glass. In front of it was Long Chen, and behind it was the dancing Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. She looked like a fairy, like a fairy, like a fairy. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was actually called the Nine Heaven Saintess when she was very young. Long Chen did not have time to watch the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens performance. He had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the flying peach blossoms and the fog of creation, let alone the Nine Heavens Mirror Art. It made Long Chen deeply understand that he would definitely lose that day if he did not have that final trick. At that moment, he was just wondering if he could withstand the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens under normal circumstances. It seemed that he could not. At that moment, the peachwood sword's millions of peach blossoms flew towards Long Chen. The mist of creation condensed into a long snake and coiled around Long Chen. Long Chen roughly understood that the mist of creation's rule was corrosion. Even if it was an ultimate god, one's divine body would be corroded and would not be able to recover. He could only protect himself. He was about to use the sky-burying coffin, but he did not expect the demonic mirrors and nine heavens mirror art to fall on him first. At that moment, he found that his body could not move. Through the demonic mirror, he could see the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens smiling at him. He could not help but smile back at her. It was uncontrollable. Chapter 30-39. The magical part of the ninth heaven mirror image technique was that Long Chen and the ninth heaven Saint Mother were on the two sides of the ninth heaven mirror image technique through the demonic mirror image technique. In the corresponding positions, the ninth heaven Saint Mother's laws would directly descend on Long Chen. This was a strange law similar to Lingxi's heavenly spirit art. In fact, there was no way to defend against it. As for its terrifying effect, when the projection of the ninth heaven mirror technique was successful, the ninth heaven Holy Mother would bind Long Chen. Long Chen's body seemed to be entangled by billions of threads. The other party used these threads to entangle Long Chen like a puppet. On both sides of the magic mirror, whatever the ninth heaven Holy Mother did, Long Chen would do under her control. If the nine heavens Divine Mother didn't move, Long Chen would be imprisoned. When the ninth heaven mirror image technique descended on his body through the demonic mirror, Long Chen realized how terrifying the ninth heaven Saint Mother's new round of nomological bombardment was. She was a very smart woman. When the ninth heaven mirror image technique succeeded, it was actually the time when two of her nomological laws erupted. Peach blossoms flew everywhere, and the mist of good fortune descended in an instant. Nine heaven Saint Mother had no qualms about killing Long Chen. If she didn't believe that Long Chen would die, she could just take the primordial dragon pagoda. Her intention to kill was clear. She was worried that Long Chen would take revenge on her in the future. For the primordial dragon pagoda, this was her only choice. Perish. Nine heaven Saint Mother sneered. Even Long Chen could only sneer along with her. Up until now, the battlefield had always been under her control. Wang. At that moment, Long Chen had already been submerged by the creation mist spat out by the creation gourd. At the same time, hundreds of millions of peach blossom sword chi attacked his body. In fact, Saint Mother of the ninth heaven was very confident with the help of the ninefold mirror technique. The moment the ninth heaven mirror technique succeeded, she knew that she had succeeded. There's no need for that trump card at all. Just the ninth heaven mirror image technique is enough for him to escape. Moreover, it's not easy for him to get the chance to fight me alone, so he won't run away so easily. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens knew that this was the best opportunity for her to kill Long Chen. Under the mist of creation and the peach blossom sword auras tearing, she was confident that even other ultimate gods would be severely injured if they were restrained. These were the many benefits of her laws and the destinable divine artifact. In fact, all of her nomological laws combined to form the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. You eyesore, disappear into thin air. Don't even think about escaping my grasp again. The peachwood sword seemed like a wonderful thing, but it was actually one of the ninth heaven saint's killer moves. Especially when combined with the mist of creation, it could tear the body of an ultimate god into pieces. She knew in her heart that as long as the magic mirror's ninth heaven mirror image technique was still projected onto Long Chen's body, he wouldn't be able to resist and could only wait for death. At the critical moment. Suddenly, when Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was the most relaxed and couldn't help but smile at her masterpiece, the ninth heaven mirror image technique was suddenly broken without any warning. Then, in the next moment, an aura that made Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens fear and desire descended. She saw a light appear inside the mist of creation. It was the divine power of the original incipient grade creator divine weapon that she desired the most. As soon as this original incipient grade creator divine weapon appeared, it directly suppressed the divine power of her 9 eternal-grade creator divine weapons. This was the reason why she wanted the original Dragon Pagoda so much. The value of the original Dragon Pagoda surpassed her 9 creator divine weapons. However, this made her respect it because it wasn't a good thing that Long Chen could control this original incipient grade creator divine weapon. It meant that it would be more difficult for her to get it. However, to a person who considered treasures more important than her own life, its appearance was enough to make Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens go crazy. She couldn't help but laugh. The most obvious thing was that the light in her colorful eyes became fiercer. Boom! All of a sudden, her magic mirror was blown away. It wailed and shrank into a dressing mirror, returning to Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens' hand. Boom! After continuous explosions, the peach sword energy bounced back. Under such circumstances, the peach-wood sword in Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens' hand was shaking. However, Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens didn't care about these details. She directly retrieved the peach-wood sword and turned it into a wooden hairpin. She inserted it into her hair and tied up her long, black hair. In the end, the creation mist retreated, and the creation gourd also let out a mournful wail, drawing a long arc in the air. The mighty eternal-grade creation divine artifact was actually wailing at the feet of the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens like a little beast. They were all broken. Suddenly, Long Chen tore the mist of creation with his bare hands and rushed out. He didn't look any different from before, but Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens knew that he had changed. His body had fused with a creator divine weapon. That creator divine weapon seemed to stick to his body and protect him, making him invulnerable and able to resist any principles. At the same time, Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens felt that Long Chen's power had skyrocketed. The original incipient grade creator divine weapon's creator divine power had fused with the invisible dragon Qi in Long Chen's body and created an immense power. In terms of power, Long Chen could be compared to an ultimate god or even beyond that. At that moment, a pagoda pattern appeared on Long Chen's body. The invisible divine dragon moved around his body and his divine aura rose. Even the 9-colored Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens was subdued in front of him. She was like a mortal woman. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens is stronger than I thought. I have to use the primordial dragon pagoda now. That was Long Chen's last thought. If he didn't use the primordial dragon pagoda and his body was still confined, he would be hurt badly. Perfect. Even more perfect than I thought. I want it. It's mine. Long Chen, such a perfect woman, at this time, revealed an incomparable desire in her eyes. I told you, you can't control it. Even though Long Chen had only said a few words, due to the existence of the primordial dragon pagoda, even a single word from him was dignified. It was as if he could control and destroy everything in the world with just a single word. I don't believe it. Then let's try. When Long Chen was enraged, it was a nightmare for Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he had become. It was the first time he used the primordial dragon pagoda. He and Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens attacked at almost the same time. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens had many fortune divine weapons. She went crazy and used them almost at the same time. Reincarnation of the 9 Heavens. World of Changes. 9th Heaven Mirror Technique. Fog of Creation. Flying Peach Blossoms. 5 kinds of rules and 5 eternal rank fortune divine weapons were used at the same time. She was amazing in this aspect and had abundant divine power. But that wasn't her limit. When the reincarnation of the 9 Heavens descended, when the time torrent rolled, when the demonic mirror showed its power again, when the fog of creation shrouded again, and when the endless sword Qi of peach blossoms swept across the entire cosmos hive, Divine Lord Taihao had already known about the battle. He was just trying to deal with Lingxi and the others. Boom! Boom! Even from outside the cosmos hive, one could see the entire cosmos hive shaking violently. That was the god-level rules that could shake an original incipient realm world. Galaxy Destruction Technique. This was a new set of rules, and its tyrannical degree surpassed everything that the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens had done before. The Fortune Divine artifact she used was the crown on her head. The crown was very thin, and it didn't take up much space. However, there was an incomparably different star river pearl that seemed to contain an endless starry sky. At that moment, amidst the chaos, the galaxy pearl rushed toward Long Chen under Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' furious and fanatical fighting style. It then exploded in front of Long Chen. That explosion was like the explosion of the entire galaxy. Boom! Everything was drowned in the endless chaos. However, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens didn't stop. She was too anxious. She had always fought like this. No one could stop her in this way. The addition of the Galaxy Pearl made the destruction here reach its limit. Before Long Chen could rush out, he was drowned by the violent woman's attacks. However, she was far from stopping. Billions of inner demons. At this moment, the bronze bell hanging on her ear began to vibrate. It rang 9 times in a row, each louder than the last. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even Ling Shi could hear the sound of the bell. Furthermore, she was affected by her inner demons and was almost struck by Hierarch Tai Hao's attack. You have many inner demons. Let them drown you. The sound of the inner demons penetrated the primordial dragon pagoda and resounded in Long Chen's body. Frankly speaking, compared to the billions of inner demons, even the galaxy destruction technique was nothing. Billions of demons appeared in his heart. Their disturbing voices were everywhere. Countless inner demons were born around his Yuanshen. Inside the heart of rule, they all headed for the Yuanshen of the Void Dragon. As long as the inner demons kill his Yuanshen, he will die for sure. The primordial dragon pagoda won't be able to protect his body. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens thought excitedly. Billions of inner demons were like evil spirits, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. According to Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' estimation, Long Chen was already in endless pain. Inner demons made people think of sad things and couldn't extricate themselves. Die. The Yuanshen of the Void Dragon seemed extremely fragile. Billions of inner demons rushed up like a black tide. Countless sharp claws were about to tear the Yuanshen apart. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was the most excited. However, at that moment, the primordial spirit of the Void Ether Dragon opened its eyes. When the inner demons were about to strike, a pagoda appeared on the Void Ether Dragon's body and completely protected it. Buzz! The pagoda shook. Billions of inner demons were destroyed. Chapter 30-40. The primordial dragon pagoda not only protected Long Chen's body, but also his primordial spirit. Such a petty trick couldn't do anything to Long Chen. However, this trick angered Long Chen. In fact, he had already given the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens plenty of chances, but she still refused to come to her senses. You brought this upon yourself. Long Chen's anger was driven by the primordial dragon pagoda's monstrous power. At that moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. As the Milky Way was destroyed and everything collapsed, Long Chen suddenly turned into an immemorial bloodline dragon. What is this? Saintess Jiutian was already gloomy after her inner demon was broken, but the dragon Long Chen had turned into had exceeded the limits of her imagination. However, she didn't even have the chance to think as Long Chen made his move at this moment. Death Tribulation. Boom! The boundless death tribulation and the blood sea spread behind Long Chen's immemorial bloodline dragon. This dragon rushed out of the blood sea, bringing with it an endless bloody and murderous aura. This was a divine dragon swinging its tail. The last time this tail was used to attack was the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. This time, it was many times stronger, especially under the immense power of the primordial dragon pagoda. In Saintess Jotian's eyes, the giant beast emerged from the blood sea and swung its tail. The dragon's tail turned into a giant sword as if the entire blood sea was condensed on the sword. Then, it slashed out as if it could cut the heavens and the earth, tearing the space in the cosmic hive in half. Countless passageways in the surroundings were destroyed by the terrifying destructive power. Impossible. How can a divine emperor have such power? Saint Mother of the Ninth Heaven was stunned. She was confident that she could destroy Long Chen with several fate divine artifacts, but now she saw that the 9 heavens 8 trigrams, time horsetail whisk, galaxy pearl, mahogany sword, gourd of good fortune, and other fate divine artifacts were all defeated by the divine dragon's tail. They became dim and dull, and all her rule laws were completely destroyed by this killing tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the cosmic hive was unprecedentedly shaken. Countless passageways were torn apart, and many divine emperors were running away. Ah! Saint Mother of the 9 heavens watched in disbelief as everything was destroyed. When Long Chen rushed out of her whirlpool of attacks and landed on her head, she felt the threat of death. At this moment, she had even forgotten about the primordial dragon pagoda. All that was left was a fear of the divine dragon in her bloodline. Long Chen relied on the primordial dragon pagoda to barely reach this stage. It was still difficult for him to control the primordial dragon pagoda at his current level. If he wanted to win and obtain the 9th ancestral dragon's blood inheritance, he had to end the battle quickly. Arriving above Saintess Jotian, he did not hold back at all. At this moment, the power of the primordial dragon pagoda erupted once again. Right in front of Saintess Jotian, Long Chen transformed from the primordial blood spirit dragon into the illusory void cosmic dragon. However, the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens, whose emotions were fluctuating greatly, was still like a madwoman. She even rushed to attack in front of Long Chen. Perhaps due to her fear, she had already pinned everything on the rules. At this moment, she raised a hand, and the eternal great fortune divine artifact on her finger, the 9-color stone, suddenly erupted with 9 incomparably intense rays of light, even penetrating the endless space and completely submerging Long Chen. The light of primordial chaos. Get lost. Long Chen was too close and she was too flustered. That was why she wanted to use the laws to force Long Chen away. In the burst of light from the 9-color stone on her ring, 9 kinds of colors suddenly converged. After mixing, they unexpectedly became white. An unprecedentedly strong white light pierced through everything and stabbed towards Long Chen like a sword. One had to admit that Saintess Jotian's knowledge was too complicated. However, her endless means were probably very powerful even among the ultimate gods. No wonder she could suppress ultimate god Taihao and heavenly Tao Master. Even if she was going all out, the light of primordial chaos was so fierce. If Long Chen did not have the primordial dragon pagoda, he knew that he would not be able to withstand it. However, the heart of great void. The illusory primordial dragon pagoda surrounded the illusory void cosmic dragon. Just as the light of primordial chaos pierced towards him, the void cosmic dragon curled up into a reincarnation in the void like some kind of heart. His entire body was the heart of great void. Bang! The heart of great void violently beat again. An invisible wave of light swept across. Time stop. The light of primordial chaos stopped in front of Long Chen. It did not stab into his body. It just stayed like that forever. The heart of the great void was actually a type of transformation. The greater the area where it could stop time, the more concentrated the flow of time in the most central location, which was the enemy's position. The endless weave's time stop caused the flow of time in that location to accelerate billions of times. At that moment, Saintess Jotian, who could not move, personally felt an indescribable fear. She was a woman who loved beauty, but this instant of time acceleration made her truly experience the madness of time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time was billions of times faster in her body. She saw with her own eyes that her lifespan was fading away. Everything was consumed. Even her immortal face began to age. Her supreme god-level body began to collapse. How terrifying that was. No, no. It was a kind of mournful plea. Saintess Jiutian no longer looked like a perfect goddess. She became a pitiful woman who cried. Only then did Long Chen appear in front of her. Of course, the heart of Great Void was still beating. He controlled her life and death with the primordial dragon pagoda. Do you see this? This is the real power of time. I lost. I lost. Saintess Jiutian looked at him with teary eyes. Even her tears were colorful. From her pitiful look, one could see her deep regret. The passing of time was her nightmare. She was not stupid. She had experienced it herself. She believed that in just a quarter of an hour, she would become a skeleton. Billions of years of lifespan dissipated. It's good that you know you've lost, Long Chen said. I beg you, let me go. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought for what's yours. I'm willing to admit defeat. Even if Long Chen did not let her go, he would still get the inherited meridian blood. That was for sure. Therefore, after experiencing the torture of time, she wanted Long Chen to spare her life. Although she had changed a lot, Long Chen knew the power of the heart of Great Void. Perhaps she cared too much about things like lifespan and time. However, he did not really want to kill the other party. After all, the other party was a member of Hongjun Star Sea. Moreover, every ultimate god was precious. Killing one would mean one less. In the future, they could be used to fight against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Another thing was, the primordial dragon pagoda could not hold on any longer. That was all Long Chen could do. This was his limit. He quietly withdrew the heart of the Great Void, and everything returned to normal. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens collapsed at his feet. Although she was the Holy Mother, she was still sweating profusely at this moment. She panted heavily in front of Long Chen, and her face was almost pale. Her colorful eyes were still filled with endless shock, and she could not extricate herself from it. I'll say it again. I'm not lying to you. This primordial dragon pagoda belongs to the dragon sacrificial continent. Without our bloodline, no one else can use it. In this world, apart from Di Jun, there's only me. Now that Di Jun is dead, I'm the only one left. Also, according to our bet, you should give me that drop of blood. Oh, Jiutian Saintess responded blankly. She then looked up at Long Chen numbly. Long Chen was standing in front of her. To be honest, he was relieved to be able to defeat her. Of course, it was because of the primordial dragon pagoda. In the future, he must master it better. Now that the primordial dragon pagoda had disappeared, it would be some time before it could be used again. Under Long Chen's gaze, Jiutian Saintess struggled to stand up. She took a deep breath and regained her original coldness and calmness. Of course, she still had the demeanor of a dignified goddess. To be honest, her temperament was similar to Lingxi's. It was just that she was too lustful and lost some of her beauty. Give me that drop of blood. Please take care of me in the future. Long Chen did not want to ruin their relationship. Yes, you deserve it. Jiutian Saintess was stupefied, but she really opened the divine kingdom. In her hand was the inherited blood of the ninth ancestral dragon that Long Chen had been longing for a long time. He had been waiting for it for too long. At the thought of being able to control the ninth ancestral dragon's rules, illusions, transformations, and endless transformations, he was honestly quite eager. It wasn't hard to imagine that when he had better control of the transformation rules in the future, it was very likely that he could directly become the ninth heaven goddess in front of him and even use her rules. This was the ninth ancestral dragon's heaven-defying power. Take it. When the inherited blood fell into Long Chen's hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got it. It was not convenient to absorb it in the hive. After that, Long Chen prepared to return to the realm of life. Of course, he had to get Lingxi and the others back first. After all, they were still in danger. Long Chen, Jyotian Saintist suddenly called out. Because he wanted to get the inherited blood, Long Chen was very close to her. When he heard her call, Long Chen's attention was completely focused on the inherited blood. He only raised his head now, but when he looked up, he had a bad feeling. I'm not willing to fail. Jyotian Saintess still said while gritting her teeth. What do you mean? As soon as he asked this, Long Chen felt that something was wrong. It turned out that there was a brand on the palm that he was holding the inherited blood. It was the brand of a book, and it was glowing faintly. It was very strange. She must have planted this when she was giving the inherited blood to Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had put away the primordial dragon pagoda, he might not be stronger than her. What is this? Long Chen immediately put away the inherited blood and stared at Jyotian Saintess with a gloomy gaze. You have 15 minutes to give me the primordial dragon pagoda. Otherwise, you'll be doomed eternally. It's the arcane book of what is love in the world. It's my last divine artifact. You're too shameless to sneak up on me even after the winner has been decided. How can a dignified ultimate god be such a despicable person? Long Chen realized that although he got the item, it was still very troublesome. Chapter 30-41. Needless to say, Saint Mother of Nine Heaven had prepared this last trick for a long time. That was why she was in such a situation. Long Chen had given her a chance by not killing her. He didn't know what the mark on his hand was, but he had a strange feeling ever since it was planted on his body. Saint Mother of Nine Heaven had completely recovered from her previous sad state. She laughed contentedly and said, "Of course, I want you to understand why you lost. I was right. You haven't completely controlled the primordial dragon pagoda. You've reached your limit. So, I succeeded. This is the creator divine weapon that I'm most proud of, a half-original incipient divine weapon. If you don't let me finish it, you will lose something important in 15 minutes. What? Long Chen was still calm. However, he had to admit that the rules of the goddess of the ninth heaven were indeed marvelous and difficult to understand. Their effects were strange and astonishing. Just like the arcane book of what is love in the world. In fact, he had already used it to change his fate, but he still couldn't get rid of it. That was because the book, a creation divine artifact, had already fused into his flesh and blood. All of your emotions, whether it's love, friendship, or family, will be lost. To put it simply, it will change you, making you lose your ability to think, turning you into a walking dead machine. You think it's incredible, right? That's right, I'm such an incredible person. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But after 15 minutes, nothing can be changed, unless you give me the primordial dragon pagoda. Then, she smiled coquettishly. Her face was full of pride as if she had forgotten the lesson Long Chen had just taught her. 15 minutes is enough for me to take your life. Long Chen wasn't sure if what she said was true, but at present, the heavenly book of what is love in the world was indeed affecting his mind. He also saw some chaotic things in front of him, and his emotions were constantly changing in the direction of coldness. Although it was hard to believe that such a rule could be fulfilled, in reality, Lingxi seemed to have a similar rule, so he roughly understood that she was not joking. Because of this, he summoned the primordial dragon pagoda again, but after he attacked just now, the primordial dragon pagoda did not respond. This made him frown deeply. He did not hate this woman before, but now he hated her very much. Stop struggling. This thing was prepared by the three of us to deal with you from the very beginning. We were afraid that you would escape into the life and death realms, but we didn't expect that it would come in handy at the last moment. Now, you can't escape anymore, so I'll be merciful to you. That drop of blood is a gift from me, but you have to give me the primordial dragon pagoda. You don't have much time left." The more he spoke, the prouder his expression became. "Oh, right." At this point, the ninth heaven saintess smiled strangely and said, "This is like a curse. There is only one way to remove it, and that is, to use the life of someone who loves you deeply to make up for it. As long as she burrows into the heavenly book of what is love in the world, the curse will naturally be removed." As if hearing ninth heaven Saint Mother's words, the heavenly book's imprint flashed with a bloody light, as if it was very excited and wanted to devour a fresh life. "That little woman of yours is a suitable choice, but will she give up her life for you?" Long Chen had a headache. If not for the primordial dragon pagoda, he would not be ninth heaven Saint Mother's opponent. But now, he could not use the primordial dragon pagoda at all. No matter how he called for it, it dimmed and did not respond. "There's not much time left, Long Chen. The heavenly book's curse is gradually coming into effect." Ninth heaven Saint Mother's expression turned cold. "I told you, you can't control it." Long Chen was really impressed by this woman who refused to give up. It seemed that she would not give up until she reached the Yellow River. The primordial dragon pagoda appeared in his hand. Of course, it was the dim primordial dragon pagoda. He waved his hand, and the primordial dragon pagoda fell into Saintess Jotian's hand. After spending so much effort, she finally got what she had been dreaming of. Saintess Jotian's eyes shone brightly as she hurriedly reached out to catch the primordial dragon pagoda. In an instant, she touched the pagoda. The moment her hands came into contact with the primordial dragon pagoda, a destructive light burst out from the pagoda. The space within a meter of the pagoda was torn to pieces. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens screamed in pain as her hands were torn to pieces. Even the nine-colored stone on her fingers let out a mournful cry and almost shattered. Long Chen had guessed that the pagoda would resist, but he did not expect it to be so serious. "You." Ninth heaven Saint Mother was injured, and both of her arms were shattered. Naturally, she was so angry that her face was red. She glared at Long Chen. "If I could control it now, you would already be dead," Long Chen said indifferently. Saint Mother of Jotian knew that the primordial dragon pagoda was rejecting her. Whether she believed it or not, it was obvious that Long Chen did not lie to her. She had plotted so much, but all she got was something that was useless to her. The truth made Saint Mother of Jotian's world collapse. She was angry before, but now she was furious. Even so, she could not get the primordial dragon pagoda. "Now you can give up." Long Chen put the pagoda away. Ninth heaven Saint Mother looked at him with a gloomy gaze. "Take this thing back. There's no need for us to fight," Long Chen said. "In your dreams, you can slowly enjoy the feeling of being a heartless person." Ninth heaven Saint Mother sneered and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the darkness. It seemed that she was going to leave directly. Of course, she had given up. However, she was still angry, so she did not want to let Long Chen go. What a vengeful woman. Long Chen sensed her location through the death rain and found the closest exit. He instantly appeared in front of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. "Piss off. I don't want to kill you now. If you push me too far, you'll die." The Saintess of the Nine Heavens let out a furious roar. The 8 destinable divine weapons on her spread out, including the Nine Heavens' 8 trigrams, the Time Horsetail Whisk, the demonic mirror, the starry pearl, and so on. She couldn't use the primordial dragon pagoda right now. If she attacked directly, she would definitely injure Long Chen severely. "Release the heavenly book. Don't force me to kill you in the future," Long Chen said in a low voice. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Ninth heaven Saint Mother might have really gone mad with anger. When Long Chen caught up, she did not say a word and attacked him directly. Star River Destruction Art. Billion Inner Demons Art. Several kinds of rules erupted. Under the influence of the Heavenly Book, Long Chen had to hide in the Death World to avoid Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's attack. Now, he gradually wanted to kill this woman. Previously, Long Chen had let her go, but he did not expect her to not be grateful at all. Instead, she was so ruthless. He should not let such a woman go. On the blood sea of the Death World, Long Chen was a little depressed. The matter here was not over yet, and Lingxi was still at ease. Long Chen did not want her to come back. Moreover, Ninth Heaven Saint Mother's words made him worry that Lingxi would do something stupid after hearing it. So, he did not let Lingxi and the others come back for the time being. As for Ninth Heaven Saint Mother, she rushed out of the circle of the exit of Long Chen's Death World in a short time. It would take a lot of effort to catch up with her. It seemed that a quarter of an hour was definitely not enough. Now, Long Chen could only pin his hopes on removing the curse of the Heavenly Book by himself. In the God Nation, everyone was trying to think of a way, but most of them were helpless. For a moment, apart from Lingxi and the others who were focused on dealing with Divine Lord Taihao and did not know much, some of the key figures in the God Nation that Long Chen was familiar with were panicking, especially Yang Yu and the others. I don't believe that this thing is as scary as Ninth Heaven Saint Mother said. Long Chen, what do you think? Unintentionally, everyone was the most concerned about him. In fact, Long Chen could already feel that the strange rule of the Heavenly Book had spread all over his body and was invading the heart of the rule. He felt that it was like a rule that blinded and disturbed the mind. It would not completely make people lose their emotions, but if they were controlled by it, they would indeed lose their sanity. It was as if they were possessed. The primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen was very depressed. He did not expect to fall into the hands of a woman like this. Moreover, there was really nothing he could do about it. He truly understood the terror of a woman's vengeance. The further he went, the more dizzy he became. His mind was in a daze. He kept activating the primordial dragon pagoda, but there was still no response. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. If I have the primordial dragon pagoda, I might be able to remove the rule of Ninth Heaven Saint Mother. It's almost time. The top of Long Chen's head was already dripping with sweat. At this critical moment, the entire Heavenly Book had already melted and completely fused with his body. At that moment, Li Xuanji suddenly said, "Let me see, Long Chen. Do you know how to break it?" Long Chen had asked her to come out of the Divine Nation. He hadn't seen her in a long time. She had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to catch up to the others. However, the results weren't good. Sometimes, talent was a very important thing, unless Long Chen could find the origin dragon soul of the charmed dragon. Li Xuanji held his hand and said, "I'm not too sure, but it shouldn't be as mysterious as she said. It's just a destinable divine artifact and a rule. There must be a way to break it." Long Chen had a bad feeling when he looked at her. "Don't do anything stupid. There's no need to use your life to make up for such a small matter. I have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt like his body was about to collapse. The Heavenly Book's curse was already attacking his body. "Long Chen, I feel like I won't be of much help in the future. You have a great responsibility. You can't lose here," Li Xuanji suddenly said, gritting her teeth. Chapter 3042. Ugh, just as he was about to make a move, the Heavenly Book's curse launched a frenzied attack. A quarter of an hour had passed. Previously, it had been accumulating, but now, it was an overwhelming attack. "Go back." At this juncture, Long Chen resisted with the heaven-defying law while preventing Li Xuanji from doing anything foolish. In his heart, this was indeed something that wasn't worth using his life to make up for. However, the terror of the heavenly book's law couldn't be resolved for the time being. The Saintess of Nine Heavens was incomparably ruthless. Especially after experiencing the attack of the curse, it was certain that Long Chen's self-awareness would be completely obscured after some time. He might even become a puppet of the Saintess of Nine Heavens. Although he might be able to break free in the future, a heartless person was terrifying. Who could predict that when he was blinded, he wouldn't directly capture and kill the people in the realm of life, including Yang Yu and Long Yen? Therefore, Li Xuanji understood very well. She had always been a decisive and calm person, but she always had a heart that was on Long Chen's side. Thank you for freeing me from Mo Sang. From then on, I'm already very satisfied to be able to stay by your side. You have happiness, and you have a strong goal. As such, I'm full of confidence in your future. If there's a chance, maybe we can meet again. At that time, if I can help you and share some of your burdens, that would be the best. Li Xuanji's black hair fluttered in the sea of blood. Her deep eyes seemed cold, but in fact, they contained endless affection. When she looked at Long Chen, it was a rare tenderness. Don't. Long Chen struggled. His mind was drowned by the waves of the heavenly book's curse. Li Xuanji was the kind of person who couldn't be persuaded after making a decision. At this time, she didn't say anything and just smiled faintly at Long Chen. The affection of the past was all in this smile. Life and death didn't seem so cute anymore. Take care. Her love had always been simple and concise, but it was as tough as steel. The heavenly book in Long Chen's hand emitted a strong light, as if it had already felt Li Xuanji's strong love. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Li Xuanji. Before Long Chen could get rid of Li Xuanji took the initiative to approach the heavenly book. Without any hesitation, she grabbed Long Chen's hand. Xuanji. Long Chen suddenly woke up. But it felt like the dream had suddenly been broken. He woke up because at this time, Li Xuanji was directly swallowed by the heavenly book. It was as if she had become the nourishment of the heavenly book of what is love. She turned into a black shadow and was absorbed by the heavenly book of what is love. What the Fortune Divine artifact wanted to devour was this intense love. For so many years, the Saintess of Nine Heavens had been feeding the Fortune Divine artifact with this kind of love. The reason why the Fortune Divine artifact was so powerful now was because it had devoured billions of lovers. After devouring, it would be satisfied. The moment Long Chen woke up, he felt like his heart was breaking. He had never expected that today would be the day where he needed Li Xuanji to sacrifice herself. In fact, he was already very proud when he defeated Di Jun. But today, it was like a wake-up call. He saw Li Xuanji disappear before his eyes with his own eyes. That feeling was like watching himself die, watching his heart shatter. He couldn't breathe, time stood still, and everything was falling apart. After leaving the fiend god Buzhou mountain, Long Chen had rarely spoken to her. She also remained silent and cultivated steadily, not adding to Long Chen's troubles. Until today, she appeared before Long Chen as if she had received a mission. If it wasn't for the fact that she had never cut off her feelings for Long Chen, she wouldn't be the one the heavenly book wanted to devour today. All that was left in his vision was a black shadow. It was her cold but gentle smile that only bloomed for Long Chen. This smile began when Long Chen carried her on his back to search for the saint's fruit. Long Chen felt like he was suffocating. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe or accept such an outcome. He couldn't accept Lingxi's death, and he couldn't accept Li Xuanji's death either. Regardless of the outcome, he had already sentenced the Saintess of Nine Heavens to death in his heart. It was unforgivable. Long Chen spared her life, but she wanted Li Xuanji's life. An uproar broke out in Divine Kingdom and the realm of life. No one could have imagined that the woman Long Chen saved at the fiend god Buzhou mountain would suddenly appear at this moment and use her life to save Long Chen. It was as if she had stayed in Divine Kingdom for several decades just for this mission. No one dared to say anything for fear of adding more pain to Long Chen. They all understood Long Chen and knew what he couldn't accept the most. What happened today was one of those things. This had crossed his bottom line and was even more important than taking his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stop Li Xuanji at that moment, Long Chen wouldn't have let her do such a foolish thing no matter what price he had to pay. He didn't even think that a single scheme from the Saintess of Nine Heavens would result in such an outcome. Now, his world was falling apart as if the myriad worlds were about to be destroyed before his eyes. Boom! Boom! Long Chen was able to reach this point because of his emotions. Emotions were a kind of human nature, the connection between him and everyone. Once severed, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was why she was so resolute. Even Long Chen didn't expect that, in the end, there were only 2 words, take care. Long Chen became more and more clear-headed. It was as if he had filled his stomach. The power of the heavenly book was rapidly fading and condensing on Long Chen's hand. Long Chen stared blankly at his palm. The imprint on it gradually condensed into a book. However, he could feel the last trace of warmth left by Li Xuanji. At this moment, the hatred and fury in his heart burned like never before. It was not inferior to the time when the Hell God King targeted Lingxi. Soon, this hatred would explode. She was a person who could give up everything for Long Chen. She had even made this decision a long time ago. When everything dissipated, what was left in front of Long Chen was a blue heart of eternal protection. This was the gift that Long Chen had given her a long, long time ago. Long Chen's eyes were blank as he held the heart of eternal protection that still had her warmth. Her face seemed to appear in it. Everything was still within. Long Chen wasn't sure if he would collapse to the point of wanting to destroy the universe beehive in the next moment. This grief came too suddenly. Di Jun couldn't hurt Long Chen, but this woman, the Saintess of Nine Heavens, at this moment, the heavenly book of worldly love had already transformed into its true form in Long Chen's hand. It gradually solidified and was about to leave Long Chen's body. It was the book that had swallowed Li Xuanji. Long Chen's only thought now was to tear the heavenly book apart and let Li Xuanji out. The fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. The entire sea of blood was boiling and roaring. Who? At this moment, Long Chen saw a black shadow burrow out of the heavenly book and return to Long Chen's body. The heavenly book seemed to be anxious and wanted to return to Long Chen's body to find the black shadow again. However, it was too late. Long Chen directly grabbed it and pulled it out. It was just a destinable artifact. Before it could be used, it had no power to fight back against Long Chen. Long Chen. At this moment, the black shadow merged into every part of Long Chen's body and fused into his strength. Although it was very small and insignificant. Long Chen heard her voice. It was the feeling of going from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. Long Chen couldn't believe it. He thought he was wrong. However, when he sensed it carefully, this feeling couldn't be wrong. She existed in Long Chen's body and it was so clear. Every part of his body had her shadow. She had completely fused with him. She was his Yin demon. You. Long Chen said with a trembling voice. He wanted to ask if it was her, but he couldn't complete the sentence. It's me. I'm lucky. I don't think I'm dead yet. Li Xuanji said softly. Her voice was soft and she sounded exhausted. This answer was enough for Long Chen. He was so happy as if he had gotten the most precious thing in the world. It turned out that the greatest happiness in the world wasn't getting it but getting it back after losing it. I'll deal with you later. Long Chen threw the half-primordial incipient grade creation divine weapon into the blood sea. He couldn't wait to ask, what's the situation now? Can you still come out? He also felt that Li Xuanji was very weak. She was now in the form of a Yin demon, existing in his body. If not for the fact that she still had her consciousness, she was actually just a part of Long Chen's body, like the world tree and the heart of precepts. Li Xuanji said, I actually don't understand these changes. Becoming your Yin demon was a very strange thing. Now, I'm still your Yin demon, but it's more thorough. Besides my consciousness, everything else is gone. The blood of the demon dragon's inheritance you gave me seems to have left too. Indeed, the blood of the demon dragon's inheritance came out of Long Chen's body and condensed in her hand. Maybe I'm a part of your body now. Maybe. I can't appear in front of you anymore. You can't see me. But it's good. At least you're okay and I'm still here. I can even accompany you forever. It's like this is the best result. It's really good. Chapter 30-43. The swallowing of the Book of Heaven caused some changes in Li Xuanji. It was originally related to Long Chen's Yin demon, and now it was even more so. It was even more thorough. Her words made Long Chen feel guilty, but this was what she wanted. However, Long Chen obviously didn't want her to stay in his body like that, to be a person without a body. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, I will let you return to your original state. Also, you will never have to leave my side. He said firmly and stubbornly. Li Xuanji didn't argue with him. She existed peacefully in every corner of Long Chen's body. At this moment, she said in a satisfied tone, no matter what you do, I will support you. I am tired. I can sleep peacefully here. Let me rest for a while. Don't worry, I will wake up. Will you? Long Chen was naturally afraid that she wouldn't wake up once she fell asleep. Now, Long Chen owed her even more. Yes. What he got was an incomparably firm answer. Okay. Long Chen relaxed. Go and help Lingxi and the others. We have already obtained the legacy blood. Let's end the battle quickly. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge on the Nine Heavens Saint Mother. Protect yourself and you will have the chance to do everything. There is no need to rush. In the end, Li Xuanji still didn't feel at ease and instructed. However, she was too weak, and her voice became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. Luckily, Long Chen could feel her existence. She existed in his body. They would live together forever. Just like in the Supreme Yin Demon world, he carried her on his back and headed into the unknown. She was there at all times. Maybe this is fate. There was a magical fate in the world. Luckily, she was fine. Not caring about the Book of Heaven, Long Chen searched the entire death world and found the position closest to Lingxi and the others. Now, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang were fighting with Hierarch Taihao. They wouldn't be able to last long. Long Chen couldn't let anything happen to them. He had appeared there as fast as he could. Actually, it hadn't taken him long, and Lingxi hadn't sensed the changes in Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared in front of revered divinity Taihao. The moment Divine Lord Taihao saw Long Chen, he stopped. He retreated to the side, feeling a little tired. Since you're here, it seems like the plan of Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens has failed. I originally thought that your plan was an opportunity for me, but I didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. I'm completely convinced by the three of you. Compared to the Nine Heavens Holy Mother, Divine Supremacy Taihao was not annoying at all. He knew that he wasn't a match for Long Chen and the other two, so he stopped in time. I've already obtained the item. You can leave, Long Chen said in a low voice. Alright, I'm completely convinced. The gate of the universe is yours from now on. When we meet again in the future, I hope we can still be friends. Divine Supremacy Taihao was very straightforward. He was completely convinced, so he turned around and left. After he left, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang returned to Long Chen's side. Both of them were very tired, but when they heard that Long Chen had obtained the inherited blood, they smiled knowingly. "You've worked hard. Big brother, it's not hard at all. I feel that fighting with him for a while has helped me a lot. Moreover, we've finally succeeded." Mo Xiaolang's face was full of joy. Lingxi smiled gently, but she was sensitive and quickly noticed that there was something wrong with Long Chen's expression. "Chen, what's wrong?" She was safe and sound, which was a kind of happiness for Long Chen. "Let's go to the life realm first, then I'll tell you in detail." After all, the cosmic hive was not the safest place. When Long Chen and the other two returned to the life realm, the cosmic hive became completely quiet. However, there were many shadows, as if countless things were repeatedly crawling inside. In the life realm, Long Chen told Lingxi the details of his battle with the Nine Heavens Divine Mother and Li Xuanji. In fact, Lingxi could see him through the love thread of 3 lives, but she did not have time to pay attention to him during the fierce battle with Divine Supremacy Taihao, so she did not fully understand. "Sister Xuanji, did you really do that?" Lingxi's eyes were slightly red, and she bit her red lips tightly. Mo Xiaolang said, "This Nine Heavens Divine Mother is too despicable. She deserves to die." Long Chen said, "We definitely can't let her go." He then looked at Lingxi and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely let her return safely. I won't let her suffer." Lingxi might not be as concerned about Li Xuanji as he was. You'll do it, Brother Chen. You can't let her suffer and suffer anymore. I don't know what to say. But if I was by your side, I don't know if I would do that. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to do it so decisively. So, I think that she should treat you the same way as I do. Little she. Long Chen smiled at her. Even after decades, Lingxi was still such a clear and transparent person. "Sister Xuanji." Lingxi looked at Long Chen's chest. She knew that Li Xuanji was in a deep sleep here. She suddenly said, perhaps to her, "This is also a precious and wonderful feeling. It seems like a kind of happiness to be able to sleep in your heart." What she said was exactly the same as what Li Xuanji said. Long Chen did not know what women thought. Was this also a kind of happiness? Eternal companionship. Perhaps that was really the case. But Long Chen felt that everyone should have their own independent self. That was life. As a man, he could not let this woman who was willing to sacrifice her life for him suffer. That would be his incompetence. "When Sister Xuanji wakes up, you must tell me," Lingxi said. "Okay. Then will you be able to hear everything I whisper to her?" "I promise I won't." "Okay, then what's our next step? Are you going to merge with the 9th ancestral dragon's legacy blood?" According to the original plan, they would merge with the legacy blood first. After that, they would go straight to their second destination, the time tunnel. But now, they had to add a small detail, and that was revenge. Long Chen admitted that he was wrong to be merciful to the 9th Heaven Holy Mother. He had almost killed Li Xuanji. He would be more careful in the future. But the next step was to merge with the sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood. The realm of life was very lively now. After Long Chen and Lingxi accompanied the noisy dragon for a while, Lingxi went to improve herself. This battle had helped her a lot. Long Chen found a remote place in the realm of life. The sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood appeared in his hand. "I finally got you. The 6th ancestral dragon's legacy blood." For today, he had searched the entire Taihao territory. He had almost lost Li Xuanji. Today was not easy to come by. "I don't know when I can find all the legacy blood, except for the last one." The last ancestral dragon was born after the sleeping shadow dragon. Long Chen remembered that Long Qinglan had introduced the sleeping shadow dragon to him. It was the most beautiful divine dragon in the sacrificial dragon continent. It could transform all things in the world. It was a dragon of illusion and transformation. In fact, transformation was its foundation. Illusion was just a subsidiary rule. Just like the mixed yuan fate dragon, the rule of fate was the first rule, and the rule of wish was the second. The sleeping shadow dragon was ever-changing. It could transform into the sky, the sun, the moon, a continent, a world, a stone, a flower, a river, or a beast. It could transform into anything other than the ancestral dragon. All kinds of supreme divine dragons, even the ancestral gods of all worlds. After transformation, it could directly possess the rules and everything of the opponent. This was the 9th ancestral dragon. It was everywhere, but it seemed like it didn't exist. Change was an important part of the universe. Time, fate, karma, life, calamity, death, change. As for the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, it was destruction. All things in the world, the eternal worlds, were constantly changing. So this rule seemed simple, but it had already permeated every corner of the world. Just like this legacy blood, it was constantly changing in Long Chen's hands. It even changed into a stone, a flower, and so on. However, the original body of the sleeping shadow dragon was very beautiful. It was the source of all light. Compared to it, the 9 Heaven Saint Mother was like a pheasant. Even a godly venerable was actually very high, very close to the level of the ancestral dragon. I just don't know which part of my body will inherit this legacy blood. Physical slaughter, primordial spirit, divine nation, good and evil at the heart, destiny in the eye. Physical body, primordial spirit, divine nation, heart, eye. What would the next position be dominated by the mysterious dragon Jade? Without the mysterious dragon Jade, Long Chen couldn't integrate so much ancestral dragon legacy blood. It was because of the mysterious dragon Jade that all these terrifying things could coexist. Integrate and you'll know. Therefore, there was no need for Long Chen to guess what it was. He didn't say anything else and directly inherited the inherited bloodline. The dark green inherited bloodline entered his body and began to wander around. It moved to the world tree, the divine palace, the heart of law, and other locations. However, it was constantly moving. Perhaps it had chosen a location before Long Chen could truly inherit it. However, it seemed to be looking for something. What was it looking for? It was at this point that the drop of inherited meridian blood began to spread throughout Long Chen's body, forming a dark green shadow. Even as Long Chen was wondering what it was, another shadow appeared on every part of his body. Long Chen, what's wrong? Li Xuanji slowly woke up and seemed a little confused. However, when she just said that sentence, the shadow formed by the sleeping shadow dragon's legacy blood actually completely met the shadow of the Yin demon and began to merge. At that moment, Long Chen understood. The Yin demon of dreams. The 9th ancestral dragon had inherited Long Chen's Yin demon. It was as if this had been predestined. There had been such signs since the start of the Tomb of the Massacre Dragon. Even the 9 Heaven Saint Mother's rule and heavenly book seemed to be for this moment. At this moment, in Li Xuanji's blurry mind, everything about her was already inseparable from the sleeping shadow dragon. Chapter 30-44. The dark green transformation seal finally condensed on the forehead of the Void Universe Dragon and became Long Chen's 7th Dao seal. Of course, the Dragon Jade Dao seal was still in the center at this time. The Black Dragon Jade Dao seal was like a leader, leading the other Dao seals. This time, the Dragon Jade Dao seal definitely played a role in suppressing the legacy blood of the Shadow Dream Dragon. However, it was invisible, so Long Chen could not see it clearly. The 6th legacy blood of the ancestral dragon was inherited with the Yin demon as the foundation. It then spread and merged with every part of Long Chen's body. It merged with the other legacy blood of the divine dragon and became a part of Long Chen's body. A world of change appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Sometimes it was an endless starry sky, sometimes it was thousands of flowers, and sometimes it was a surging crowd. The flower in front of him turned into a stone, a tree, a mountain, a river, an ocean, countless lands, and the universe. As Long Chen merged, he felt the dream of all things changing in the universe. The seed of the rule of change was gradually engraved in his mind and into his comprehension. Is this the rule of change? He looked around. Even the realm of life seemed to be constantly changing. Every tiny change could not escape Long Chen's eyes and perception. He was only a beginner in the sixth rule. The legacy blood had given him the first experience. Of course, it was not easy for others to comprehend such a rule. Of course, what Long Chen was most concerned about was Li Xuanji's changes. Now that she had inherited the legacy blood of the Shadow Dream Dragon, what would happen? He was very curious. During this process, the first rule that came with the legacy blood began to be bestowed to Long Chen from the transformation seal. This was like the massacre dragon seal and the divine prison of sabers and swords. As long as he completely inherited the legacy blood, he would be able to comprehend it. What Long Chen could not understand was the name of this rule. It seemed to be called Enchanted Fantasy Mirror. It was a very beautiful name. Long Chen had a rough idea of what it felt like, but he did not understand its true effect. It seems to be a preliminary change, like the appearance of a mirror. The reflection in the mirror can also participate in the battle. Long Chen thought carefully. Although the inherited meridian blood was inherited from the Yin demon, it seemed to be more related to Long Chen. Li Xuanji was like a part of Long Chen, like his eyes, like his heart. The one who was truly in control was still Long Chen himself. Therefore, it was not that Li Xuanji had inherited the legacy blood. But, if that was not the case, then what? Just as Long Chen was confused, the Yin demon rolled in his body. Li Xuanji's consciousness gradually became clear. Long Chen could feel that as she became clear, her aura was also strengthening. It could be said that within a short period of time, this aura had completely surpassed Li Xuanji's original level. As she became stronger, in fact, Long Chen's overall strength also became stronger. The invisible dragon essence and the Yin demon's power unintentionally became more and more terrifying. Other people's Yin demons and Yang demons had long disappeared after they became gods. Only Long Chen's Yin demon still existed. After becoming stronger, it could even increase Long Chen's own divine power. In the myriad worlds, this was actually already a miracle. Long Chen, what happened to me? Li Xuanji's consciousness was completely clear. She had never been so clear before. She also felt the majesty of her own spirit. It's the credit of the legacy blood. When I inherited it, I realized that it was actually inherited from my Yin demon, which is in you. How is that possible? Li Xuanji's voice was shocked. She kept silent for a while and sensed it. She was probably shocked by this miracle. Although she was a Yin demon, she also experienced her own strength. I seem to have comprehended a rule called the change rule. It is called the dream enchantment illusion mirror. Li Xuanji suddenly said. What? Long Chen was even more shocked. After all, this was his rule. The Shadow Dream Dragon was inherited by Long Chen. Wait. Li Xuanji called out softly. At that moment, Long Chen's body changed. The Yin demon in his body gathered and slowly left Long Chen's body. Under Long Chen's surprised gaze, it actually formed into Li Xuanji in front of him. She was back. The Shadow Dream Dragon's legacy blood allowed Li Xuanji to return to this world. She was real and had appeared in front of Long Chen. She had flesh and blood, the heart of law, and the world tree. She was completely a living person. But, like before, she was Long Chen's Yin demon. She could return to Long Chen's body and become a part of Long Chen's body. Long Chen looked at her and she looked back at Long Chen. It wasn't easy for them to look at each other. Li Xuanji smiled, but her eyes were already wet. It seems like some strange changes have taken place. This Umbra Dream Dragon's legacy blood seems to have been inherited by me. I can use its rules, but the real body is you. It's like I've been separated from you, a part of the Umbra Dream Dragon. When she left his body, the transformation seal was still on him, but Long Chen still lacked a small part of the Shadow Dream Dragon. He could still use the transformation rules, but it wasn't as strong as when Li Xuanji was in his body. Of course, it wasn't weak, but it wasn't at its best. It's amazing. Li Xuanji has become an inseparable part of his body. Also, it seems like she has to return to your body every once in a while. Otherwise, her power will dry up. Every day, she has to stay in your body for at least half of her time. That heavenly book and legacy blood had changed Li Xuanji. She couldn't be as free as she used to be. But now, it seemed like it had become a wonderful thing. It was like fate had entangled them together, and they couldn't be separated even if they wanted to. It's very possible that from now on, you can use all the transformation rules that I've learned, Long Chen said. Also, my body has changed a lot. It's no longer the same as before. It seems like I've lost things like realms. I'm like one of your arms. How much power I have seems to depend on your power. Li Xuanji was also a little surprised. Her analogy was very accurate. She was like one of Long Chen's arms now. She had inherited the Shadow Dream Dragon's legacy blood, but now it was gone. Her previous realms were also gone. She had become a strange life form, relying on Long Chen's body to survive. What she had now was Long Chen's power. It was a combination of the Yin Demon and the invisible dragon essence, but most of it belonged to the Yin Demon. The problem now was how much of Long Chen's power she could unleash. However, Li Xuanji was a woman, after all. She didn't care about how much power she could unleash. Instead, she cared about her relationship with Long Chen in the future. A part of her body. Fusing into one just like that. It was as if, to her, this was a very exciting ending. This was her desire, but also her shackles. Don't think too much. It'll be good anyway. I'll think of a way to solve it in the future, Long Chen said. Yes. At least I can stay here and listen to you at all times. Li Xuanji's black eyes looked at Long Chen. Her eyes shone with a psychedelic light, which made her even more beautiful and charming. Come, try and see what kind of power you can unleash. Long Chen took her hand and brought her to the Death Realm. The Death Realm is filled with a sea of blood. Currently, I only know of one rule called the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror. Let me try. Long Chen used the 3 lives love thread to connect with Lingxi. Now, he used the Yin Demon to connect with Li Xuanji. When this beauty reached the center of the blood sea, her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She stared at Long Chen, and somehow, Long Chen knew that this law of hers was being used on him. Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror. Under her control, the rules of change appeared, and the surroundings became a dreamy world. And between the two of them, a mirror appeared. It looked a little like a magic mirror, but it was countless times more beautiful. The frame of the mirror was a slender black dragon that coiled around the round mirror, and Long Chen and Li Xuanji were on either side of the mirror. Like Long Chen was the main body and Li Xuanji was the clone. That's right, it was the changing rules. When Li Xuanji used it, Long Chen felt that it was almost the same as when he used it. In fact, when she used her power, his body would fluctuate. She was using her own power. It was like a copy. When the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror disappeared, Li Xuanji remained at the same spot. However, her aura was different. As the leader of the changing rules, Long Chen understood her change. She had copied herself. Long Chen understood now. So this was the rule. It seemed like the mysterious dragon Jade had already decided that the shadow enchantment dragon would inherit a part that could be separated. When this part used the dream enchantment illusion mirror, it would be able to transform into Long Chen first. It wasn't a change in appearance, but an internal change. The one who appeared in front of Long Chen was Li Xuanji, but Long Chen was inside. Li Xuanji revealed a curious expression. She reached out to Long Chen and made a request. It seemed like she was summoning the Spear of Heaven. Long Chen was the main body. When he agreed, the Spear of Heaven instantly appeared in front of Li Xuanji. She held it in her hand. She could use the Spear of Heaven. That was because she was a part of Long Chen. Now that the Shadow Enchantment Dragon's rules had transformed her into Long Chen, she was like the real Long Chen. In short, the inherited blood made her an arm of Long Chen. And the Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror made this arm transform into a second Long Chen. Stab of Karma. Li Xuanji controlled the Spear of Heaven. The Stab of Karma pierced the Death World's vortex. Because it was a clone and not Long Chen's main body, the power was slightly weaker than his. However, it was very close. Chapter 30-45. Of course, all of this was built on the premise that Long Chen was the main body. When she truly used the Karma Thorn, even Li Xuanji didn't dare to believe it. The magical thing about the laws of change was that she didn't know how to use it, but she could borrow it and use it. The Dream Enchantment Illusion Mirror was equivalent to using the Yin Demon to create a clone. It was limited to turning the Yin Demon into Long Chen. In the future, she might be able to change more things, but that would require Long Chen to delve deeply into the laws of change. However, Long Chen was quite satisfied with Li Xuanji's current situation. This was equivalent to him having another body. This body had the strength of Lingxi and Emo Xiaolang, but it could also use Long Chen's laws and the creation god artifact. It was even possible to use the primordial dragon pagoda. He and Li Xuanji had become an inseparable whole, with him as the main and Li Xuanji as the support. Currently, the first law of change could only be used by Li Xuanji. However, in the future, Long Chen was the entire body of the laws and needed him to comprehend it. At that time, the new laws of change would be even more magical. Unbelievable, Li Xuanji kept the heaven-sacrificing spear and it returned to Long Chen's body. At the same time, as long as Long Chen agreed, she could use the ghost blood curse, sky-burying coffin, etc. It is indeed a miracle. However, from now on, you don't need to cultivate anymore, Long Chen said with a smile. This outcome was great news for him. Luckily, in terms of strength, I don't need to cultivate anymore. However, if I can comprehend the new laws of change, it would be the same as you comprehending it. It would be equivalent to an intelligent Yin demon. That's even better. Long Chen came over and held her warm body in his arms. He whispered in her ear, "From now on, you won't be able to leave my side. This is your fate. You can only accept it." Li Xuanji shuddered. This warm hug made her heart beat faster. When she went to save Long Chen, she didn't expect such an outcome at all. I believe it. This is indeed fate, I can't escape from it. Of course, he had to share this good news with everyone. There was basically nothing to hide from these people. It's so magical. Fuck, boss, you can openly hug them on both sides now. How romantic, they can actually merge into one. Zhu Shi held her chin. You can also do it with me, hee hee. The kitten laughed wretchedly. Silly cat. There was a time limit for Li Xuanji to head out. She couldn't move about freely and had to spend a long period of time being a part of Long Chen. This was why she decided to stay there. That was an absolutely warm place. The good thing was that the only thing in her life was to comprehend the laws of change, the illusionary laws. The good thing was that Long Chen didn't need to spend time on the laws of change. Li Xuanji's comprehension would allow him to walk further and further on the laws. Lingxi wasn't envious. Towards a woman who was willing to sacrifice her life and everything for Long Chen, she respected her and liked her. For a long period of time, Lingxi and Li Xuanji interacted. They never had conflicts and Li Xuanji never snatched Long Chen's time in front of Lingxi. Even now, she didn't appear most of the time. This was her personality. After stabilizing, Long Chen left the realm of life and appeared outside the cosmic hive. It was time to settle the score with Nine Heaven Saint Mother. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the time tunnel, but this time it was so dangerous. Long Chen wasn't an open-minded person. Some conflicts had to be resolved. Even if Long Chen didn't want to deal with Nine Heaven Saint Mother, he had to go there now. Nine Heaven Saint Star revolved around the Hongjun supergiant like several other supergiants. The entire huge planet was shrouded in colorful clouds and mist. The Nine Heavens Holy Clan thrived here for thousands of years. In the Holy Land that the Nine Heavens Holy Clan yearns for, Nine Heaven Saint Mother and Divine Supreme Tai Hao are above the clouds. What's wrong with Heavenly Tao Master? He hasn't returned yet. No matter how I call for him, there's no news at all. Nine Heaven Saint Mother frowned deeply. In the cosmic hive, she had tricked Heavenly Tao Master. Therefore, she was a little worried when she returned. If she had obtained the primordial dragon pagoda, she would be fine. Heavenly Tao Master wouldn't dare to cause trouble for her. But now that she didn't, things were different. You should be the one asking that. Anyway, you were with him. Saint Mother, I came to bid farewell to you today. Today, I will return to the Taihao territory. If Saint Mother has time in the future, you can come to the Taihao territory. I will be a good host. Let's go. Nine Heaven Saint Mother waved her hand helplessly. This time, she had really suffered a great loss. After leaving the cosmic hive, she returned alone. As soon as she arrived, Divine Supreme Tai Hao also arrived behind her. Divine Supreme Tai Hao was about to leave, but he turned back and said, "To be honest, I'm still quite curious. What happened in the cosmic hive between you, Long Chen, and Heavenly Tao Master?" Nine Heaven Saint Mother said, "What about you? Did you get your gate of the universe?" "No. You can't even handle two little kids. Long Chen is coming. He has been cursed by the heavenly book. Why are you afraid of him?" This made Nine Heaven Saint Mother's heart ache. Because of Long Chen, she had lost her connection with the heavenly book. For revenge, she had lost a semi-original incipient grade creator divine weapon for nothing. Was he cursed? I see that he is unharmed. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Said Divine Supreme Tai Hao. Impossible. Did someone really risk their life to save him? But isn't his woman with you? Does he have someone else? Thinking of this, Nine Heaven Saint Mother sneered coldly and said, "Turns out he's a sentimental person. That's why he escaped." Divine Supreme Tai Hao didn't want to say more. He didn't support this plan in the first place, especially now. If what Nine Heaven Saint Mother said was true, he knew that Long Chen would come for revenge sooner or later. Therefore, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, at this time, outside Nine Heaven's sacred star, the fluctuation of the gate of the universe had arrived, suppressing above Nine Heaven's sacred star. Obviously, Long Chen and the others had arrived. They're here. Humph! Nine Heaven's Saint Mother wasn't afraid. She knew that Long Chen could only use the primordial dragon pagoda for a limited time. He might not be able to use it now. She wanted to see how Long Chen would react after losing a person. Moreover, this was Hongjun Star C. Divine Supreme Tai Hao was here. He wouldn't die, would he? Tai Hao, follow me. The Saintess of the Nine Heavens gave the order and flew toward the starry sky. She appeared in front of Long Chen and Ling Shi not long after. She was quite aggressive, and she sneered as soon as she arrived, "You're really something. Apart from her, there's someone else who's willing to die. You're lucky. Did you come looking for me today to kill me in the Hongjun Star Sea?" To her surprise, Long Chen didn't look sad. His eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. He didn't say anything and was ready to take action. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with that woman. Lingxi held the Myriad World's divine sword in her hand and wore a bracelet on her left hand. That was a cosmic gate that she had prepared beforehand. In addition to the 18 types of heavenly rules and spiritual techniques, she could appear and disappear unpredictably. She was no weaker than Nine Heaven Saint Mother. Mo Xiaolang didn't participate in this battle. Lingxi was only supporting him a little. Long Chen was the one fighting. He didn't even want to use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda as it was an unpredictable factor. "Your Primordial Dragon Pagoda? Take it out." Nine Heaven Saint Mother reported to the Heavenly Path Divine Emperor while teasing him. She was the ultimate god of Hongjun Star Sea. The Heavenly Path Divine Emperor would always stand up for her. What made her slightly angry was that Divine Supremacy Tai Hao had left without saying a word. "Tai Hao." Nine Heaven Saint Mother called out. Divine Supreme Tai Hao didn't respond and directly entered the starry sky and disappeared. Such a situation was basically impossible to happen between ultimate gods. Obviously, ultimate god Tai Hao would not participate in the battle. But it was the first time he didn't give her any face. "Looks like I'll have to finish this quickly." The killing intent in Long Chen's heart had already reached its limit. The scenes from the heavenly book of What is Love in the World appeared in his mind. They were all blood feuds. Now, in front of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens, he directly used the Ghost Blood Curse and Lingxi's Myriad World Divine Sword to support each other. "Humph, that means we can't use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda then." The Ninth Heaven Saintess was even more relieved now. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Very well, I didn't get rid of you last time and left behind a disaster." The remaining 8 Fortune Divine Weapons were all born. The Time Horsetail Whisk, the Starry River Pearl, the 9-colored stone, the demonic mirror, and so on all surrounded the Holy Mother of Jyotian. The battle was about to begin. Whoosh! Lingxi suddenly appeared behind Nine Heaven Saint Mother using space law and slashed out with her Myriad World's divine sword. World Extermination Cut. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the Myriad World shattered. The endless space collapsed into a river, destroying heaven and earth. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was right in the middle of this vortex. Galaxy Extermination Art. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens exploded even more violently. In the face of such a devastating blow, she used even more violent laws of destruction. She took out the Star River Pearl, which exploded with a loud rumble. The spatial destruction produced by the world extermination formed an earth-shattering impact. Her attack was naturally stronger than Lingxi's. However, Lingxi directly used the gate of the universe to move to the distant starry sky. It was impossible for her to be injured. When Nine Heaven Saint Mother turned around, she was faced with a storm of attacks from Long Chen. Life and Death Tribulation. The two death tribulations almost merged together. The Life Vortex and the Death World Blood Sea accompanied Long Chen. They brought unprecedented murderous intent. Even without the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, Long Chen was stronger than before. Most importantly, he still had a killer move hidden. Chapter 3046. Holy Mother Jyotian had just clashed with Lingxi's worldly annihilation when she turned around to face Long Chen's violent attack. The tribulation of life and death descended upon her at the same time. The power of death and the power to strip away life descended upon her at the same time. In the death world, the blood sea was in chaos. In the life world, apart from the place where everyone was, the entire place had turned into a whirlpool of life. In the starry sky, the left eye was a turquoise whirlpool, the right eye was a chaotic blood sea, and the eye between her brows was a turquoise and blood red. Ghost blood curse, heaven offering spear, light of primordial chaos. In her panic, Holy Mother Jyotian used the eternal grade destinable divine artifact, the 9-color stone, to display the rules. In an instant, the 9 colors converged into a white light, but the tribulation of life and death had already clashed head-on with the light of primordial chaos. The power of life and death clashed fiercely with the light of primordial chaos. This time, Long Chen didn't rely on the primordial dragon pagoda to break through Holy Mother Jyotian's rule attack. The tribulation of life and death broke through the light of primordial chaos. Holy Mother Jyotian wasn't afraid at this time. She used the fortune gourd to block Long Chen's tribulation of life and death. After breaking through 2 layers of protection, the lethality of the tribulation of life and death's rules was already very limited. Scram! Just as Saint Mother Jyotian was about to laugh coldly and taunt Long Chen, a woman suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body. It was as if she had been split from his body. Before Saint Mother Jyotian could see the woman's face clearly, a black light had already engulfed the sky and earth, instantly covering Long Chen. Rumble. The sky-burying coffin succeeded. Li Xuanji suddenly appeared and trapped Holy Mother Jyotian with the sky-burying coffin. In the next instant, she used the power of the heart of the Great Void. Trapped in the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jyotian was once again threatened by the coffin. In fact, when she was about to use the Galaxy Pearl to break open the coffin, the heart of the Great Void activated. Time came to a standstill once again. The sky-burying coffin was strengthened, so even if it was executed by Li Xuanji, it still possessed considerable power. Right now, Li Xuanji was already in the state of enchanted fantasy mirror. Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was stunned. She thought of the heart of the Great Void that Long Chen had almost killed her. It was the same rule, but much weaker. She could still resist the terrifying loss of time rule. She expended all her divine power to make the inner demon bell ring. This time, the target of her attack was Li Xuanji. Although she didn't know how Li Xuanji appeared, she was sure that she was someone very important to Long Chen. As long as she tortured her with the inner demon, Long Chen would collapse on his own. The art of billions of inner demons. Inside the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jyotian shook the inner demon bell with a gloomy expression, making the first loud sound. It penetrated the sky-burying coffin and was about to shake Li Xuanji's soul. However, she ignored the degree of telepathy between Li Xuanji and Long Chen. When she attacked, Li Xuanji had already returned to Long Chen's body and become a yin demon. She became a part of Long Chen's body. Rumble. The inner demon bell rang, but Li Xuanji had already disappeared. With her help, Long Chen's power surged. At this moment, his face was cold, and he moved quickly without hesitation. When his body became illusory, he pressed his palm on the sky-burying coffin again. Buzz. This time, it was as if he and Li Xuanji were working together to form the heart of Great Void. Even without using the primordial dragon pagoda, their power still increased sharply. The entire sky-burying coffin shook violently, directly drowning out Holy Mother Jyotian's inner demon bell. Boom! Holy Mother Jyotian bled from her 7 orifices, and then she was unable to move. Time stopped, and then it accelerated. Trapped in the sky-burying coffin, Holy Mother Jyotian once again experienced the feeling of being unable to move and life fading away. This time, Long Chen suppressed her with all his strength, and she could not break free. Especially in the sky-burying coffin, she could only wait for death. In particular, Lingxi appeared in the sky-burying coffin at this time, and the myriad world's divine sword slashed over, directly cutting Holy Mother Jiutian into 3 pieces. Holy Mother Jiutian was incomparably furious, but Lingxi disappeared in an instant, and she was still unable to move. Under such heavy injuries, she was even more unable to break through the terrifying heart of Great Void. Under the terrifying speed of time, one could see that, under the terrifying speed of time, her divine body was gradually rotting, aging, and even turning into ashes. At this moment, Holy Mother Jiutian was truly afraid. The passage of time was like a terrible nightmare. Long Chen, let go of me. This is the Hongjun Star Ocean. If you dare to touch me, the heavenly law sacred emperor will take your life, and you will be doomed eternally. He is already rushing over from the Hongjun superstar. If you don't stop now, none of you will leave today. If you anger him, you will suffer for eternity. Holy Mother Jiutian screamed mournfully. Is that so? Long Chen appeared in the sky-burying coffin, and he turned into the Void Universe Dragon in front of Holy Mother Jiutian. His empty eyes looked coldly at Holy Mother Jiutian, and there was only infinite killing intent, no mercy. Then I'll wait and see whether you die first, or the heavenly law sacred emperor arrives first. There was not a trace of fear in his expression at all. You really have a death wish. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I do know the immensity of heaven and earth, but obviously, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. Long Chen was the most confident in the heart of Great Void. At this speed, she would turn into ashes in 100 breaths of time. The heavenly law sacred emperor will save me, Holy Mother Jiutian said coldly, as if she was not even afraid of her body being destroyed. Then wait and see. Long Chen also wanted to see if the heavenly law sacred emperor would save her. In the end, at least half the time had passed, and Holy Mother Jiutian was already on the verge of death. The 3 parts of her body that had been cut apart were all being destroyed, and her primordial spirit was also beginning to dissipate. Even the heart of law had shattered under the corrosion of time. At this time, although she still looked very tough on the surface, Long Chen could clearly see the panic and fear in her heart. She was already on the verge of collapse, and death was already pressing down on her head. Holy Mother Jiutian and a large number of God Emperors saw that Holy Mother Jiutian was being suppressed and was on the verge of death. In an instant, the news of Holy Mother Jiutian's defeat spread throughout the entire sacred planet. It caused a huge uproar. A large number of God Emperors rushed up, but they did not dare to go near the sky-burying coffin. Long Chen, please let our Holy Mother go. Many people knelt on the ground, begging Long Chen. Next, the entire sacred planet and 9 heaven sacred clan knelt on the ground, begging Long Chen for mercy. Trillions of people knelt on the ground. Everyone once again begged Long Chen to spare Holy Mother Jiutian. Of course, from their perspective, Holy Mother Jiutian was a god that protected them. Once Holy Mother Jiutian was destroyed, the entire race would be finished, and their status would plummet. Divine venerables could not die for billions of years. Long Chen was slightly moved, but this could not change his will. Where's the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor? Long Chen asked with a smile. He's definitely here. Holy Mother Jiutian's voice was already trembling. If he wanted to come, he would have come a long time ago. Stop lying to yourself and go on your way. From now on, there will be no such person as Holy Mother Jiutian in the myriad worlds. Impossible. Holy Mother Jiutian cried. She finally broke down and became even more afraid. She knew in her heart that if the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor really wanted to save her, he would have come a long time ago. The threat of death caused her to break down, but under Long Chen's gaze, she was so afraid that she did not even dare to beg for mercy a second time. But her billions of people were begging for mercy on her behalf. The power of the heart of the Great Void was still increasing. In such a situation, even if Long Chen stopped, she would still suffer unprecedented injuries. It would not be easy for her to recover. Even if Long Chen did not kill her, he had given her severe torture. There is no medicine for regret in this world. You should pay for your actions, Long Chen said indifferently. Holy Mother Jiutian was still crying. No, I don't want to die. I want to live for thousands of years to come. She looked at Long Chen with deep fear in her eyes. On the sacred planet, billions of people were still begging for mercy, but they could not make Long Chen change his mind. The heavenly Tao sovereign seems to be dead. Our Hongjun Star Ocean cannot lose any more people. Although she does need to be disciplined, she does not deserve to die. Give her a dog life. Consider it as giving me face. At this moment, a voice rang out in Long Chen's ears. It was the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. Actually, he should have arrived a long time ago. Long Chen actually thought that he would stop her from the start, just like what Holy Mother Jiutian had said. But he did not. Instead, he discussed it with Long Chen at the last moment. He had already given Long Chen enough face. After all, this was the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's territory, and Holy Mother Jiutian was his subordinate. How did the heavenly Tao sovereign die? Long Chen was shocked by this news. Maybe there are some strange changes in the hive. The heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not appear, but his voice was everywhere. Long Chen thought about it. It was enough to torture Holy Mother Jiutian to this extent. If the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not lie to him, Hongjun Star Ocean could not afford to lose any more. On the whole, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor had really given him face. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Holy Mother Jiutian was still crying and begging for mercy. Her body had already withered. At this moment, Long Chen finally withdrew the sky-burying coffin and the heart of the great void. Ugh! Holy Mother Jiutian fell and landed on the 9-heaven sacred star. She turned from a beautiful woman to a skinny old woman. It was unknown how long it would take for her to recover her beauty. At this moment, she trembled and knelt on the ground, looking at Long Chen in despair. She would remember today's lesson for the rest of her life. Thank you. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's voice gradually faded. It seemed like he had gone far away. Long Chen, on the other hand, was troubled by another problem. What happened in the depths of the hive? He had actually killed Heavenly Tao Lord. How terrifying was that? Chen. Lingxi came to Long Chen's side. No matter what, Holy Mother Jiutian had finished teaching her a lesson. She was still useful. It was not easy to cultivate to the hierarch realm. Since the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor and the trillions of living beings appeared, Long Chen decided to spare her life. In any case, he would not fall for it again. Then, it was time to go to the time tunnel. Chapter 3047. For Long Chen, obtaining the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's bloodline was enough. There was no need for him to go deeper into the southern starfield. After all, he didn't know if the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor was a friend or foe. If he was a friend, like the desolate ancient god, it would naturally be a good thing. But if he had evil intentions, he would be a dangerous existence. Long Chen naturally didn't want to have anything to do with him. Obtaining Kitten's main body was more important, so he directly asked Lingxi to open the cosmic gate. He didn't bid farewell to the Hongjun starfield and directly left, disappearing into the starry sky. As a result, many people were still immersed in the shock of the battle just now, especially the arrogant Nine Heavens Holy Clan. Today was the day their pride was completely torn apart. They were usually arrogant and despotic, and they were used to it. But at this moment, they knew that the existence that protected them could also be killed. Saint Emperor, the Nine Heavens Holy Mother knelt on the ground. She was now withered, and it was unknown how long it would take for her to recover. What she didn't understand the most was why the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor didn't directly punish Long Chen. However, she couldn't ask for an answer, because the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor had already left. The only thing she knew was that from now on, she could no longer provoke Long Chen, or else no one could save her. This battle caused Long Chen's reputation to rise once again. After all, no one knew the details of the beehive, but this battle caused trillions of people to kneel. One could imagine the grandeur at that time. It caused Long Chen to crush the Nine Heavens Holy Mother. The once high and mighty Nine Heavens Holy Mother had countless halos around her, and now she was even more famous. But she was the one who had been defeated by Long Chen. Of course, the help of Lingxi and the others in the battle had been ignored, especially Li Xuanji. It was not easy to determine whether she was a part of Long Chen's strength or not. She was both an independent person and a part of Long Chen. There was another matter that shook the myriad worlds, and that was the fall of the Heavenly Tao Sovereign. According to the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, he seemed to have fallen in the heavenly mystic realm. However, there was no further news of him, and the number of people who went to the cosmic hive to train suddenly decreased by a lot. While the entire myriad worlds were discussing Long Chen was no longer paying attention to these matters. He was heading towards his next destination, the Time Tunnel. The Time Tunnel was located in a remote location within the infinite worlds. The gate of the universe had never been to this place before, so it could only bring Long Chen and the others to the vicinity and then search for it. It would probably take some time. The Time Tunnel was located in the eastern star region of the myriad worlds. Furthermore, it was in the extreme east of the eastern star region, which was even more remote than the life and death realms. The gate of the universe could only accurately reach places that one had already been to. Places that one hadn't been to could only be moved slowly. Hence, after a month, Long Chen indeed appeared in the eastern star region. However, it seemed like he was still quite a distance away from the Time Tunnel. If we had left the dragon sacrificial continent back then and directly headed east, I wonder what would have happened. The fate of life could indeed only be described as incomparably wonderful. He looked at the vast eastern star region in front of him. In fact, most of the eastern star region is the territory of the demon race. Among the infinite worlds, the human race is mainly in the other three regions. However, there is not much conflict between the human race and the demon race, so they coexist peacefully. Of course, small frictions are constant. Divine Emperor Yuhua had once explained this to Long Chen. In the eastern star region, one could see more of the demon race. There was an endless number of them, especially the worlds above the primordial chaos realm, which were basically controlled by the demon race. Long Chen, a human, naturally attracted a little attention when he came to the demon race's world. Fortunately, he only needed to go to the Time Tunnel. Generally speaking, he did not need to go deep into the eastern star region. Lingxi held the gate of the universe and moved forward in this vast sea of stars. The gate of the universe moved again, and each time it moved forward a large area. Long Chen then estimated the distance to the Time Tunnel. It was a little troublesome the first time, but it would definitely be better in the future. When Heavenly Tao Paragon was in the cosmic hive, his shout was real. What could have killed him so quickly and made him not make a sound at all? Thinking about it carefully, this was something that made one's hair stand on end. Perhaps it was that sky-swallowing clan. Long Chen had a rough idea in his heart. The sky-swallowing clan was hidden in the depths of the infinite worlds. The biggest existences should be in the deepest parts of the infinite worlds. However, there were actually many sky-swallowing clan members. Perhaps the one that Heavenly Tao Paragon encountered was one of them. Or perhaps, it could be the same as the Era Demon, a primeval troll trapped in the so-called demonic dragon's ancient tomb. It's possible that the demonic dragon's ancient tomb is in the cosmic hive. This was another guess of Long Chen. As for the truth, he could only go in and take a look. Lingxi kept moving forward. She was getting closer and closer to the position that the immortal divine phoenix had once reached. Long Chen looked at the star map. Although this was a remote location, there was actually a world called the Kunlun Demon Realm around it. It was a primordial chaos realm world. The eastern star region was divided into a total of 9 regions. This was the easternmost of the 9 regions, and it was also the most remote one. Lingxi's path forward happened to pass by the Kunlun Demon Realm. When she came out of the God Nation, she was now outside the Kunlun Demon Realm. Looking from afar, it was a mountain range floating in the starry sky. It was huge, magnificent, and majestic, like the spine of a giant beast, crawling ferociously in the infinite worlds. It was shrouded in a dark yellow spirit fog, and the entire world looked like a yellow dragon. From afar, it looked like a mountain range. Inside this world, the mountain range was as huge as a continent. If the demons living in the Kunlun Demon Realm did not have the vision to cross the starry sky, it was very difficult to see the true appearance of the Kunlun Demon Realm. We have been traveling for a while. Let's rest around here. Long Chen sensed Lingxi. The moment he stabilized, he and Li Xuanji noticed the Kunlun Demon Realm through a mysterious perception. Perhaps there was something calling out to them from there. What a coincidence. Long Chen led Lingxi towards the Kunlun Demon Realm. Long Chen and Li Xuanji could feel this calling at the same time. It must be something related to the underworld Shadow Dream Dragon. The closer they got, the stronger that feeling became. It seems to be the origin dragon soul, Li Xuanji said softly. However, it is not the ancestor dragons. It is the underworld Shadow Dream Dragon Syndicate dragons. Let's go down and take a look. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. His mission in the infinite worlds was to collect these things. Now that he sensed it while passing by, he naturally could not miss it. He got closer. After crossing the many peaks of the Kunlun Demon Realm, Xiao Chen saw that the huge demons in that world were about the size of ants. Indeed, from the perspective of a deity, the world was different. Long Chen searched for a while. Finally, he traversed a great distance and found the core. That was the tallest mountain in the entire Kunlun Fiend world. Of course, to them, this was the tallest continent. Actually, every huge fiend was no different from a speck of sand on a mountain. As Long Chen stood in the starry sky, he saw a bottomless pit at the top of the tallest mountain. The calling came from this pit. As long as he entered, everything would be clear. However, just as Long Chen was about to enter, he met with a small obstruction. Rumble. Beside the bottomless pit, there was a huge brown stone. It was like a small continent. At first, Long Chen did not notice it. He did not expect it to be a demon. As Long Chen approached, there was a huge commotion on this small continent. The mountains, rivers, and trees on it collapsed, revealing a hard body. It was hard to see what it was up close. Only from the distant starry sky could one see that this small continent was actually a tortoise shell. A huge beast. Because he had been sleeping here for too long, there were yellow soil and rivers on the ground. When he moved, there were many small demonic beasts that were fleeing in terror. Rumble. Before Long Chen's eyes, snake-like heads gradually appeared under the tortoise shell. This was a thick, barbaric snake with rock-hard skin. It was ferocious and violent, with a strong murderous aura. A total of 9 snake-like heads appeared from the tortoise shell. This is the world lord of the Kunlun Demon Realm, a demon called the Divine Martial Beast. It's an ultimate Divine Emperor and is ranked at the top of the Divine Emperor list. Divine Emperor Yu Hua happened to know this guy. Although the other party caused a huge commotion, it was still a Divine Emperor. Long Chen basically did not care about this kind of existence. All his attention was on the cave below. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Kunlun Demon Realm without notifying me? Tell me your name quickly. Otherwise, I will deal with you as an intruder. At this moment, the divine martial beast's life force was vigorous and vast. It swept out like an explosion, causing the quiet Kunlun demon realm to boil. This guy had slept for so long, he definitely did not know about Long Chen's situation. Now that he had awakened, the 9 snake-like heads stared at Long Chen fiercely. A mere human dares to barge into the territory of my demon race. How dare you? Who are you? Which world are you from? The divine martial beast's body was as hard as steel and rock. Long Chen did not want to pay attention to him. After sensing carefully, he was ready to enter. Lingxi returned to the realm of life to rest. He descended from the sky and fell into the cave like a meteor. I am Long Chen. You've been asleep for so long, you probably don't know me. What a joke. I do know a nobody like you. Get out of here. This is my territory. The divine martial beast had a bad temper. However, it did not expect that Long Chen would rush into the cave as if he did not hear it. How dare you tarnish my race's sacred ground? The divine martial beast was enraged. Before he made his move, Long Chen suddenly looked at him. With just a glance, the divine martial beast froze in an environment where time stood still and it couldn't move at all. Long Chen waited until the giant beast calmed down before he entered the cave. I was busy until late at night. There were a lot of classes in the Lu courtyard. I probably couldn't write during the day, so I would probably update later in the future. I'll try my best to prepare some manuscripts. After all, there were classes all day and I could only write at night. There were 2 more classes today. Chapter 30-48. So scary. By the time the god martial beast could move again, Long Chen had already gone deep into the cave. Just now, not only did Long Chen confine it, but he had also sealed off a large area around it. In this space, not even a grain of sand could move. To be able to immobilize an existence on the Divine Emperor list like him in an instant, he was either in the top 10 of the Divine Emperor list or a supreme deity. To be honest, the number of top 10 experts on the Divine Emperor list was even fewer than the number of supreme gods. Therefore, the god martial beast knew that it was more likely to encounter a supreme god. However, I basically know all of the supreme deities in the myriad worlds. Could it be an existence hidden from the world? But no matter who it was, this was its world, the sacred land of its world. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to run amok in the territory of our demon clan, you have violated our demon clan. I will immediately report this to our ancestor and ask him to make a decision for us. Even so, the god martial beast was afraid of Long Chen's power. After that, it hid in the starry sky and hurried to summon its ancestor. I have to say that the internal structure of the monster race is much more united than that of the human race. They are basically like an iron bucket, helping each other like a super kingdom. Their supreme existence is much stronger than the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. Even in the small worlds of the monster race, there will be someone who will help them. It was understandable. If the monster race didn't do this, the human race in the other 3 regions might invade some small worlds. Who is the ancestor he mentioned? Long Chen asked as he went deeper into the cave. It's this Eastern Star region, or the supreme expert of the monster race. He existed a long time before the epoch. I heard that his history is even longer than the Wildlands ancient god, the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, and heavenly god Luya. The experts of all worlds call him the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. His world, the Hunkin Ancestor, is the core of the Eastern Star region. It's a rare original incipient realm, just like the Hongjun Star Sea and Pangu continent. Oh, Long Chen roughly understood. In fact, the forces of the 4 major regions in the myriad worlds were almost the same, so it was easy to remember. Basically, ancient god Savage Wilderness, Heaven Tao Holy Emperor, heavenly god Luya, and Chaos Demon Ancestor were the four rulers of the myriad worlds. Of course, there were indeed people who classified them as the four rulers. They were the rulers of the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, the Southern Domain, and the Northern Domain. These were probably the four existences that could make Long Chen feel threatened. However, even the Chaos Demon Ancestor couldn't care less about Long Chen taking what he wanted. He didn't expect the cave to be so deep. The deeper they went, the more intense the feeling became. Clearly, in the depths of this place, there was a legacy item left behind by the mystical dragon. It was probably related to the sleeping shadow dragon. It is probably because this place is treated as the holy land of the Kunlun demonic world. That is why it has been preserved until now. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by others long ago. Normally, if it ended up in someone else's deity nation, that would be the hardest to obtain. Finally, Long Chen entered a cold pond. To him, the water of the cold pond wasn't a problem. However, if he hadn't reached the deity emperor realm, he might be frozen in the cold pond. Even his divine body would be crippled. If he sank, he would probably die. After all, this was the core of the Kunlun demonic world. The Kunlun demonic race called it the Holy Land Cold Pond. There were many stories about the Holy Land Cold Pond. One of them was the story of the Sky Nether Beast. It was said that the Sky Nether Beast was the only demon race that could compare to the Divine Martial Beast. However, it was extinct and defeated by the Divine Martial Beast. After it died, it condensed at the bottom of the Holy Land Cold Pond. The Divine Martial Beast had been suppressing there to prevent the Sky Nether Beast from coming out again. I see it. Long Chen had already reached the bottom of the Holy Land's icy pond. To be honest, even he found this place a little hard to endure. It was simply too cold. The water in the pond was a divine item called the Sacred Heart Chill Water, which was equivalent to a very high-level divine flame. At the deepest part of the bottom, there was a huge, black, translucent crystal. Within the crystal, there were a total of 8 mystical dragons. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, but they were frozen in this place. Origin Dragon Souls. He didn't expect to be so lucky. There were actually 8 kinds of Origin Dragon Souls, and they were all syndicate dragons of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon. It seemed that they had all died in battle here. Among them, 3 drops of Inheritance Essence blood were summoned back to the Origin Dragon Palace. There were also 5 drops of Inheritance Essence blood and Origin Dragon Souls missing. Fortunately, they were all in this place. In the center of the black crystal, there were 5 drops of Inheritance Essence blood. They were all intact, as if they were summoning Long Chen. In this way, I can create all the syndicate dragons of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon. However, the big shots here have to be very outstanding in terms of loyalty, talent, and temperament. I need to select them carefully. After all, this is a big deal. In the future, every supreme mystical dragon that matured would surpass the level of an ordinary supreme deity and the 4 rulers. For example, if Di Jun was given time to continue growing, he would definitely become the #1 deity in the myriad realms in the future. After all, they had already cultivated to the extreme. As Long Chen spoke, he dripped a drop of Inheritance Essence blood. Just like the time in the Death Rain, the unbreakable crystal began to melt, revealing the Origin Dragon Souls and Inheritance Essence blood. The Inheritance Essence blood was successfully stored in the Origin Dragon Palace. The 8 Origin Dragon Souls were also successfully sealed in the Origin Dragon Palace by Long Chen. Done. He was naturally in a good mood after this unexpected harvest. When Long Chen came out of the cave, the God Martial Beast was already hiding in the starry sky. However, Long Chen still found him easily. Who are you? The God Martial Beast's 8 heads spoke at the same time. The God Martial Beast knew very well what was inside the so-called sacred ground. He knew that it was something even a hierarch would have trouble dealing with. Long Chen glanced at him and was too lazy to talk to him. He immediately told Lingxi to summon the Gate of the Universe and continued heading in the direction of the temporal tunnel. Gate of the Universe, he is Hierarch Taihao. The god martial beast was shocked. He immediately sent the news to the Patriarch, but the Patriarch did not respond at all. This made the god martial beast very depressed. Patriarch, what are they doing? Why haven't they responded to me for such an important matter? They weren't like this in the past. The god martial beast narrowed his eyes and pondered as he looked in the direction Long Chen left. Besides, he had also heard of Hierarch Taihao's appearance, but it didn't seem like he was like Long Chen. Let's go ask what happened in the Myriad Realms recently. After putting away the things he obtained in the Kunlun Demon Realm, Long Chen moved forward at full speed. He explored and soon approached the temporal tunnel. In front of him was a desolate starry sky. Not even broken stars existed. It was a void. However, he could feel that the flow of time in the vicinity was a bit chaotic. It was not as unified as before. Moreover, there seemed to be a time vortex in the depths of the night. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying this vortex was. At this point, he could no longer use the Gate of the Universe. If it appeared directly at the core of the temporal tunnel, it would be dangerous for Lingxi. The further he went, the larger and more violent the time vortex became. It was a place that very few people in the Myriad Realms could reach. Even an hierarch would have to spend nearly 10 years to get there. From his current position, Long Chen estimated that the area of the temporal tunnel was already bigger than 3 Hongjun starry seas. It was much bigger than the life and death realms. At the center of the vortex, time was especially chaotic. Generally, it was difficult to go deep into the temporal tunnel without any attainments in time law. Therefore, even the immortal godly phoenix did not dare to go deep. There seems to be someone. Long Chen sensed that there was someone who was even closer to the time tunnel than him. This made him curious. What kind of person would stray so far away and come to this desolate place with no benefits? There was indeed no benefit for others. This person doesn't seem weak. The closer he got to that direction, Long Chen had to be cautious. It was empty and boundless, and it was easy for the other party to discover his position. However, he had started to learn about the transformation principle and had some experience. At least, his concealment skills were very strong. Long Chen pondered for a while and turned himself into a shattered star in the starry sky. He drifted in that direction so that he would not attract too much attention. Although there were very few stars there, it was not surprising to see a few occasionally. As he got closer, Long Chen was shocked. It turned out that there was more than one person. Close to the temporal tunnel, in the outline of the vortex, one by one, experts appeared in Long Chen's perception. They were scattered and did not separate from each other. Moreover, each of them was an ultimate god and a member of the demon clan. Are all the ultimate gods in the entire Eastern Star territory gathered here? Long Chen was speechless. It was too strange. Generally speaking, ultimate gods rarely left the world they were in, especially territorial lords. There were nearly 10 ultimate gods here. What were they trying to do? 10 ultimate gods were impossible to deal with. Long Chen stayed where he was and wanted to get some information from their communication so that he would know what was going on. After a careful count, he could see 9 ultimate gods and some who might have gone deep into the temporal tunnel. "Boss, these fellows can't be here to snatch my body, right?" Little Cat asked with widened eyes. Chapter 3049. Long Chen turned into a broken star in the endless starry sky. In front of him, the time tunnel was invisible, but the starry sky was dark, so it was like an infinitely large cave or an infinitely large mouth that was attracting people to enter. Around him, time sometimes sped up and sometimes slowed down. Long Chen was proficient in time law, so he could change the speed of the broken star with the flow of time. He only knew a little about the laws of variation, so he didn't want to expose his identity before he figured out the situation. He did not take risks. The demon clan is still quite repulsive to the human clan, as you can see from the divine martial beast's attitude. Divine Emperor Yu Hua used to be in Qianjihe, so he knew more about the myriad realms. Thanks to her, Long Chen was saved a lot of trouble. What are they doing? Who are these people? That was the question in Long Chen's mind. He even felt that Kitten was right. Those people were probably here for Kitten's body. After all, there should be nothing else in the time tunnel. If there was, the dragon servants would have told him. Long Chen observed the 9 ultimate gods who were wandering outside the time tunnel. Their positions were relatively scattered and they did not speak. Their eyes were staring into the depths of the time tunnel as if they were waiting for something. Basically, there was no communication between them. However, those supreme deities were definitely the supreme masters of the entire myriad realms. It was a grand event that had not happened in a long time for so many ultimate gods to gather together. Involving the time tunnel meant that it had a lot to do with Long Chen. He had promised Kitten that he would find his body and restore him to his peak state. After waiting and observing for a long time, 2 of them finally gathered together. One of them was a thin old man with a protruding mouth and white hair wearing a gray robe. However, there was a familiar aura of law on him that Long Chen felt. He did not understand it for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, wasn't that the feeling of time law variation that he had just obtained? In the myriad realms, there are people who know time law variation? Long Chen was a little surprised. After all, he had just obtained the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's Legacy Essence Blood, so he felt like it was everywhere. It's too much of a coincidence. Now that I think about it, this is an ultimate god from the demon clan. They called themselves demon lords. His true form was a demon beast called the Myriad Transformations Beast. They were extremely rare in the entire myriad worlds, probably only 2 or 3 of them. This was a kind of demonic beast that had a high possibility of growing into a supreme deity. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the demon clan. The most outstanding thing about the Myriad Transformation Beast is that it can transform into anything. It's practically the most incredible demon beast in the entire demon race. This kind of bloodline simply surpassed some of the ultimate divine dragons. It was almost on par with the supreme divine dragons. Nowadays, it was indeed a heaven-defying bloodline. After all, the demon clan relied more on their innate bloodline. As long as a myriad transformation beast was born, it would at least be a god emperor. Of course, Long Chen's own daughter was the most powerful. She was destined to surpass the ultimate god realm the moment she was born. No wonder. Perhaps he's the only one in the infinite worlds who can change the laws apart from me. Coincidentally, he definitely had a deep understanding of this aspect. If there's a chance, I'll ask him for advice and learn his laws. I'll definitely benefit immensely. Especially for me, who has just come into contact with the laws. Long Chen carefully looked at the Myriad Transformations Beast to feel the changes in its laws. This Myriad Transformations Beast is called the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord. It's not a region lord like Divine Taihao, but the ultimate god of the Hunkan ancestral realm. The Emperor Holy Venerable next to it is a region lord, the region lord of the Eastern Star region's Emperor Sanctuary. Of course, whether or not it's a region lord doesn't make much of a difference in strength. The Emperor Holy Venerable was roughly at the same level as Divine Taihao. This was a golden-haired burly man. One could vaguely feel that his rough and wild face was a bit like a lion, but it was not just the aura of a lion. It should be mixed with other bloodlines. In terms of strangeness, the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord was definitely stronger. However, in terms of power and awe, the Emperor Holy Beast was a natural emperor, similar to the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. The Emperor Holy Venerable's original form is the Emperor Holy Beast. It's a peak bloodline born from the combination of the myriad world heavenly lion and the deadly demon vulture. It's not inferior to the myriad transformations beast, and it even surpasses the myriad transformations beast in terms of combat strength. The Emperor Holy Venerable is also very famous in the demon race. It's quite big in the myriad realms. While Long Chen was carefully looking at the myriad transformations beast, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was still dutifully introducing him to the Emperor Holy Venerable. Son of God, why hasn't he come out yet? The myriad transformations demon lord was a little impatient. Although he was old, he gave off the vibe of an old urchin. His face was constantly changing, and there was no fixed look. Just wait. The Emperor Holy Venerable's voice was very cold and concise. The myriad transformations beast was already familiar with this guy. He chuckled and said, I wonder how deep the Son of God is. Did he go in? Long Chen was also listening to their conversation. The name of the Son of God reminded Divine Emperor Yu Hua of someone. She said, I know who's here. It's him. No wonder in the entire Eastern Star region, apart from the Chaos Demonic Forefather, there's only one person who can gather so many ultimate gods here. Who is he? Long Chen didn't bother to know about the Eastern Star region. He never thought he would come across the Eastern Star region's ultimate gods in the time tunnel. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said, actually, he's the overlord of the Eastern Star region. This one is the same as the Wildlands Sect Master, who was trained by the Wildlands Ancient God. This one is trained by the Chaos Demonic Forefather. He's usually called the Son of Chaos. However, the Son of Chaos is a little different from the Wildlands Sect Master. The Wildlands Sect Master is low-key, but the Son of Chaos is extremely high-profile. If the entire demon race is a big family, then the Son of Chaos is the young master. The other ultimate gods treat him like a young master. Therefore, he's very noble. Outside the Eastern Star region, there won't be such a situation. The ultimate gods are equal. That was why a total of 9 ultimate gods were brought to the time tunnel. However, why would the Chaos Saint be interested in the time tunnel? Just as Long Chen was about to continue asking, it was a coincidence that the Chaos Saint appeared from the depths of the time tunnel. The 9 ultimate gods surrounded the Chaos Saint upon seeing him. Their expressions were very respectful. They were all ultimate gods, but they acted as if the Chaos Saint was superior. For example, on Pangu continent, there would be no such situation. The Wildlands Sect Master and the Wildlands Sect Master were equal. Son of Chaos. The 9 supreme gods appeared in front of the new ultimate god. There were 10 ultimate gods in total. Most of the super experts of the Eastern Star region were gathered here. In the depths of the time tunnel, the black ripples were still rippling. Long Chen stood a little further away and observed the Son of Chaos. He had an extraordinarily powerful aura. If Di Jun's aura was the moon, then this one was the fiery sun. Fierce and strong. Among all the ultimate gods Long Chen had seen, he was the most awe-inspiring. He was even more awe-inspiring than the Wildlands Ancient God, who was profound and mysterious. The Son of Chaos, on the other hand, was the supreme god of the world. No matter where he was, he would burn like the sun. In particular, he had the unique fierceness of the demon race. When several kinds of domineering auras gathered together, he could frighten trillions of living beings with just a glance. What stood out the most was that there was a gray, king, pattern on his forehead. This was a pattern that only ferocious tigers had. Long Chen originally thought that his original form was related to tigers, but he soon discovered that he was wrong. Behind him, there was a pair of huge wings that covered the sky and covered the sun. In fact, the wings were not big, but the pair of wings did have the ability to cover the sky. For example, when spread out, they could completely surround a world of primordial origin. But that was not all. On his body, scales could be vaguely seen. They were not dragon scales, but more like fish scales, strange, twisted fish scales. Beast, bird, fish. 3 kinds of bloodlines actually appeared on the same person. The demon race can be divided into 3 major types: birds, beasts, and sea beasts. For example, the Phoenix clan is one of the birds. At a glance, it was obvious that the Son of Chaos actually surpassed other ultimate gods in terms of bloodline. He was born to be powerful, and his future achievements were even more limitless. The demon race is particular about bloodlines, and the most powerful demon bloodline in the entire universe is now in front of you. Yes, there are only 2 in the entire universe. One is the Chaos Demon Ancestor, and the other is this Son of Chaos. His true form has combined 3 of the most powerful bloodlines and has undergone extraordinary changes. Legend has it that he has a total of 3 bodies. I forget what bloodline it is, but it's probably a tiger, a bird, and a fish. What is his true form? Long Chen asked. Actually, it's easy to guess. The Kuan ancestors' realm is named after their true forms. His true form is the Kuan ancestor beast. I see. Long Chen nodded. But why did this Kuan ancestor beast appear here? Divine Emperor Yuhua said again, I forgot to tell you, he seems to have 3 bodies and is proficient in 3 types of laws. It is said that the tigers is proficient in the space law, like Di Jun and Lingxi. The bird seems to be proficient in the devouring law. As for the fishes, you will be even more surprised because it is proficient in the time law. Therefore, the Kuan ancestor beast has the most powerful bloodline that combines space, devouring, and time. As long as it continues to grow, it should not be a problem to become the new Chaos Demon Ancestor. It seemed that this Kuan ancestor beast was almost as powerful as the Supreme Divine Dragon Sacrifice. In this era, it was indeed not easy to have such a powerful demon bloodline. After rushing through the night, he finally wrote 3 chapters. He still had classes tomorrow, so he would probably have to update at night. Please forgive me. Chapter 30-50. He's also proficient in the Tao of Time? Long Chen thought to himself. Perhaps that was the reason the Chaos Sun had come here. He planned to continue listening. At this time, the Chaos Sun was surrounded by 9 ultimate gods. Unimaginable loyalty and respect could be seen in the eyes of those 9 people. Generally speaking, it was rare for ultimate gods to have such eyes. The Chaos Sun seemed a little annoyed and said, It's been more than 40 years. I still haven't been able to enter the depths of this tunnel. Looks like I have to do that. He did not expect that they had been here for 40 years. Even if Long Chen had come earlier, he would probably have met them. Son, I think we should work together and try again. We can definitely send you in, one of the ultimate gods said. The Chaos Sun shook his head and said, There's no rush. This is our territory. Success is only a matter of time. Everyone is very tired because of this lousy place. I suggest that everyone rest for a while before continuing. Son, we are not tired. We can continue. The Sun's matter is still more important, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable said respectfully. From this short conversation, it could be seen that the Chaos Sun's prestige was indeed great. However, he was not cruel and had a charisma that could make people follow him wholeheartedly. The few of them gathered together and casually said a few words. Later, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable asked, Son, forgive me for being presumptuous. After so many years, I still feel that just because of a dream and a vague thought, I know that there is something you want in the depths of this place. Isn't this a little exaggerated? What is that unknown thing? Is it really that important to you? When he said this, he was a little timid. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, every ultimate god looked at him with malicious eyes. Myriad transformations demon, is there something wrong with your brain? Why would the sun lie to you? If you could know the sun's enlightenment, wouldn't it be yours? The others also began to criticize the myriad transformations demon venerable. The myriad transformations demon venerable was very regretful. Myriad transformations, perhaps you won't believe it, but from the moment I descended into this world, I had a feeling that there was a place I had to enter. I spent so many years to find this place, and only then did I have the strength to enter. Therefore, it is impossible for me to give up this place. I have a premonition that if I can obtain what's inside, I might become the strongest expert in the myriad of worlds. The more he spoke, the more serious the Chaos Saint's son's tone became, and the domineering look in his eyes was revealed. The myriad transformations demon venerable kept apologizing and supporting the Chaos Saint's decision. He also expressed that he would definitely do his best for the Chaos Saint and give his all. Only then did the ultimate gods forgive him for his strange thoughts. After listening, Longchen felt strange. He talks to Kitten. Why is it that your main body has a strange feeling in the dark? That's strange. Longchen was sure that this was the world of the Void Infinity Dragon. Even though he didn't get close to it, the feeling was similar to the realms of life and death. It didn't seem wrong. How would I know? I'm even weirder than you. The weirdest thing is that I feel like I'm very familiar with this guy. Could it be that he had seen him somewhere before? Maybe it's that kind of bullshit feeling he was talking about. However, what I feel is that I hate him very much. It's jealousy and disgust. It was indeed difficult for Kitten to hate a person so much. His expression was full of disgust. That's strange. However, it's very likely that he wants your main body. No matter what, he's our biggest enemy, especially when he has 9 helpers around him. I'm not sure if he can handle him alone. Boss, what should we do? Are we just going to watch them succeed like this? Kitten asked anxiously. There's no hurry. Let's watch for a while more. On the other side, the Chaos Saint Sun and the 9 ultimate gods looked at the time tunnel together and discussed various possible methods. However, they had actually tried all the methods. In the end, the Chaos Saint Sun was still a little annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't bother. Let's borrow that thing from the old monster. I can only deal with that thing of his." As soon as this was said, the ultimate gods were a little stunned. Saint Sun, didn't you have a bad relationship with the forefather? Didn't you say that you wouldn't contact him for 10,000 years? Beside the Chaos Saint Sun, a goddess as beautiful as the 9 heaven saintess said. Monster women were especially enchanting. Forget it. I'll endure it. The Chaos Saint Sun didn't want to say more. It seemed that he was going all out. In fact, this was the decision that everyone wanted. They didn't want the Saint Sun and the forefather to be at odds. At this time, the Chaos Saint Sun said directly, "Myriad transformations, King, I'll give you 2 a mission. Go back to the Kun ancestral realm and borrow my father's thing for me. Just tell him that I want it." The Myriad transformations monster venerable and the king were dumbstruck. The king said, "Saint Sun, that's an original incipient grade expert. Can we guarantee his safety?" The Chaos Saint Sun laughed and said, "You 2 idiots, what is this place? Who is he? In this universe, there is someone who dares to rob his creator divine weapon? Isn't this a joke? Can anyone escape to a place outside the universe?" The other divine venerables also laughed. "Right, that thing is useless even for the heavenly path holy emperor, heavenly god Luya, and ancient god savage wilderness." The myriad transformations monster venerable and the king also laughed. In fact, the Chaos Saint Sun was a little scared just now. "Alright, let's go. We'll wait for your news." "Let's continue here," the Chaos Saint Sun said. Thus, the two of them didn't dare to slack off. They were full of energy and excitedly bid farewell to the others. They took out an eternal grade battleship, unfolded it, and flew directly toward the Kun ancestral realm. "Big brother, what should we do?" Kitten asked. It seemed that they couldn't rush into the time tunnel while they were guarding it. Long Chen also had a headache. Everyone was also thinking of a solution. "They will always go in. If we can mix with them, get their approval, and become a part of them, that will be great," Lingxi said. "But they are so xenophobic and the Chaos Saint's son is the core. This time tunnel is so important to him. If Big Brother appears, he might even rush to kill them. It's impossible to let everyone stay here or even go in with them. The only way is to suppress them, but there are a total of 8 ultimate gods, and some of their strength is unknown. I think there's basically no chance of success." Mo Xiaolang said. "I don't know. It's been 40 years and they still haven't been dealt with. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just wait a few more years. Big Brother is a monster. In a few years, he will dominate the universe and be invincible," Kitten said proudly. "Wait." Long Chen recalled what Lingxi said just now. He thought carefully and suddenly smiled. "It's not impossible to become one of their teams. I can give it a try." "What?" Everyone was curious about his idea. "Just wait and see," Long Chen said mysteriously. Li Xuanji didn't say anything, but she smiled knowingly. She knew what Long Chen was going to do because it actually had something to do with her. At this time, Long Chen had already gone in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. "Little Shi, catch up with Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others." Long Chen let Lingxi come out of the Divine Kingdom, and the two of them chased together. Do they want to learn the law of transformation from Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and see if they can impersonate one of their ultimate gods? Lingxi was exceptionally smart and immediately thought of it. "The possibility isn't high, but we can give it a try," Long Chen said with a smile. With the gate of the universe, it was much easier than a battleship. Although the universe was vast, most people would choose the closest route. Moreover, they hadn't left for long. Lingxi quickly found their position. "Just get close." This position was too close to the time tunnel, so it wasn't easy to make a move. Every once in a while, they would move. After about half a day, Long Chen saw that it was about time, so he let Lingxi return to the Divine Kingdom while he leisurely followed. Not long after, the people in the battleship discovered his existence. The battleship disappeared, and 2 people appeared in front of Long Chen. They were Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and Emperor Holy Venerable. Emperor Holy Venerable's aura was similar to Di Jun's, but it surpassed Di Jun's. He had the ferocity of a male lion and the insidiousness of a poisonous vulture. Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable had endless transformations, making it hard to figure out. "Who are you?" Emperor Holy Venerable appeared behind Long Chen in the blink of an eye, and surrounded Long Chen with Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Because Long Chen was a human, they had to be careful. Although they felt that Long Chen was a god emperor, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Long Chen smiled and said, "You too should have heard of my name. I am Long Chen." In fact, the 2 divine venerables didn't care at first, but when they heard the name Long Chen, they were stunned. Because there were countless people named Long Chen in the myriad worlds, they asked, "Is it the Long Chen who just defeated Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens? He is still in Hongjun Star Sea." As soon as they said that, they thought of the gate of the universe. "Yes, it's me." Long Chen was very calm. "It really is you. This is unbelievable." Myriad Transformations Monster Venerable looked at Long Chen with curiosity in his eyes. However, the Emperor Saint Venerable scolded him, "I don't care who you are or how strong you are. Since you've come to our territory, you have to state your purpose. If you don't have anything else to say, then leave our territory. Yes, you were in Hongjun Star Sea before, and you came here so quickly. Why? Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was also very curious. In fact, the reason why they were so anxious was because they were near the time tunnel. They must not let Long Chen know about the time tunnel and spread the news. That would be trouble. No matter what, you should leave first. The two divine venerables pressed forward, not giving Long Chen a chance to explain. I just happened to pass by here. Don't be nervous. I don't have any demon venerable among my friends, so I wanted to get to know you too. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, Long Chen said indifferently. Chapter 30-51. With that, Long Chen prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable is busy. I'm not welcome here, am I?" Long Chen smiled. "You still recognize me?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable squinted. "Demon Venerable is famous. Of course I recognize you." Long Chen did not bat an eyelid. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in a good mood after being flattered. He said, "I know you have the gate of the universe that allows you to travel anywhere in the infinite realms. It should only take a dozen days to get to Ancestral Kun realm from here, right?" Long Chen replied, "That's right." "Then, don't the two of you want me to leave quickly?" The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was a little embarrassed. He secretly communicated with the Emperor King. If we can get his help to get us to Ancestral Kun realm, it will only take us a month to return. It will greatly shorten the time and be of great help to the Son of Chaos. That's right. It will take us at least 10 years. If it can be shortened to a month, the Son of Chaos will be able to reach the depths of that place 10 years earlier. The two of them were excited at this thought. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign coughed twice and said to Long Chen, "I'm sorry, we were rude just now. It's just that our demon race hasn't been peaceful recently, so we were a little sensitive. Please forgive us." His attitude had taken a 360-degree turn. Long Chen had expected this. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I was just passing by anyway. I can just leave. There's no rush." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was full of smiles. "To be honest, we still need you to help us with a small matter. We are in a hurry to retrieve something for our Chaos Saint son. Time is of the essence. If you can help us with the Gate of the Universe, we will definitely reward you handsomely. When we meet the Saint Son, I will also tell him that you have helped us greatly." The Emperor King said, "If we really need your help, I hope you will consider it. If you can help us, the demon race will definitely be very good friends with you." The two of them had sincere expressions. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, he mentioned the name of the Chaos Son in order to befriend Long Chen. They were all waiting for Long Chen's answer. According to the legends, Long Chen was an arrogant person who would not lower his head for anything. Therefore, they were slightly worried that Long Chen would not agree or that he would negotiate with them. If it was them, they might take action. Snatching the Gate of the Universe was also a good choice. Unexpectedly, Long Chen replied without the slightest hesitation, "No problem at all. To me, this is just a small matter, but it will save the two of you a lot of trouble." "Why not?" Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others could not believe their ears. It was settled too quickly. "Thank you so much." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable beamed with joy. Long Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "It's really not a big deal. However, I also have a small request. I hope the two of you can help me a little." Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable became cautious. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "It's actually very simple. I've heard of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's transformation law. It's ever-changing and mysterious. I've long been interested in it. Today, I happen to meet myriad transformations Demon Venerable here, so I want to seize this opportunity to experience how powerful a Demon Venerable is." Myriad transformations Demon Venerable was a little stunned after hearing that. He originally thought it was something dangerous, but he did not expect it to be like this. You're able to defeat the ninth heaven Holy Mother, which is the ability of an ultimate god. In fact, you don't have to ask me for help. You can attack me at any time as long as you want. However, since that's the case, I'll agree to your request. It's just a small matter. Soon, Long Chen completed the first step of the plan. He had successfully achieved his goal. Then I'll look forward to the Demon Venerable's performance. Long Chen made a gesture of invitation. Wait a moment. Myriad transformations Demon Venerable felt heroic. His agreement with Long Chen was that regardless of whether they won or lost, Long Chen would send them to the ancestral realm of Hun Kun. Then, his task would be completed. Moreover, Long Chen was only curious about his transformation law and wanted to learn from him. No matter what, he would not lose too much. In exchange, he would gain a lot. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable found Long Chen even more adorable when he thought about being praised by the chaotic saint. He could not wait to complete the task, so he urged the Emperor Holy Venerable a little. "Don't worry, I'm fine." The Emperor Holy Venerable looked at Long Chen, but Long Chen was still very sincere. As such, he did not say anything more and directly pushed him to the side, leaving the battlefield for Long Chen and myriad transformations Demon Venerable. This is a valuable experience. You have to keep an eye on it. Long Chen smiled inwardly. He said this to Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji responded with a soft hum. Even to Long Chen, her voice was extremely flirtatious. Myriad transformations Demon Venerable did not underestimate Long Chen's power, nor did he overestimate it. He was very confident. Watch carefully. Myriad transformations Demon Venerable grinned, and a small black ball appeared in his hand. This is his only creator divine weapon. I heard that it's at the semi-primeval incipient level. It's called the Ball of Myriad Transformations. It said that the chaotic Saint Venerable gave it to him. Now you can understand how loyal he is to the chaotic Saint Venerable, Divine Emperor Yu Hua interrupted. Make your move. I'll let you see my most magical law, said Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Without saying a word, Long Chen already had the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand. The Ghost Blood Curse fit his temperament better, so it was more efficient to use. To Long Chen's surprise, the next scene made him exclaim in surprise. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's body changed like a tide. In the end, he became an existence that looked exactly like Long Chen. Even the ball of Myriad Transformations in his hand was changing. In the end, it turned into the Ghost Blood Curse. There were two identical Long Chens holding the same Ghost Blood Curse. To an Emperor Sacred Beast, this was a very normal scene. However, to Long Chen, it was too shocking. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's law wasn't just a simulation of his appearance, but also a complete transformation inside. Even the Ghost Blood Curse that the Ball of Myriad Transformations had transformed into was filled with blood energy and had the symbol of death. See that? Long Chen communicated with Li Xuanji. I need more. Of course, Long Chen couldn't wait to test his power. He was facing an existence that looked exactly like him. Moreover, it wasn't an illusion, but a real existence. The Ghost Blood Curse appeared before him. Sword of Time. This was the first sword that Long Chen tried. The Sword of Time was fast and fierce. A tearing force of time instantly rushed towards the Long Chen opposite him. I see it. Li Xuanji exclaimed softly. She saw the changes in the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's eyes. When the Sword of Time transformed, an identical scene appeared in his eyes. It was as though everything was being replicated. He isn't proficient in the laws of transformation. Instead, he's imitating your laws. This should be the foundation of the Tao of transformation, said Li Xuanji quickly. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already fighting with the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The first Sword of Time slashed out. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand and used the exact same movements as Long Chen. What was rare was that it was also a Sword of Time. Moreover, it was no different from the one Long Chen used. The two Swords of Time clashed in the starry sky and shattered. That's right. It's a simulation. Long Chen was sure that the other party had simulated it when he attacked. This was a law of transformation. It was more accurate to call it a simulation law. Before Long Chen used the life and death calamity, the other party wouldn't be able to use the life and death calamity. He didn't really have everyone's laws. Indeed, fighting with him is a huge gain. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He focused on the battle and enjoyed the baptism of laws. Under such circumstances, his improvement in the law of transformation was naturally huge. Death Calamity. With another strike, the Death Calamity behind him surged into the sky. The Death Calamity's core erupted with infinite lethality. When the myriad transformations Demon Venerable saw this, he quickly simulated the same move. Long Chen could see every detail very clearly. His comprehension also deepened. His goal was to learn the laws of the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. His simulation was actually the foundation of transformation. The exact same Long Chen was fighting, and the laws he used were almost the same. But in essence, it was different. Long Chen could clearly feel that the other party didn't have the Death Calamity's core. Everything he used was transformed from his own strength. His own strength was a kind of restriction. If Long Chen was stronger than him in this aspect, he would be able to suppress him. Life and Death Calamity. With another strike, Long Chen unleashed his full speed. The power of the Life Tribulation and Slaughter Tribulation was guaranteed. The huge dark green vortex condensed on the sword and stabbed towards the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable was gradually unable to withstand it. But what was shocking was that although he was constantly being pushed back, he was still able to simulate the Life Tribulation and Slaughter Tribulation almost exactly the same. RIP. But in the end, under Long Chen's powerful attack, his life and death calamity was devoured by Long Chen. The dark green vortex shrunk and was repelled by Long Chen's sword. In the end, Long Chen stopped in time. Chi, it's not over yet. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable was suppressed so quickly and lost face. This was Long Chen's goal. Because in this case, he would be able to display everything that he was good at. Buzz buzz. In front of Long Chen, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable rapidly changed. He no longer looked like Long Chen. Instead, he transformed into a gray tiger that covered the sky and covered the sun in front of Long Chen. There was a king character above the tiger's head. Half of the gray body had fused with the space, as though it didn't exist at all. This was definitely a demonic beast bloodline at the pinnacle. Looking at the gray tiger that had fused with the space, there was a trace of shock in his mind. It wasn't because the other party's laws were exquisite, but because of what the other party had transformed into. This gray tiger was just simulated by the myriad transformations Demon Venerable, and yet it had such power. It was like the king of millions and millions of demonic beasts. Especially when it fused with space and controlled everything in the world. It was a terrifying overlord. If I'm not wrong, this is one of the three forms of the ancestral Chaos Kun beast. Long Chen knew what was going on. He quickly turned his attention to the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's laws. This was his original goal. Roar. The gray tiger let out a furious roar. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw countless tiger heads appearing all around him. They let out roars at the same time. It was a terrifying disaster. The transformation is really marvelous. The ancestral Chaos Kun beast was the strongest in the Eastern Star region. Transforming into them was also the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable's ultimate move. Although it was a spar, he didn't want to lose to Long Chen. It's time to get serious. The other party's space laws were indeed shocking, but it was a little different from Lingxi's. Amidst the gray tiger's roar, the space within 1,000,000 meters was once again under immense pressure. It didn't shatter, but it was being compressed. It was like layers of steel walls surrounding Long Chen. Break. Long Chen also got serious. He had to completely understand the other party's laws before the battle ended. Of course, Li Xuanji was also watching. His plan would only succeed if he succeeded. Fight. Chapter 3052. The Emperor Sacred Beast was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. His battle with the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable, who has transformed into the ancestral Chaos Kun beast, is still ongoing. In the eyes of the Emperor Sacred Beast, the entire starry sky was occupied by these two guys. Both of them were constantly flashing in the starry sky. The destructive power of the battle between divine venerables was indeed earth-shattering. The Myriad Transformations guy is already at his limit, but he still can't do anything to Long Chen. The Emperor Sacred Venerable understood that although it seemed that the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable had the upper hand, it seemed that Long Chen was deliberately stalling for time. He prolonged the battle to observe the changes and simulations of the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. At that moment, a giant gray rock was shuttling between heaven and earth. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky and the sun. It had devouring laws, and everything around it disappeared in the vortex it created. Long Chen struggled bitterly in front of this rock. Heart of the Great Void. The laws of time caused everything in the surroundings to stand still. Only the rock's time sped up, causing its devouring whirlpool to rapidly collapse. After fighting for nearly an hour, Long Chen already had a good understanding of his opponent's combat style. At that moment, the other party seemed to want to change again while time was still. It wanted to transform into the last state of the ancestral Chaos Kun beast. Long Chen, I understand. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's voice sounded a little surprised. All along, Long Chen had been observing from the side while Li Xuanji was basically observing everything. She now had the same talent as the ancestral dragon warrior and could even be separated from Long Chen's body. When her voice trailed off, Long Chen instantly felt that he had naturally comprehended a new rule of variation. In fact, it was Li Xuanji who had comprehended it. However, Li Xuanji and Long Chen were one and the same, so Long Chen had directly comprehended it before he could overcome the difficult problems. This rule is called Myriad Transformations Dream Shadows. It's the foundation of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon's rule, but it's exactly the same as the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's rule. Xian Ji's rule is based on the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's performance and the execution of the rule. Step by step, she'll be able to understand and simulate the rule. As long as we understand what's going on, the inherited blood will allow us to quickly grasp the rule. This was the advantage that Long Chen had over others. In terms of rules, he had to spend very little effort. Swoosh. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. Long Chen rapidly charged forward in the heart of the Great Void. Before the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable could transform into a new form, he used the sky-burying coffin to seal it within. That's all for today. Thank you very much for sparring with me. I've learned a lot. Long Chen removed many of the rules, allowing the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable to regain his freedom. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable was in the midst of a heated battle. If it had been in the past, he would definitely not have agreed to it. However, the key now was for Long Chen to bring them to the ancestral Han Kuan realm so that it would be easier for them to complete their mission. Even if he was still a little wary of Long Chen and wanted to defeat him to prove himself, he still held back. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the entire 10,000 realms, there aren't many who can defeat you. You're so young, but you're already someone who stands at the top of countless lives. I'm really impressed." Long Chen was still comprehending the Myriad Transformations dream shadows in his heart. He said, "Your rule of transformation is ever-changing and mysterious. It's truly admirable. If there's a chance in the future, I might find you to spar with me again. I hope you won't reject me. I couldn't ask for more. But for now, you should send us to the ancestral Han Kuan realm as soon as possible," the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable said. "No problem," Long Chen said straightforwardly. He approached the two hierarchs. After a battle, they now trusted Long Chen a little and weren't as hostile as before. Moreover, Long Chen had already let Lingxi out. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the others knew that the gate of the universe was controlled by a woman beside Long Chen. "So this is my sister-in-law? Brother Long Chen is really lucky." The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable glanced at Lingxi. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still attracted by Lingxi's temperament. "She will open the gate of the universe. The two of you can enter directly." After Long Chen finished speaking, he signaled to Lingxi. Lingxi nodded and smiled sweetly at the two before directly opening the gate of the universe. The bracelet grew bigger and turned into an illusory circular gate. It flickered with ripples and appeared in front of the four. "Send it over and you will reach the ancestral Han Kuan realm. Please." Lingxi was the first to walk. Her graceful figure walked into the gate of the universe and was drowned in the brilliance of the gate of the universe. Lingxi entered first. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable and the Emperor Beast looked at each other and didn't suspect anything. At this moment, the Emperor Beast took a step forward and stepped into the gate of the universe. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable followed behind. "Thank you. I will definitely tell the saint about all the help you have given us today. From now on, you are a friend of the demon race." The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable said and also stepped into the gate of the universe. There was a momentary gap between him and the Emperor Beast. A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He followed almost immediately after the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable. For a moment, the world seemed to spin. In just an instant, Long Chen appeared above a sea of blood. This was the Death Realm. That's right. Lingxi had directly sent them to the Death Realm through the gate of the universe. It wasn't difficult for her and Long Chen to complete this step. In the Death Realm, Long Chen and the Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable appeared. The Myriad Transformations Demon Venerable had also just arrived. When he saw that his surroundings weren't a tunnel through space, but a sea of blood, he was slightly stunned. Behind him, there was only Long Chen. As for the Emperor Beast, he was naturally sent to another place. The moment the Emperor Beast stepped into the gate of the universe, Long Chen asked Lingxi to change the direction of the gate of the universe. This was actually a piece of cake for Lingxi, Long Chen. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign suddenly turned his head. He had already realized that there was something fishy going on. Now that he thought about it, Long Chen had agreed so easily. Although it had been as easy as lifting a finger, a prideful person like him should have rejected the two of them when they had rejected him so much. How could he really help them? However, Long Chen had prepared for this moment for a long time. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda. He didn't use the Primordial Dragon Pagoda during the battle just now. When the Primordial Dragon Pagoda fused with Long Chen's body, his strength underwent an earth-shattering change, allowing him to surpass his own limits and reach an unprecedented level. Before the myriad transformations Demon Venerable could react, Long Chen, who had long been prepared, displayed the Heart of the Great Void in front of him. This was the strongest level of the Heart of the Great Void. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable's strongest ability was transformation. In fact, his true combat power was the weakest among all ultimate gods when he did not transform into other experts. He was even the weakest among all ultimate gods in the myriad universe. This was his weakness. If Long Chen attacked before he transformed, the chances of success would be extremely high. At this moment, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda descended and the Heart of the Great Void stopped time and suppressed the myriad transformations Demon Venerable to the extreme. It would be very easy for Long Chen to kill him at this time. However, there was no real enmity between them, so Long Chen chose to suppress him. After integrating the power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and summoning the Sky-Burying Coffin, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable was suppressed in the Sky-Burying Coffin. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda emerged from Long Chen's body and entered the Sky-Burying Coffin to suppress the myriad transformations Demon Venerable's head, causing him to fall into an eternal time stop. In fact, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable should really want to know what Long Chen was planning. But he had no choice. The power of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda was too strong. Long Chen easily suppressed him when he was at his weakest. Although the Primordial Dragon Pagoda consumes a lot of energy, it's only suppressing the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. It's not difficult, I can hold him off for a while. After settling it, Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. The Sky-Burying Coffin that sealed the myriad transformations Demon Venerable gradually sank into the depths of the Blood Sea and was submerged by the seawater. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable seemed to have disappeared, but he still had a puzzled look in his eyes until Long Chen's entire body changed in front of him. In the end, he turned into a hunchbacked gray-haired old man. There was almost no difference in any part of him. It was the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. The same rules as him. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable seemed to have seen a miracle. He seemed to finally understand why Long Chen wanted to know about him sparring. When everything was settled, Long Chen immediately began the next step of his plan. Bang! The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly appeared in the starry sky. I'm here so quickly. The Emperor Holy Venerable looked around curiously. Logically, it should have taken about 10 days. This was the normal speed of the gate of the universe. It had only been less than 15 minutes. This is not near the ancestral Kun realm. I've been fooled. The Emperor Holy Venerable suddenly realized this. Clearly, Long Chen seemed to have thrown him out casually. Where's that old fellow myriad transformations? The Emperor Holy Venerable realized that this seemed to be a little troublesome. This kind of situation made him a little uncertain. After all, he had a very important mission on his shoulders. There can't be any mistakes in this mission. I'd better hurry and report to the saint. The Emperor Holy Beast thought to himself. But soon, he thought, could it be that Lingxi made a mistake and left me here? She might come back immediately. He and the myriad transformations Demon Venerable wanted to give the saint a surprise as soon as possible. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. He used his majestic will to sense the surroundings. This should be near the Kunlun demon world. The Emperor Holy Beast saw a mountain range in the distance. There was still a long way to go to the ancestral Kun realm. After all, this place was too remote. At this moment, the Emperor Holy Beast felt another expert. It was an extremely familiar aura. That's right, it was his old friend, the myriad transformations Demon Venerable. In the distance, the myriad transformations demon Venerable rushed over angrily. He and the Emperor Holy Beast stared at each other. The myriad transformations demon Venerable said angrily, I understand. This Long Chen is purely playing with us. He's simply playing with us. He didn't even intend to send us to the ancestral Kun realm. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. He's even playing with us. This is infuriating. The Emperor Holy Beast thought about it carefully. It was true. Long Chen had been playing with them from the start. Otherwise, why would he throw them here and run away by himself? The myriad transformations demon Venerable said, now that Long Chen is here, and such a person at that, it might cause trouble for the saint's plan. Now that we've been played with, it seems like we really have to explain the situation here to the saint. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The Emperor Holy Venerable was somewhat hesitant. He knew that if he told the saint about this, he would definitely be mocked by others. At this moment, it seemed like the Kunlun demon world's demon race had sensed their presence. The divine martial beast transformed into an old man and hurriedly ran over. The moment he arrived, he knelt on the ground and said, Two divine venerables, you're finally here. You must uphold justice for me. There's a guy called Long Chen who entered my Kunlun demon world's sacred land and stole my things. The two exchanged glances. The Emperor Holy Venerable finally understood. They really had to tell the saint about Long Chen's existence. Chapter 3053. Long Chen did not have anything on him that could contact the Son of God. Hence, he had to rely on the Emperor Sacred Beast to contact the Son of God. In fact, according to the two ultimate gods' personalities, it would be more suitable for the myriad transformations demon Venerable to contact them. That's right, the real myriad transformations demon Venerable had been suppressed by him in the depths of the Blood Sea, under the primordial dragon pagoda, where time had stopped. He could not move at all. With just a few words, the Supreme Emperor Beast was tricked into contacting the Chaos Sun first. Although the Emperor Sacred Beast was a powerful supreme deity and was the master of the Emperor Sanctuary, he was actually easier to fool. Moreover, he would never have thought that there was another similar law of transformation in the myriad realms besides the myriad transformations demon Venerable. In the infinite worlds, it was easy to change into someone else's appearance. However, from the beginning to the end, and even to the very depths, even the rules and powers that were displayed were more or less the same. Only the myriad transformations demon Venerable could deceive the sacred Emperor Beast to such an extent. The Emperor Sacred Beast would never have imagined that the myriad transformations demon Venerable in front of it was a fake. The myriad transformations demon Sovereign had always pretended to be someone else, making it hard for others to tell him apart. He had never been impersonated before. Son of Chaos, something has happened. The Holy Emperor Beast began communicating with the Chaos Son of Chaos. Speak. The Supreme Emperor Beast began to describe the details of its encounter with Long Chen. Saint Son, he brought them into the gate of the universe and then threw us here. He's clearly toying with us. His goal is to test the laws of myriad transformations. This person has the gate of the universe and can instantly change his position, making it difficult to chase after him. If he's still nearby, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Long Chen pretended to be very cautious and said, moreover, he knows our intentions for this trip. With his current ability in the gate of the universe, I feel that even the patriarchs can't really do anything to him. It's because of this concern that we're telling you. Yes. Furthermore, he snatched away the divine martial beast's treasure in the Kunlun demonic world. It looks like he has been wandering around the area recently. He was originally fighting the Nine Heavens Divine Mother in the southern starry domain. Now that he suddenly appeared here, it feels somewhat strange. Long Chen and the Sacred Emperor Beast explained the situation in a few words. Alright, I got it. You guys can come back now. I'll have that old guy send you over. It should be safer. We haven't seen each other for so many years. It's about time we meet again, the Chaos Son said. Long Chen was delighted. After he embellished the story and described himself as terrifying and an uncertain factor, as expected, the cautious son of chaos changed his mind. In the myriad worlds, no one else dared to snatch the possessions of the chaos demonic ancestor, but it was possible for Long Chen to do so. This was because he had the gate of the universe, and he didn't have a world of his own. Without a foundation, he wandered around, and it was impossible to catch him. Because of this, Di Jun chased him for such a long time, but he was killed by Long Chen. Therefore, the Chaos Saint considered that Long Chen might really try to snatch it. Moreover, with such a person nearby, the time tunnel would be exposed sooner or later. To be safe, he let the chaos demonic ancestor come on his own to avoid other troubles. Let's go back. The sacred Emperor Beast did not react immediately. He was only making a report. But this was actually Long Chen's final plan. This was his original plan. First, he would learn the rules of transformation from the myriad transformations Demon Lord. If he succeeded, he would imprison the myriad transformations Demon Lord and transform into him. Then, he would spread the uncertainty of Long Chen to the Son of Chaos. Given the cautious rules of the Chaos Saint, there was a certain possibility that he would let them go back. In this way, Long Chen would successfully blend into their group. There was a high possibility that he could follow them into the time tunnel. Yes, we'll go back now. Then, he and the sacred Emperor Beast looked at each other. Does the Son not trust us? The sacred Emperor Beast looked worried. Long Chen shook his head. Don't think too much. Of course it's not like that. The Son of Chaos is cautious. He's worried that an uncertain factor like Long Chen will affect his plan. Besides, I think he still wants to meet the Patriarch. He just needs an excuse. It's a great thing for the demon clan that the father and son can get along. Yes, you're right. The sacred Emperor Beast nodded. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to deceive the Emperor Sacred Beast with just a bit of nonsense. I don't know much about the myriad transformations Demon Lord. I'd better talk as little as possible. He thought to himself. Then, the two quickly returned to the time tunnel. The Sacred Emperor Beast was a man of few words. Long Chen could stay silent. The biggest problem now was to survive the Chaos Saint and the others. So, he had to understand more about the myriad transformations Demon Lord. At the end of the day, it's still because their team is too strong. I'm practically fighting against half of the Fei clan single-handedly. Long Chen was also surprised by his current level of strength. Boss, what's the relationship between that guy and me? You'll find out soon. This time, he had to get the thing that belonged to Kitten. This could be considered the only gift Long Chen could give to this brother of his. He had followed him for many years, but had always been in a state of being protected. Come to think of it, he should be quite lonely. About a few days later, they returned to the time tunnel. The Chaos Saint was closest to the time tunnel with his back facing them. The other ultimate gods looked at their return with no expression on their faces. Long Chen first had to suppress his nervousness in the midst of such a group of experts. The more normal the myriad transformations Demon Lord was, the better. He tried his best to ignore the gazes that fell on him. Saint, we're back. Long Chen and the Sacred Emperor Beast half-knelt in the starry sky and respectfully looked at the back of the Chaos Sun. At this moment, the Chaos Sun had fused with space and seemed to control the endless territory of space. The endless territory of space was filled with his eyes, and Long Chen felt like he was being scrutinized. He clearly felt that the Chaos Saint was not simple. The ultimate gods are also divided into Primordial Realm, Perfect Realm, and Ultimate Realm. For example, the four great rulers, savage ancient god, heavenly god Luya, and others are all perfect realm ultimate gods. As for ultimate realm ultimate gods, they probably don't exist in the myriad worlds anymore. That's a legendary realm. The ultimate gods you've met, whether it's the savage sect master, immortal divine phoenix, divine Tai Hao, 9 heaven saint mother, or the 10 in front of you, including the chaos saint, are actually primordial realm ultimate gods. Although they seem to be in the same realm, the gap between them is huge. For example, the shady heavenly territorial lord is basically the weakest primordial realm ultimate god. The strongest primordial realm ultimate god should be like the chaos saint. It's said that he has a primordial incipient divine weapon and primordial incipient divine technique, and he has perfect control over them. In fact, even without divine Emperor Yu Hua's explanation, Long Chen could feel it. For example, the Chaos Saint gave people the feeling that even 10 shady heavenly territorial lords were not as good as him. Moreover, the primordial incipient divine weapon and primordial incipient divine technique were basically things that only the savage ancient god and the primordial incipient divine technique could have. It could be said that the Chaos Saint was infinitely close to the four great rulers. In the entire myriad worlds, the one in front of him was ranked in the top 10, or even the top 7, just below the four great rulers. The gap was huge. At least, Long Chen could feel that even with the primordial dragon pagoda, he might not be a match for the Chaos Saint. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful during this trip in the time tunnel. Otherwise, he could easily get into trouble, and it would be a big one, especially since there were several very strong ultimate gods around the Chaos Saint. They were much stronger than the 1,000 transformations demon lord, who was basically at the bottom among them. At this time, the Chaos Saint's eyes fell on Long Chen and the Emperor Beast. Long Chen could not help but feel a little nervous. He was very curious about the relationship between the Chaos Saint and the kitten. "It's good that you're back. I've already told my father that he's coming this way. With his speed, he'll be here in a few days," said the Chaos Saint faintly. The Emperor Beast lowered its head and did not speak, so did Long Chen. The two stood up and retreated to the side. The Chaos Saint clasped his hands behind his back, his loose black robe fluttering with the wind generated by the passage of time. His eyes directly penetrated the depths of the time tunnel. "The kitten's body, he can be of use." Long Chen was very curious. Before the epoch, the kitten was in existence close to the progenitor realm and surpassed the ultimate god realm. However, this ultimate god was only at the primordial realm. How could he be related to the kitten? It was normal to say that the Chaos Demon Lord and the kitten were related. After all, the kitten's original title was the Reincarnation Demon Lord. After retreating to the side, the other ultimate gods closed their eyes and rested, waiting for time to pass. Everyone dispersed and basically did not speak. Taking this opportunity, Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced the other ultimate gods to Long Chen. After sneaking in, the more information one had, the less likely it was to be exposed. "First, this one. Do you see him?" "I see him." Divine Emperor Yu Hua was pointing at a skinny but ferocious divine venerable who was pitch black all over. Each of his eyes had 3 pupils, and each of them was like a black star, revolving and devouring. His murderous aura surpassed that of an Emperor Saint Beast, giving off a feeling that no one could approach him. This is the Gochen Demon Lord. His true form is the Gochen 6-star Beast, also known as the Gochen Beast. Divine Emperor Yu Hua basically told Long Chen all the information he knew about the Gochen Demon Lord. Long Chen remembered them all. Then, he began to introduce the second one. This one was the complete opposite of the Gochen Demon Lord. He was a white-haired and kind-looking man with 2 goat horns on his head. He was an auspicious beast, but his aura was majestic and might not be inferior to the Gochen Demon Lord. This is the Gochen Demon Lord Baze. His true form is the Baze Demon Beast. He has a very good relationship with the Gochen demon lord. Both of them have peak bloodlines and each occupy a domain in the Eastern Star territory. Chapter 3054. However, Long Chen knew that the four he knew were at the bottom of the group. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them according to the order in which they were closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Generally speaking, the weaker ones would stand further away from the Chaos Saint Sun. For example, the Emperor Sacred Beast was the furthest away from him. Do you see those two? Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them one by one while he was free. Long Chen saw two ultimate gods who were closer to each other. They were at the same level as Gochen Demon Venerable. In fact, they were similar to Divine Lord Taihao and Jiutian Shengmu. One of them was a man who looked like he was transformed from a star. Starlight shone from his body and he seemed to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. The other was a woman who looked like she was made of water. Her blue eyes and long hair were mesmerizing. She was surrounded by water vapor. They are the interstellar war god and supreme sea god. Their original forms are the interstellar dragon and the cosmic sea divine beast respectively. It is said that the interstellar dragon and cosmic sea divine beast are slightly stronger than the previous ones but not too far off. However, the remaining three are very powerful. They are basically beyond the level of ordinary ultimate gods and are very close to the Chaos Saint Sun. Indeed, Long Chen saw that the three of them were the closest to the Chaos Saint Sun. Each of them gave Long Chen a feeling that they were stronger than the ultimate gods he had seen before. With his current state, he might not be able to defeat them even with the help of the primordial dragon pagoda. After all, Long Chen's true realm was the ultimate divine king realm. He was not even a divine emperor yet. The primordial dragon pagoda was already very useful for defeating the ultimate gods. Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduced them to Long Chen one by one. The first one was a tall, strong, and majestic man who looked like a black bear. He had scarlet eyes and a huge mouth full of fangs. His eyes were filled with a strong desire. He was the one with the strongest killing intent among the 9 ultimate gods. He kept glancing around with his mouth wide open and letting out a ha sound as if he wanted to eat everything around him. In this short period of time, he had already taken many things from the God Kingdom and directly consumed them. Now, his mouth was full of blood. This is the Taotai Venerable Monster Lord. His original form is the Taotai Behemoth. He has an exceptionally terrifying bloodline. It seems like he's the only one left in the entire myriad realms. The Taotai Behemoth is brutal and gluttonous, but it's the most loyal weapon of the Son of Chaos. Just like the Son of Chaos dog, it'll definitely bite whoever it points at. Amazing! Long Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have guessed the true form of this Taotai beast. It was definitely an incomparably huge monster with a huge mouth that was created to tear its opponents apart. It would definitely have an extremely tough leather armor. At that time, even the ghost blood curse might not be able to cut through it. But soon, Divine Emperor Yu Hua moved on to the next one. This was a very ordinary woman with an extremely mediocre appearance. She lowered her head and stood in a corner near the Son of Chaos. She's the beast mother of all creation. She seems to be a queen bee and is the leader of the insect clan among the demon clan. She seems to be relatively low-key and there are few rumors about her. However, she's a character that even the Taotai Behemoth is afraid of. Although she doesn't speak much, her senses are very sharp. You have to be careful of her. Long Chen nodded. He indeed knew that this beast mother of all creation looked mediocre, but this kind of person was the most terrifying, especially when she had her eyes on you. Of the 9 ultimate gods, 8 had been introduced. The last one was next to the Son of Chaos. In fact, Long Chen had noticed her long ago. Before the Son of Chaos appeared, she was the leader of this team and also the third woman here. This was a very beautiful woman who could even topple the myriad realms. Her beauty was unparalleled and should be more famous than the nine-heaven Saint Mother in the myriad realms. Her light green hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was outstanding. She was enchanting yet solemn, like a tranquil goddess. She stood next to the Son of Chaos motionlessly and looked at him gently, forming an extremely beautiful picture. However, she was flawed. She was perfect from head to toe. Her biggest regret was that she only had one leg. Although the hem of her skirt was hidden, Long Chen could still see it at a glance. The lack of a leg made her feel a great regret, and it always made people sad. He felt that such a perfect thing, a masterpiece of the heavens, should not be missing a leg. This is the immortal phoenix of the Pangu continent. Although she is also a bird of the demon clan, she is not as good as her. She is the real empress of the birds. Divine Phoenix is perfect, but she is flawed. And it is this flaw that has created her glory. She is the divine bird, Shangyang. Generally, people called her the goddess of Shangyang. Long Chen could not help but take a few more glances at this goddess of Shangyang, who was stronger than the immortal phoenix. In terms of bloodline, the divine phoenix should be similar to her, but she had indeed gone further. She should be in the same realm as the Taotai and the beast mother of all creation, or even stronger. At this point, Long Chen had memorized all the divine venerables. Those he could defeat were the myriad transformation beast, the Emperor Sacred Beast, the Star Domain Dragon, the Cosmic Sea Divine Beast, the Gochin Six-Star Beast, and the Baze Demon Beast. Those he could only contend with were the Beast Mother of all creation, the Taotai, and the Goddess of Shangyang. The one who was the least confident, and who was definitely not as good as her for the time being, was the Son of Chaos. 10 terrifying opponents. This really made him nervous. Moreover, the Chaos demonic ancestor is still coming this way. He is the ancestral beast of chaos, and he is also good at the law of space. Who knows how fast he will arrive? His law of space is definitely stronger than Di Jun. This was actually what Long Chen was most worried about, so in fact, he did not have much time. When the Chaos demonic ancestor came, the chances of him getting Kitten's body were almost zero, so he had to find a chance to enter the tunnel of time before he arrived. If he forced his way through, he would definitely be attacked by these 9 divine venerables, and he might even lose his life. Kitten's body was of great importance, so he must not act recklessly. Encountering such a situation, even the carefree Kitten was worried. This was the first time his own matter was involved. He said awkwardly, "Boss, why don't we forget it? Competing with them now is like hitting a rock with an egg. It's better to wait for a while. Even if my body is taken away by them, they probably won't be of any use to me. When you are stronger than them, you can snatch it back. There is no need to take risks." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Since he can feel the existence of your body, he might be able to use it. This may be your last chance. Since you are here, you must not give up. Don't worry, we have the life and death realms and the gate of the universe. Even if we lose in the end, there will be no danger. This is what we can rely on." Although Kitten was worried, everyone's fighting spirit was actually very high. Especially now that they had mixed in with them, they had a certain advantage. Now, let's see if the Son of Chaos has any plans to let everyone go in again before the Chaos demonic ancestor arrives. Long Chen thought. As long as there was, he could go in and take a look. It was very likely that he had a way to enter the time tunnel. If we wait here, the longer we wait, the greater the possibility of being exposed. 1 day, 2 days, half a month had passed. During this period of time, the Son of Chaos did not move at all. He looked at the time tunnel, and only the gentle Shangyang fairy occasionally said something to him. The other ultimate gods did not dare to go too close and stayed where they were, waiting for instructions from the Son of Chaos. Apart from the Emperor's sacred beast, the ultimate gods basically did not communicate with Long Chen. Because of this, there was basically no possibility of being exposed. This day was a little more thrilling. The Xiangyang fairy originally stayed quietly beside the Son of Chaos. At this time, she turned around and looked around at the ultimate gods. Suddenly, she saw Long Chen and appeared in front of Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen for a while and suddenly said in a soft and sweet voice, "Myriad transformations, Demon Venerable, you seem to be a little different." This sentence really shocked Long Chen. This woman's observation skills were so detailed. During this period of time, he did not say anything. For a moment, he was ready to fight. At most, he would rush to the time tunnel during the battle. Before Long Chen could react, the Xiangyang fairy smiled sweetly. Her smile was very comfortable. This was a gentle woman that made people intoxicated. She said, "Is it because you questioned the Son of Chaos that day and everyone reprimanded you? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone has some strange ideas. As long as you know that the Son of Chaos will never do meaningless things, it will be fine. So, you don't have to worry too much. Just say a few more words and liven things up like you used to." Hearing this, Long Chen understood that the other party did not recognize him at all. She only thought that the myriad transformations Demon Venerable was frightened. He nodded and said, "Thank you, I understand. That's good. We are a big family. Everyone should open their hearts and share weal and woe." The Xiangyang fairy smiled gently. Her shallow dimples made people feel deep warmth. After saying this, the Xiangyang fairy went back. This interlude only slightly surprised Long Chen. Nothing happened. "Are you okay?" asked the Emperor Holy Venerable beside him. "I'm fine." Long Chen looked into the depths of the time tunnel and changed the topic. A few days later, the Son of Chaos suddenly turned around and scanned the crowd. He said, "I can't wait any longer. Everyone, before my father comes, this is the last time. Let's work together to explore this place and see if we can find the real entrance. I don't believe that with just the 10 of us, we can't even enter this place." Yes. The ultimate gods had no objections and basically agreed. Chapter 3055. Let's try one last time. The Chaos Saint gave everyone a little time to prepare. Long Chen was among the group of ultimate gods and was quite surprised. This was a rare opportunity. Maybe they could enter the time tunnel from here. After all, he was different from the Chaos Saint. The latter had searched here for a long time without any results, but that was not necessarily the case for Long Chen. In terms of time law, Long Chen definitely had a deeper understanding than the Chaos Saint. Not long after, all 9 ultimate gods lined up in front of the Chaos Saint. Their task was to open the way for the Chaos Saint so that he could preserve his strength and use it at the most critical moment. In front of them, the vortex of the time tunnel was very close. The vortex of time was changing like an invisible force that was already pulling on one's body, making it difficult for one to stand still. Long Chen followed the other godly venerables and stood where he was supposed to stand. Behind him, the Chaos Saint's gaze seemed to be on him, but when he looked back, the Chaos Saint was looking at the depths of the time tunnel, his gaze extremely deep. "It seems that I was overthinking. Let's go." At the Chaos Saint's command, the 9 ultimate gods moved almost at the same time and lined up in a ring outside the time tunnel with the Chaos Saint at the back of the center of the ring. For the sake of the next victory, Long Chen could only try to keep himself in line with the others as much as possible. At the Chaos Saint's command, everyone started moving and rushed toward the depths of the time tunnel. The power of the 9 ultimate gods formed a huge force impact, forming a substantial force like a cone piercing into the time tunnel. Boom! Long Chen finally entered the time tunnel, and the surrounding dark space became a deep tunnel. There was a dim light that formed a ring that flickered in the surroundings, just like the fire in this deep tunnel. They seemed to be heading to the depths of the universe. The most obvious thing was that the changes in the surrounding time were too strong, and it was getting stronger. The Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent actually also had laws that could reverse time, but compared to this time tunnel, it was simply child's play. The changes in the speed of time in this place were too great and too intense. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Back then, the immortal divine phoenix had not truly ventured deep into this place. In this place, the acceleration and deceleration of time were normal. This was because the change in time formed a kind of pulling force that was the most fatal, and also something that needed to be overcome with great difficulty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of the wind in the surroundings faded away. The tunnel around them was still expanding, and the light of the stars kept flashing past them. The circular tunnel in front of them was still a bottomless pit. From everyone's expression, it could be guessed that this was actually the shallowest part of the time tunnel. This is it. I can already feel it. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten seemed to be a little nervous. He had always been sloppy, but this time, he was a little restless. All right. Long Chen knew what to do. Soon, the change of time had reached a level that even deity emperors could not bear. Only they could persist. Now, they could even see the time cracks caused by the change of time with their eyes. They were like sharp blades. If they were to cut their bodies, they could even be cut in half. The time beast is about to appear. As usual, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. The cold and indifferent voice of the Holy Son of Chaos sounded from behind them. Yes. The ultimate gods echoed in agreement. Time behemoth. Long Chen had never heard of such a thing. There are blood fiends in the death realm, and there are similar ones in the realm of life. It seems that there are also time tunnels. The time beast must be an existence similar to the blood fiends, thought Long Chen. This was actually the time for the test. Sure enough, as they went deeper into the endless and deep time tunnel, the power of time around them became more and more violent, even like a turbulent river of time. Suddenly, the time beast appeared. Long Chen saw it. He did not expect it to be an illusory divine dragon. It looked very similar to the void cosmic dragon and was very huge. It suddenly rushed out from the depths of the time tunnel and let out a deep dragon roar. At a glance, Long Chen could first see that this time beast had a majestic power that surpassed that of the blood fiends. In addition, its whole body was condensed from a kind of time law. When it attacked, it should be able to form a destructive force similar to the time storm or the time sword. It was precisely because of this that the 9 ultimate gods were very afraid. More importantly, there were many time beasts. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 of them rushed out from the depths of the time tunnel, and their numbers were still increasing. Roar! In front of the time beast, the human form was undoubtedly insignificant. Therefore, at this moment, almost all the ultimate gods transformed into their original forms. For a moment, the Emperor Sacred Beast, the Taotai Behemoth, the Beast Mother, the Divine Bird Shangyang, and so on all appeared in front of Long Chen. Among the 9 ultimate gods, 8 of them had turned into terrifying monsters. Huge and powerful. Long Chen's movements were a little slow. He had never seen the true form of the myriad transformations demon venerable, so of course, he could not simulate it. Even the myriad transformation dreamy shadows could not do it. However, at this critical juncture, Long Chen was quick-witted. He had seen the myriad transformations demon venerable transform into the Hun Kuan ancestor beast, so he directly transformed into a grey tiger and displayed the spatial power that the myriad transformations demon venerable had displayed to deal with the time beasts. At this time, almost every monster had encountered the time beasts, so no one noticed that Long Chen's movements were slow just now. Boom! Long Chen himself had encountered 2 time beasts. The myriad transformations Demon Venerable's true ability was not too strong, so Long Chen did not dare to be too exaggerated. However, the terrifying true forms of the other ultimate gods shocked him. The Astral Domain Dragon was an illusory astral flood dragon. Its body did not exist, but there were tens of thousands of black stars forming the important acupuncture points of its body. It looked like a moving astral domain. Countless black stars swirled up and down, and the silhouette of the stellar domain giant dragon could be vaguely seen. There was also the cosmic sea divine beast. Its body carried a majestic ocean, so its true form could not be seen at all. However, when Long Chen took a closer look, he could still see it clearly. It was a dark blue octopus with azure gems hanging on its body. There were tens of thousands of gems, and each blue gem was like its bright eyes. Inside it, there was infinite power. The Taotai giant beast was even more terrifying. It was a completely ferocious beast, and its divine body was the largest among the 9 ultimate gods. It had a bloody mouth, a scarlet tongue, ferocious eyes, sharp claws, and black hair like a poisonous snake. It was like a black disaster, and anyone who saw it would be afraid. The mother of all things, Long Chen did not have time to see it clearly, but it seemed to be a strange queen bee. It was probably very special, as if there were countless fierce beasts hidden in its body, and it could be born at any time. Finally, there was the divine bird Shangyang. Long Chen had seen the immortal phoenix before. The peak bloodlines of these 2 birds were actually very similar, but the divine bird Shangyang did not have the dominating and domineering power of the immortal phoenix. Instead, it was more ethereal and elegant, like a lone king, cold and arrogant. Like a green cold light, it was the fastest to defeat the time behemoths. As for the others, Long Chen did not have time to see them clearly. He was entangled by the time behemoths. Long Chen focused on using some of the ancestral beast Hun rules to deal with the 2 time behemoths. At the same time, more time behemoths appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 ultimate gods were like a hot knife through butter, smashing the time behemoths one by one. The time behemoths themselves were just rules, and would not really die, so Long Chen did not have to worry. His speed was the slowest. He was not proficient in changing the rules, so it was normal. The time tunnel suddenly became a battlefield for the rules. The time behemoths could use several time rules with great power. Even Time Stop could stop the Emperor sacred beasts in their tracks. Basically, divine emperors could not resist the power of such rules, so divine emperors basically did not dare to come here. Are you a piece of trash? At that moment, the Taotai behemoth suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and tore the time behemoth in front of him with one claw. Its sharp claws and teeth almost reached Long Chen. You are the slowest every time. Do you still have the face? Ha! The Taotai behemoth burst into laughter, his face full of contempt. His huge force knocked Long Chen away, and he immediately continued to go deeper, dismembering the time behemoths one by one. The other ultimate gods pretended not to see that scene. The Taotai behemoth had such a character. As the weakest in the group, Long Chen was looked down upon. That was actually normal. Everyone was busy opening the path for the Chaos Saint Sun and no one paid much attention to Long Chen. Humph. Long Chen pretended to be indignant and increased the speed of his fight with the time behemoths. With 9 ultimate gods opening the way, the Chaos Saint Sun made rapid progress. He put his hands behind his back and looked deeper into the time tunnel. We are reaching the deep sea soon. The real entrance is in the deep sea. Long Chen heard the other ultimate gods were already talking about it. It seemed that the deep sea should be a place with greater resistance. He looked deep into the time tunnel and saw that there seemed to be waves of light in the depths. It seemed to be a rare quiet place. Soon, the crucial moment will arrive. Victory or defeat depends on this. At that point, all the ultimate god's expressions became serious. Long Chen was a little nervous. After all, it was also a crucial moment for him. As long as I reach the deep sea, it's probably not easy to move. If I want to escape, I can find the entrance myself. However, the closer he got to the deep sea, the more Long Chen had an ominous feeling. Chapter 3056. Am I imagining things? Now was the most critical time and Long Chen had to be cautious. After all, the things in the time tunnel were too important to kitten. I don't think so. Li Xuanji suddenly said, maybe we've revealed some flaws. I also feel that something is wrong. Although it seems random, from the beginning until now, I have a feeling of being surrounded and restricted. They always put you in a position where you can't leave. This is definitely not a coincidence. After listening to Li Xuanji, Long Chen understood. It seemed that it was not the Chaos Saint who fell into his trap, but he himself who fell into the Chaos Saint's trap. At this moment, they arrived at the deep sea ahead. Rumble. One by one, the giant beasts crashed into the deepest part of the time tunnel, splashing waves all over the sky. The entire sea was turbulent, but Long Chen could clearly feel that the sea was composed of the power of time. This was the Sea of Time. The Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time was just ordinary water, but the Sea of Time here, every drop of seawater was an illusion of the power of time. It seemed calm at this time, but if it really went berserk, it would probably be terrifying. With so much power of time, every drop could probably destroy a large area of territory. However, Long Chen's attention was no longer on the deep sea. After entering, he transformed into the myriad transformations demon venerable in human form and stopped in his tracks. The moment he stopped, the other 8 ultimate gods also suddenly stopped moving. They looked at Long Chen with covetous eyes and also transformed into human form, surrounding Long Chen in a circle. Among them, the indifferent Chaos Saint stood in front of Long Chen. He was one of the most powerful figures in the myriad worlds. His eyes were illusory and he possessed 3 rather terrifying laws. Just by standing like that, he had already brought a lot of pressure to Long Chen. At this time, the deep sea was unusually quiet. I didn't expect you to find out. The Chaos Saint shook his head helplessly and smiled slightly. The 9 ultimate gods formed a monstrous pressure that formed an irresistible cage. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could not move at all. However, if he could see through their movements in advance, there would always be a chance to break them. It's probably because I didn't expect that my disguise would be discovered by you. Long Chen looked around at them, and his eyes finally fell on the Chaos Sun. Among this group of people, he was still the most terrifying. Long Chen now had a rough idea. It was obvious that they knew about his myriad transformations demon venerable disguise before sending it. It seemed that they had deliberately planned to enter the time tunnel this time. As for their goal, Long Chen still had some doubts. What exactly did they want to do by luring him here? Long Chen returned to his original appearance and confronted the 9 ultimate gods. The Chaos Saint's eyes, which were as deep as the time tunnel, looked at the Shangyang fairy beside him and said, "It's not me who found out, it's her. She already knew when I spoke to you. Although it's unbelievable that you can use the myriad transformations rules, you can't deny that sometimes women are just too meticulous." He seemed to be chatting, but the 8 ultimate gods under him were full of murderous intent. "What did you do to the myriad transformations demon venerable? Hurry up and release him. Our holy sun might still give you a way out. Long Chen, don't try to be brave in this situation, lest you regret it in the end. This is the world of the demon clan, and you can only be dominated." The Taotai behemoth, in particular, had the most intense murderous intent in its eyes. Indeed, Long Chen was now in a passive position. The murderous intent was hidden in the depths, just like the deep sea in the time tunnel. It looked calm on the surface, but a storm was about to break out. The Chaos Saint was very calm and said, "Although we noticed that you are Long Chen, our plan was still seen through by you. I originally thought that you had a way to let us enter this world, so I played along and let you crack it. Now that you know, I have no choice but to subdue you. As for the time tunnel, wait for my father." The Chaos Saint was the kind of person who would do what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave an order. At the same time, all the ultimate gods attacked almost at the same time. Just their aura alone could crush Long Chen. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's only option was to break through his limits and quickly escape into the death rain. Otherwise, it would be fatal. If he was even a little slower, he would be turned into ashes. Whoosh! The 9 ultimate gods' rules attacked at the same time, but Long Chen disappeared. Entering the death rain, Long Chen still had lingering fears. It was too dangerous this time, and there were 2 realms of life and death. At this moment, Kitten said a little nervously, "Boss, what are you going to do? I think I can roughly feel where the entrance they are looking for is. Do you know?" Long Chen smiled. After escaping from the encirclement, his mind was much clearer now. He said, "Then let's wait for them to leave. Once they leave, we will look for it ourselves." For the past 10 days or so, he had transformed into a myriad transformations demon venerable, so he did not have time to open the death rain and leave his rules mark. Now, the other rules mark he left behind had basically disappeared. Therefore, if Long Chen wanted to leave the death rain, he would either have to open the gate of the death rain just now or leave through the 3rd heaven. Moreover, it was not easy to get here, so Long Chen did not want to give up. However, at this moment, he heard the Chaos Sun say from outside, "Long Chen, I know you very well. I have investigated too many things about you, and I know what you are good at. I know what your life and death reign is. You can only hold on for about 10 days at most. If you don't come out of this position for a few more days, you will be completely out of this place. When you come back again, this place will be my world." The Chaos Sun knew the characteristics of Long Chen's death reign's gate. This gate was open and would close in about 10 days. The other gates that had been opened had already closed. As long as they stayed outside and did not leave, there was really nothing Long Chen could do. If he waited for more than 10 days, the last gate that had just been opened would close, and he would not be able to get out at all. He would have to come back through the 3rd heaven, which would take at least 2 months. Old ancestor Hun Kun was proficient in spatial rules. Who knew when he would arrive? For a moment, everyone in the God Nation was at a loss. This Chaos Sun is really powerful. He has long understood you, big brother. This way, we are in a passive position. What should we do now? For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Long Chen made the final decision and said, "Since we are in a deadlock, let's give it a try. Let little she use the gate of the universe. As long as we move slightly in this deep sea, we will be able to shake them off. Then, we can open more gates here, just like in the hive of the universe. Even if old ancestor Hun Kun comes, he won't be able to do anything to us." "Okay." Lingxi nodded. She could use the gate of the universe very quickly, especially for small-distance transmissions. Now that the deep sea seemed to be in a calm state, the danger of transmissions was not that great. Long Chen was decisive and did what he said he would do. He and Lingxi were ready. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda released the seal on the myriad transformations demon venerable, and the sky-burying coffin was removed. The myriad transformations demon venerable gradually woke up. While he was still in a daze, Long Chen abruptly opened the final door of the realm of death and threw him out. The myriad transformations demon venerable was still in a daze. Outside, the 9 ultimate gods, including the Chaos Sun, were already ready. When Long Chen's gate of the Death Realm was opened, their overwhelming law attacks raged almost at the same time and landed on the myriad transformations demon Venerable with devastating power. Before the myriad transformations demon Venerable could fully react, the 9 ultimate gods' laws were directly evaporated and smashed into pieces. There was no other way. Otherwise, if Long Chen came out, Long Chen would be the one dead. An ultimate god was instantly killed in a siege. It showed how determined they were to kill Long Chen. All of this came from the Chaos Sun's order. The Chaos Sun was indeed decisive, cold-blooded, and arrogant. As soon as the myriad transformations demon Venerable died, the ultimate gods realized they had killed the wrong person and quickly stopped. Long Chen seized the opportunity and rushed out. Lingxi opened the gate of the universe beside him and went in before the 9 ultimate gods could attack again. "Goodbye, everyone." Long Chen's voice was still floating in the air. Myriad transformations demon Venerable. The ultimate gods' hearts were in turmoil when they saw the myriad transformations demon Venerable dead. Of course, they could not attack Long Chen anymore, especially the Emperor Sacred Beast who had the best relationship with the myriad transformations demon Venerable. He was stunned to see the myriad transformations demon Venerable killed while he was defenseless. How could this be? The other ultimate gods were also dumbfounded. However, it was undeniable that they were too ruthless and did not give the slightest chance, which led to the myriad transformations demon Venerable's death. Of course, all the ultimate gods shifted their hatred to Long Chen. Hence, unprecedented hatred erupted in the deep sea as everyone's eyes focused on the Chaos Sun. "Sun. Alright, I'll give you a satisfactory answer." The Chaos Sun's expression was indifferent. Just as he finished speaking, the deep sea finally began to riot. The power of time was reversed to the extreme and was even more terrifying than the time behemoth. Under such circumstances, finding the entrance to the next world was naturally more difficult than ascending to heaven. The Chaos Sun led the ultimate gods and disappeared into the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he encountered a time explosion. However, he was still proficient in time law, so he could still control it for the time being. "Boss, I know the location. Let's go there and shake them off." Only then did Kitten get excited. The pressure from before was now completely gone. As for the myriad transformations demon Venerable, Long Chen could only express his helplessness. He did not expect the 9 ultimate gods to be so cruel. If they did not want to kill Long Chen, the myriad transformations demon Venerable would not have died. Chapter 3057. Time in the deep sea was mainly chaotic, and the time cracks formed by too much time fluctuation became the most lethal weapon. If one was lucky, they would encounter fewer of them, but if one was unlucky and was always in the space-time cracks, it would be troublesome. On the Chaos Saint /S side, the 9 ultimate gods formed a square formation, forming an indestructible whole, and shuttled through the time storm. The main thing was that the sudden time cracks were the most difficult to deal with. Long Chen relied on his understanding of the time law to resolve the time power of the ultimate gods and stabilize time so that he could move forward in the deep sea. He was like a fish in this sea of time, while the 9 ultimate gods formed a rock. The fish's movements were even more agile than the boulders. The key was that Kitten, who did not understand the time law at all, could actually guide the way for Long Chen because of his perception of the real body. Although it was a little vague, he at least knew the location. He was not like the Chaos Sun, who had explored the deep sea for so many years and was forced out by the storm of time every time before his power was exhausted. Now, he had marked many locations in the deep sea of time, but in fact, even if he marked the locations, he was not sure whether they were the real entrances or not. The deep sea was always changing, and it was too difficult to find the entrance. But for Long Chen, it seemed to be a piece of cake. This way, this way. Kitten was proud again. As soon as Long Chen was out of their control, he was like a fish in the sea, relaxed and free. Following Kitten_S instructions, he quickly approached. I_am sure it_S right in front. Kitten chuckled. That Chaos Saint's son looks awesome, but compared to me, Lord Cat, he's simply trash. He can _T even compare to 1/10, no, 100th. Hee hee. I, Grandpa Cat, am the real awesome one. The era that belongs to me is coming soon. He was so proud that he jumped up and down in the realm of life. Everyone was already used to him being like this. At this time, they all looked at him with contempt. Long Chen smiled. Kitten had followed him for too long. As long as he was happy, it was also a sense of accomplishment. No matter what the relationship between the Son of Chaos and Kitten was, he would do his best to solve the problem of his main body this time. Found it, it's that stone. Kitten said excitedly. Which one? At the bottom of the Sea of Time, there were many stones floating in the seawater. There were large and small stones, and they contained powerful time energy. Sometimes, being hit by these stones would be fatal. This. Kitten took Long Chen to a very ordinary stone. This was a stone suspended in the time sea. There were many similar stones around it, and they were constantly moving in the fluctuations of the time sea. No wonder they couldn't find it. The entrance is constantly changing. No matter how they mark it, they can't find it. Boss, this is something related to time. You have to think of a way to open it. In any case, I don't have a way. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He circled around the small stone and had a better understanding of it. It was not that this stone was the entrance, but that the entrance was hidden in this dark gray stone. The power of time, Long Chen first used the sacrificial spear. Obviously, this entrance could only be opened by destroying the stone. Therefore, Long Chen condensed the power of the Death World on the sacrificial spear. The Death World's tribulation was the most lethal of the rules he had mastered. Whoosh! Bang! The sacrificial spear pierced the stone. The surrounding time sea of time shook. With this stone as the center, the surrounding time sea of time surged and let out a violent roar. However, the stone flew out, and only a small hole was made on the surface by Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly chased after it and found the stone again. It can't be broken. In the realm of life, everyone felt a little regretful. Now that time was tight, it was better to break it as soon as possible, lest the Son of Chaos caught up. They could instantly kill the myriad transformations demon venerable, so their overall strength was quite terrifying. Don't be anxious. Long Chen had a rough idea. He rushed over and stabilized the stone again. He pressed both hands on this dark gray stone with an uneven surface and felt the flow of the power of time. On this stone, time flowed very slowly. Long Chen estimated that it was about 1/10,000th of the normal time. Of course, this was only limited to this stone. Next to it was the normal time. Time is too slow. What if I speed it up? At this thought, Long Chen held the sacrificial spear in his hand. This time, he changed the rules. He no longer wanted to destroy this stone, but used another method. Heart of the Great Void. The power of time condensed on the tip of the sacrificial spear. Whoosh! The sacrificial spear pierced through the time sea of time and pierced a passage. During this process, the surrounding chaotic time forced Long Chen to stop. Soon, the heart of the Great Void, which had condensed the power of time and extracted the surrounding time, was all infused into the stone. Clang! With a crisp sound, the flow of time on the stone increased instantly, from 1/10,000th to 1/10th. Then, it surpassed the normal time and reached 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. When the time rushed to 10,000 times the normal speed, one could see the rapid flow of time on the surface of the stone. At this time, it seemed to have reached its limit. The stone changed completely and began to melt, turning into a ray of light. The light then spread out and directly opened a door in front of Long Chen. Behind the door was a gray vortex, which was also the real entrance to the time tunnel. It's open. Amazing, boss is really awesome. For a moment, everyone in the realm of life was excited. The changes in the sea of time were endless. It had not been easy for Long Chen to open this entrance, so he naturally had to enter at the first opportunity. Therefore, his figure flashed and directly rushed in. Just as he was about to enter the light door, there was suddenly an extremely strong turbulence in the surrounding space. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. At that moment, Lingxi, who was the most sensitive to spatial power, hurriedly said, "They're here." The moment he entered the gray vortex, Long Chen saw the 9 ultimate gods, led by the Chaos Saint, all standing behind Long Chen. Just as Long Chen rushed into the gray vortex, they rushed up and followed closely behind Long Chen. All of their expressions were ice cold. They had probably been waiting for this moment for a long time. Long Chen did not know how they suddenly appeared beside him. However, he knew that he must have been used. That myriad transformations demon lord died in vain, Li Xuanji suddenly said. There was a violent change in the power of time around him. Long Chen was now like a high hillside, sliding down. The journey was extremely bumpy. "Brother Chen, I know that they've hidden something on your body." Lingxi was a little anxious. She searched for a while and said, "Do you remember when we were dealing with the time beast, the Taotai behemoth bumped into you? It was at that time that the Chaos Saint seemed to have given him something. It was a kind of spatial tracking mark. I didn't pay attention at the time, so I didn't see it. It's on your left hand." Long Chen took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a little spatial trace on his left arm. It was very faint. If one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice it. Especially in the chaotic situation of the deep sea of time, it was very difficult to notice such a little law. If it was outside in the starry sky, it was estimated that Lingxi would have noticed it. "I've already removed it for you. It's all my fault. I didn't even notice it." Lingxi was a little worried. It was obvious that the 9 ultimate gods had chased Long Chen and entered this place. "It's not your fault. We all underestimated the Chaos Saint." Li Xuanji reminded him, and Long Chen roughly understood. After the Shangyang fairy told him my true identity, he began to plan. He knew that I know time law and probably guessed that I would come here with a way to enter this time tunnel. So, he made a bet. First, he beat me at my own game and tricked me into coming here. Then, he planted a spatial mark on me along the way and followed me. Even if I found the entrance, he could instantly appear next to me using space law. Of course, he might have also guessed that I might have found out along the way that he tricked me into coming here. Maybe he even guessed that I would throw the myriad transformations demon venerable out. However, at that time, he acted decisively and created an illusion that I had escaped. In that case, I would feel lucky and it would be harder for me to notice the details of this space law. In order to find this entrance, he could even sacrifice an ultimate god casually and transferred his hatred to me without batting an eyelid. He's really amazing. Thinking about it carefully, one could only understand how scheming the Chaos Saint was. The other ultimate gods obviously did not know that the death of the myriad transformations demon venerable had the most to do with the Chaos Saint. Maybe he was the one who really dealt the heavy blow. That was how he could deliberately let Long Chen escape. "Long Chen, what are you going to do next?" Li Xuanji was also a little worried. Long Chen thought about it and said, "They must have also come in. If Kitten's body is here, our advantage is Kitten. Since we're here, there's no other way. We can only race against time and compete with each other. Boom! Finally, it was as if he had finally come to this world through that door. Surrounded by a chaotic starry sky, time had become very stable. However, as soon as he arrived here, Long Chen felt a huge sense of discomfort. It was an indescribable feeling, but the change was too sudden. It took him a while to adapt. The time in this space is actually 10,000 times slower than the outside world. Today, the normal updates would resume. Chapter 3058. It was precisely because the flow of time in the entire space was only 1/10,000th of the outside world that Long Chen felt that kind of chaotic feeling. First of all, he opened the Death Realm's door and left a few Death Realm's doors nearby. Now that Lingxi had erased the space imprint, the Chaos Saint Sun and the others could no longer reach him in an instant. Only 1/10,000th of the flow speed, so one day here is equivalent to 30 years outside. If I stay here for a month, it's no different from 1,000 years. This was really too exaggerated. Due to the influence of that world, the speed of the Kingdom of God was also slowed down by 10,000 times and was on par with that world. Fortunately, the time between the life and death realm was still the same. No matter what, it's better to end this quickly. Boss, hurry up, I can feel the location of my body. Kitten said quickly. He directly came out of the life realm, so it was easier to feel the location of his body. Okay, you lead the way. Following the direction Kitten pointed, Long Chen saw a world. It was a city of ruins. It was the only thing that still existed in this chaotic space. However, this city of ruins was more than twice the size of the ghost city of Fengdu. It was just that the ghost city of Fengdu was complete while the city in front of him was a dilapidated ruin with broken walls everywhere. Of course, when he got closer, those broken walls were the size of a continent. It was a ruins of time. It was a grey city shrouded in grey fog where time flowed extremely slowly as if it had come to a standstill. It remained here for eternity, which was the time tunnel. Unexpectedly, there was such a time ruin in the time tunnel. Lingxi opened the door of the universe and directly moved Long Chen to the side of the ruins of time where Kitten's body was. As for the specific location, he still needed to find it. Kitten was sealed here by the Void Infinity Dragon, so it might not be easy to find. The moment Long Chen arrived at the ruins of time, a chaotic light flashed in his previous position and 9 ultimate gods appeared. Although they were far away, Long Chen could feel their presence. Sure enough, they were already here. The time for competition had arrived. The key now was to be fast. Of course, he had to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Boss, why are there 4 seats? Kitten was stunned for a while. Each of these 4 positions gave him a similar feeling. They were all his main body. It could be divided into 4 parts. It could also have 4 bodies. Let's find the first one first. Long Chen decided instantly. Alright, this way then. Long Chen grabbed him and rushed toward the first location according to his instructions. He had now entered the huge ruins of time and was moving on the surface of the ruins. When he entered this huge world, it would not be easy for the Son of Chaos and the others to find Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen had left behind the Death Realm Dragon Gate along the way so that it was convenient for him to move around the entire ruins of time. Every second counts. Long Chen unleashed his greatest speed. He was like a blood-colored ray of light, traveling millions of miles in an instant. He advanced in the direction of Kitten. Even the speed of the gate of the universe might not be able to keep up with Long Chen's speed. Whoosh whoosh. Above the ruins of time, a blood-colored line quickly circled around. For them at this moment, time was the key to victory. In fact, based on his pondering of the rules of time, Long Chen had also sensed that there were 4 very special locations in this ruins of time. However, his feeling was not as clear. It was not as strong and accurate as Kitten's. However, he guessed that the Son of Chaos should also be able to find one of Kitten's main bodies. It was just that it would take a longer time. In this way, his side still had a great advantage. Although he would definitely not be able to win in a direct confrontation, Long Chen did not necessarily need to do so. Soon, Kitten's eyes were wide open and flashed with an intense light. This guy was really nervous now. Right now, Long Chen had rushed into a dark world. The broken walls of the ruins of time had probably smashed down and formed the sky, completely sealing off this piece of land. After getting so close, Kitten's main body was like a bright lamp in the dark. Not to mention Kitten, even Long Chen himself could feel it. After breaking through the endless darkness, he finally reached a pile of rocks. There were large and small rocks. The large ones covered the sky like pillars that supported the sky, while the small ones were broken into powder and floated in the air. Long Chen moved very quietly so as not to attract the other party's attention. At this most critical place, Kitten was almost suffocating. Found it, found it. I see it. His voice was trembling. Long Chen directly threw him into the realm of life. When he arrived at the location he mentioned, he looked up. Although the side was full of rocks, this place was intact. There was a platform here, and on the platform was a white jade dragon's head. Yes, it was the white jade dragon's head. Although it felt different from the previous black jade dragon's head, the material was different, and it was more mysterious. As long as it was something left behind by the divine dragon, it would give Long Chen a sense of familiarity. The white jade dragon's head was not big, only about 1/10 the size of the previous black jade dragon's head. Long Chen didn't seem very big when it was around him. My real body should be inside the body of this dragon's head. I should be able to break this, Kitten said. Long Chen was still calm. Rashly destroying something was reckless, especially something that belonged to the divine dragon. This white jade dragon's head should be what the Great Void Infinity Dragon used to seal Kitten's real body. Destroying it should not be enough. Let's try to speed up time. Just like the door from before. Long Chen took out the Spear of Heaven. After reaching the head of the white jade dragon's head, he stood between the two white dragon horns. At this time, the power of the heart of the Great Void had already gathered on the Spear of Heaven. Stab! The heart of the Great Void gathered all the time in the surrounding territory onto the sacrificial spear. All the time was poured into the sacrificial spear, and it pierced through. With a crisp clang, the sacrificial spear nailed into the head of the white jade dragon. However, it did not penetrate deep, only a little bit. Of course, the power of time was still changing the time of the white jade dragon's head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time moved faster and faster, but Long Chen felt that he still could not reach the peak. Primordial Dragon Pagoda. If it was not enough, he would have to rely on the Primordial Dragon Pagoda to make up for it. After fusing with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, all aspects of Long Chen's strength soared. At this time, he suddenly turned into the Void Cosmic Dragon. This illusory mystical dragon curled up on the white jade dragon's head, forming an illusory heart, and descended on the head of the white jade dragon's head. The heart of the Great Void, which was much stronger than before, erupted. On the white jade dragon's head, time accelerated even faster and more violently. In an instant it was thousands of times faster. At this level, the white jade dragon's head began to shine brighter and brighter. With Long Chen's final effort, the white jade dragon's head finally turned into a ray of light and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. With the previous lesson, this was the time when Long Chen was the most cautious. However, because Lingxi had erased the spatial mark, the Chaos Sun could not suddenly appear next to him. Obviously, all his previous guesses were correct. "Boss, it's inside!" Kitten exclaimed. After so many hardships, this moment had finally arrived. Needless to say, Long Chen would have rushed over. He also saw the deepest part of the light, the thing that made his heart palpitate. When Long Chen approached, he reached out and grabbed it. Only then did he realize that this thing was really small. Upon closer inspection, the thing that was shining with white light in his hand and had a strange law was actually just a leg. This was a crystal-like leg that was as thick as a finger. It looked like a cat's leg, however, it was really small. Long Chen took a look at it and threw it into the realm of life. Main body, your Lord Cat is here. Kitten was extremely excited. Everyone was also looking forward to it. Clang! That crystal leg was thrown in front of Kitten. Kitten took a closer look and almost fainted. His tall and mighty reincarnation divine beast's main body was actually this crystal-like leg that was only as thick as a finger? Damn, what is this? Kitten was stunned. It was different from what he had imagined. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Kitten covered the crystal leg and wanted to cry. She laughed the loudest. Ha, Kitten, I can already imagine you turning into that reincarnation divine beast. Ha. She laughed so hard that she convulsed. Humph. Kitten picked up the leg embarrassedly and said, when I collect all of them, you will know how powerful I am. Just don't beg for mercy then. It was actually very clear. Although the crystal leg looked very simple, it was indeed Kitten's main body. Obviously, your body is divided into several parts, and there are not just 4 parts. We should collect all of them. At least you can feel 3. Let's hurry and find the second one. As Long Chen spoke, he pulled out Kitten. Ah! Under Long Chen's super high speed, the kitten let out a shrill scream. Shut up and keep your voice down. Long Chen knocked him on the head. Got it. This way, this way. Although the little cat was very discouraged by the crystal calf, he also knew that if the body was separated, it would be very troublesome. This basically meant that as long as the Chaos Son of God found one, Long Chen would have to fight with them in order to get it back. Otherwise, no one would be able to get the whole body. There were still 8 ultimate gods in the battle with the Chaos Son. There was basically no chance of winning. Don't let him get it. As such, Long Chen sped up even more. It did not take long for the second position to be almost there. Long Chen could feel it himself. However, when he got closer, he quickly felt danger. He quickly threw Kitten back into the realm of life and looked up. In the vast gray sea of clouds in front of him, there was a floating platform with a white jade dragon head on it. On it, the Chaos Sun, the Shangyang Fairy, the Taotai Behemoth, and the Beast Mother of all things were all on it. They saw Long Chen. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.